Hello everyone, for the final time this year it is Watchalong Day. I'm Paul Machin, Chris Pajak is alongside me. Over at the team board is Mr. Dan Clubb, ready, willing and able to throw out Liverpool's starting 11 selection as and when it becomes public knowledge, which
it was 2 hours ago.
Four minutes. Yeah.
No comment.
A couple of minutes. Is it 4 o'clock?
Should be 4 o'clock.
Okay, cool. So we'll fill time till then. And by fill time, I mean gloriously promote our sponsor, Dr. Emma Cynic, as you can scan of the QR code alongside me right now. If you're in the market for a hair transplant, treatment, dental work, or a fuller beard, then you can go and check out the work done by Dr. Emma Cynic. You're looking like
fuller or a beard. Can you do complete resculptures?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I should think about that because I'm losing my hair. So the beard, I think you need something.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Otherwise, I'm gonna look like a baby. I don't even have eyebrows.
You're gonna look like on Shooting Stars.
Okay, nice. Yeah, nice.
He's a baby. That's a quality. There's a quality 90s reference for all the kids. Right, so the link will be in the description underneath. But here's the hair transplant treater to the footballing stars, including Ryan Babel and Lewis Garcia as well. So if you're going to have a little mooch around his website, you can see best hair clinic in Turkey, apparently. There's him. Look, I presume that's him.
That is him, yeah. And
it's Figo. I'm not entirely certain, but he's having a good time.
It is him. They've actually got a clinic in London now as well.
Ooh.
But much better to go there.
Goes to Turkey. Get a little jollies over to Turkey. Anyway, the link is in the description underneath. We're a couple of minutes away from the team coming out. How are we feeling? I will admit we've got one eye on Leicester City because it just wouldn't be shocking to see Leicester grab a goal in this game, Chris.
No, and they've been kind of all over Manchester City, haven't they, for the most part here? I mean, Vardy's just missed a heck of a chance there, knocked one over the bar from maybe 3-4 yards out, something like that. You would have fancied them to get that. But they've been in this game, and City just, they look true to form, which is to say they look a bit shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you everyone for joining us. Lots of people talking about Trent Alexander-Arnold in the comments already. I suppose we will touch upon him if and when the team selection comes out, but we are in recording the podcast tomorrow, so I'm certain there'll be a juicy segment on the latest from all the contract stuff, because it's going to continue to be news until we have a definitive answer one way or the other. And the Spanish press are being full-blown Spanish press, as we've seen many a time in the past.
What was interesting, actually, from the other day, I was staying Sam on Friday, and Sam was saying, when was the last time, and I've not thought about this since, by the way, and I've not checked this, where a pre-contract was actually done in January.
Yeah.
Because, you think back to Mbappe, and it was April, May. When was it? Can anyone think of one that actually got done January the 1st?
Nothing high profile springs to mind.
No.
I honestly, right, and I think the thing as well is that this idea that this date, this 1st of January, when it can all happen, listen, it might, so I could be sat here in a couple of days' time with egg on my face for being so bullshit about this, but it's not as if Real Madrid are going to go, we're picking the phone up at midnight on New Year, or 1 minute past midnight on New Year's Day and getting it boxed. These conversations will have been going on for ages. It's just that officially you can get stuff done. So
imagine if he answered the phone and just screamed Happy New Year at them and put it down. And also past 1 at midnight, you're not getting a reception, Paul. Nobody can get reception.
Feliz Natal!
Fuck off!
Scored again,
and it's him.
It's Erling Haaland's finally scored. God, what a joyous time for football. Someone said Knocky Knock saying wasn't McManaman January 1st. Honestly, it was that long ago. I really honestly can't remember it.
It's kind of the point, isn't it? If that was, that was a long old time ago.
Yeah, without a doubt. Okay, do we know what the team is?
Yeah, the team is out indeed. I'm just making sure I've got me 11. The subs need a little bit of work.
Oh, do they?
Did a little bit of work. So one surprise inclusion in there for me.
Okay, let's have a little look and see what the Reds have gone with.
Do you want me to go through it?
Go through it, mate.
Starting, Alisson Becker, of course, in goal. Right back, the aforementioned Trent Alexander-Arnold. Joe Gomez continued to deputise superbly, hopefully, for Ibu Konate. Virgil van Dijk, the skipper, of course. Andy Robertson continues at left back. Kostas Tsimikas, I thought might come in for this one, but doesn't. The midfield, of course, without Dom Szoboszlai, looks like Alexa McAllister, Ryan Gravenberch and Curtis Jones, which leaves a front three of Mo Salah, Cody Gakpo and Luis Diaz in for Darwin Núñez. And a bench, I'll get my phone for this, because we have Kevin Kelleher. We don't have Trey Naoni, so I'll sort that in a moment. We have Darwin Núñez, we have Harvey Elliott, Diogo Jota, Kostas Tsimikas, Jarell Quansah, and then we need James McConnell and Jayden Danns on the bench.
Ooh, well, Dan digs them out.
Yes.
No Chiesa again. Now,
After the rumours.
No comment.
After the rumours.
all the rumours. I mean, yeah, the only man who's being more strongly linked and with less interest from Liverpool fans at the moment is Federico Chiesa. Being linked with a move back to Italy. And if that is the case, I know that they're doing this whole like being careful with him and blah blah blah, but at some point you've got to look at it and go, he's a professional footballer. If he can't take part, then what are we doing here? And we don't know more information. I'll have a little scour around the journals in a minute and see if there's any more news on it, Chris. But I don't mind. I've no problem seeing Danns, on the bench for us. I'd have liked to have seen him on the bench more this season, but injuries not allowed that. But yeah, I mean, it's still a very, very strong bench for us. But yeah, Danns, good to see. But what again, Chiesa, man, mad. Yeah,
it is a bit strange, isn't it? But like equally, Danns is a centre forward, and we've got basically 3 wide players up front. So having a centre forward option on the bench isn't a bad thing.
Well, we've
either.
got Jota and Núñez on the bench already.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So we've got 3 centre forwards on the bench and none on the pitch.
Okay, well that point's ridiculous.
I really wasn't sure why you chose to go Christmas.
I was just trying to back up Danns.
You're a bright, intelligent, thoughtful man, Chris. I'm not sure what point you went. You know what?
Sometimes you just have to give up and say no. Let's just carry on. Let's move on.
Let's move on from that point.
I don't know what. I mean, Chiesa was sick the other night, wasn't he?
According to Dan, he was sick.
He was sick when he didn't make the bench for Spurs. Trey Naoni got in ahead of him there. The big conversation point about that during the pod. But then he was back on the bench the other night for the Leicester game and never came on. So what's happened in the past 48 hours is anyone's guess, basically.
Well, basically, Vader says, good to see Danns. I assume Chiesa is ill. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he does look like a bit of a sickly child, doesn't he?
No.
I mean, it's hard to tell because you won't have seen him.
Yeah, he comes across like it. No, do you know what? When he came on the other week, though, he's like his first 7, 8, 9, 10 touches were atrocious, but then he started to look half decent, didn't he? And he had that shot late on and stuff. I don't think, to be honest with you, there's much in those rumours. I live to be proved wrong, as always. Because it would just feel like Liverpool have paid for him, got him to the point where he actually might be able to play some football and then get rid of him, and that doesn't seem right. You just keep your arm around the player like that, don't you, and make sure that he's at your football club, because in a few games' time you never know what's going on. You might actually need him. Right now we haven't, thankfully, but in 3 months' time you might be calling out for a right winger that you need because somebody else has got injured or something. So it would seem a little bit stupid. And wouldn't Casey just want to get himself a Premier League medal? Just stick around just to try and do that.
Not sure he's going to play enough minutes at this point, but maybe. Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to what's the prerequisite we're looking for, because it's great that he's got the quality such that there isn't, there'd be a much less steep drop off from Salah to him if you're making him a regular substitute for Salah. But if you can't, who's asked? It's like what's 100% of nothing? So is the prerequisite being available? Because there's a lad currently tearing up the Championship who we own, who is, by all accounts, having availability this season.
The rumours are the other way around. If it was Liverpool getting frustrated that Chiesa's not available, I can understand that. But it's the other way around, and it's Chiesa, so it's like, well, hang on a minute, you know what I mean? It's him saying, I'm not getting the game time. Well, you've been injured and you've been ill. It's not really anybody else's fault. In fact, in some cases, it's nobody's fault, but it's certainly not the club's fault that you got ill.
Yeah, no, definitely. Just a little interlude on this, by the way, from @City_extra, saying that on the 77th minute, the Man City fans was chanting, City are back, hello, hello. That is Manchester City, 4-time consecutive Premier League winners, most dominant football club this country has ever seen, who are currently winning 2-0 to one of the relegation favourites, Leicester. Just a little reminder, just to contextualise everything that might be going right or wrong in your life right now. In terms of the 11 then, I think the one surprise, Dan, is Chris. I don't know if we said it on stream or we were talking about it beforehand, but Diaz preferred up front when we've got three centre forwards on the bench as we touched upon, but the two lads who have been playing centre forward for us are fit and available, and he's gone back to Diaz. I wonder if this is a combination of Diaz's ability and performing that role, and also the fact that Gakpo's in great form as well.
Yeah, I think it probably is, to be honest with you. This has worked well as a free. It feels like ever since sort of Arne Slot struck upon it. I think it was the Bayer Leverkusen game was the first time we've seen it from the start in terms of Luis Diaz playing this false nine, non-conventional centre-forward role. And I do think it does lend itself nicely to certain games. And I think also the fact that Darwin Núñez obviously played the other night and Diogo Jota clearly isn't ready for anything like 60, 70 minutes upwards, so you don't start him for that reason. Darwin Núñez, I'm not sure this would have been a game for him today necessarily. It's funny because the other night pre-Leicester, I said there are certain games you can pigeonhole as Darwin Núñez type games. I don't think that's quite the case with Diogo Jota. He's sort of fit for all seasons, if you like. But Luis Diaz up against West Ham centre-half pairing, they'll probably want a more conventional centre-forward type who is sort of touch-tight and they can know where he is at all times. Diaz just drifting off into space and being a general nuisance elsewhere on the pitch could create a major problem for them. So in terms of this, I like the fluidity, I like the fact that they can dovetail between each other, and like I say, it's worked generally really, really well, so I'm all for it today.
Yeah, I really like Diaz in that number 9 position. I think he's fantastic there. My only concern about it is really that, like, I thought the minutes were getting split really well between Gakpo and Diaz. And if they become your two sort of first teamers, as it were, then that actually becomes a little bit harder. You need a Jota or a Núñez in there in games to sort of spell them, don't you? Because I think Diaz is still on about 150 minutes more than Cody Gakpo at the moment. They're both, I think Diaz is on like 1,700 minutes and maybe 1,500 there or thereabouts for Cody, something like that. So, and I really like the way that I think this is the plan. I think this is what Slot wants from his centre forward. Certainly with Salah at the football club, maybe not long term, but more to do with the fact that, like, I see more of Núñez when he's playing, dropping in and playing that sort of link-up play, which is something that Núñez has never done in the previous regime. So it says to me that he wants his centre-forward to do that. And actually Diaz is better at that than Núñez. Jota's just as good, I think, as Diaz, but you need him fit and available to spell each other. And I think Gakpo, Diaz and Jota might become 3 for 2.
Yeah.
And then it's like, what do you do with Núñez? How does he force himself in? Is it cup games? Is it games, 20 minutes to spell players at the end of games and stuff like that? So I think if I was Darwin, I'd be very concerned about my spot in this squad right now.
I remember saying a few weeks into the season, the second we see Darwin Núñez played on the left, you know he's on his way out the door. And we've actually started to see that in the last couple of weeks. You know, just off the bench a bit here and there. But that's the thing right now, is that if Diaz is getting the nod at centre-forward, and we know from what we know from seeing Slot's team so far that Jota's we're still saying he's probably his first choice centre forward, let's say, until we see him fully fit. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. Then where is Darwin Núñez? And you're right, in terms of the rotation, that's cool. If we found a front three that functions best, great. But we've done this in the past where you settle upon something, but actually you're leaving yourself short in rotation, because you're right. Who are the wingers? Who's the understudy wingers? If Darwin Núñez is our understudy left winger and Harvey Elliott's our understudy right winger, then we've possibly weakened our attacking depth just by shifting Luis Diaz inside. But again, there's a January transfer window. We have bought wide players very well in recent years in that, so that might see that as a shifting of tactics or whatever. But the other thing, Dan, is just being careful with Jota, you know, and I think the sports science department rules more than ever under Slot, and clearly he's being told, be careful with this lad. Yeah,
and rightfully so as well. We've been stung one too many times for me for Diogo Jota already, and it's that obviously the football comes thick and fast. There are ample opportunities further down the line to get minutes into his legs. Obviously there's a Man United game next weekend. We've got a decent break now for some training time, which you don't get very often. How often Arne Slot gets to look at his lads on the pitch is probably few and far between, but as I say, good few days his break now before that next match, and Carabao Cup semi-final on the horizon. There's an FA Cup game on the horizon if you really wanted for Diogo Jota. Form and fitness-wise, that is the front three for me. That is the pick. I really like how Luis Diaz has done that role, as I mentioned. Very elusive, can be really hard to handle for centre-back. And as you say there, just wrap Diogo Jota up in cotton wool, get more minutes into his legs as and when possible. Obviously, he played, I think it's the Fulham game he came on, had a major impact on the end of that, but then the repercussions of that were that he had some more issues on the back of it. So yeah, just be extra careful, because I maintain he's one of the most important facets of us challenging for anything this season, because if you do have a fit and firing Diogo Jota, he can be a real difference maker. In terms of Darwin, I agree with your point about where he's at in terms of the role within the squad, but I also wonder whether you do get more of an impact from him from the bench right now, it feels like, and if you do need that break glass solution, quite often Darwin Núñez can be the man for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, it's fine. Using our squads and being careful with people. We don't want to go through another mad injury spell. We're coming out the end of it, and we've handled it pretty well, which is almost unheard of when we've had the volume of injuries like that in the past. Normally we've crumbled when the lads have returned, so yeah, it's good to see them take it one step at a time. Curtis Jones, good opportunity for him. Szoboszlai suspended. It looks like he's flown back to Hungary, whatever, why not. But yeah, Curtis played well, I thought, on Boxing Day. Opportunity for him to, again, won't do his claims any harm if he gets on the score sheet again.
No, it won't. And I think, obviously I think he was probably earmarked to sit out this one, and Szoboszlai probably start this one. So it'll be good for Kerr to get a few games back to back. I think that's important for him and his sort of ability to just sort of feel comfortable in this side, and maybe put a marker down before Elliott gets back up to full fitness as well, because that's what he's fighting for now as well, isn't it? Obviously the manager spoke last week about how Elliott's best position is midfielder, even though he is being used as that backup sort of right winger to spell Salah. So Jones will be looking at going, I need to make sure that, it's hard for Szoboszlai to get back into this side. And, the way that we're going to do that is to see him and Alexis McAllister get into the box like we did second half, midweek, or whatever the hell we were. I don't know if it's the weekend or midweek. It's the weekend now, right? So it was midweek. And if we can get those runners into the box, McAllister and Jones and Grav sit back, and, everything else get, the way we played it in midweek, then Jones is perfect for that. And he's got, I don't know who was saying this, but he's the perfect in-between player between Szoboszlai's skill set and Harvey Elliott's skill set, isn't he? He's got a little bit of both. I think it was maybe Sam or Steve the other day saying it to us, like, oh yeah, that's a great point. He just fits what we need when we need it. One thing
Curtis is very good at doing, he's very good at the goal that he scored the other day, which is to say, just appearing in the box and tapping stuff in. He got a great one. I think it was against United in pre-season where he did that when he'd been playing. The first time he played the double pivot with Gravenberch and he was free. I'm pretty sure it was United. Anyway, he's got that in him, which you don't see a lot of that from Szoboszlai. So yeah, good for him. I like Kurt, and I think it's a good opportunity. And it's a pity because obviously it was clearly being primed as per the press conference for Szoboszlai to have almost a game off in between, then come back and be 100% ready to go for this one. But life's a shit house. You don't get to choose these things. These things happen to you, particularly when they're governed by piss poor officiating. So yes, it is what it is, but there's worse situations for Liverpool to be in. Couple of super chats and what have you. Steve V has joined us as a first teamer here on YouTube. Thank you so much, my friend. Craig Kendall on the cases thing says maybe Cases simply hasn't settled and is homesick. It's entirely possible. And Knocky Knock says
well, we know he's sick. He's been sick a lot.
Is he sick again?
Well, no, he was the other day.
Oh, right, yeah. Red Top Rags, I don't mean too much into, but thoughts on the Mirror claiming AC Milan bid for Núñez, 5 million loan fee with 45 million obligation in the summer. I just don't. When was the last time AC Milan paid that much money for a footballer? I don't. That's an honest question with a little bit of snide on the side.
I just don't believe them about the obligation to buy. I've heard it too many times. I don't know how they get around the law there in the contracts, but they never seem to fulfil them. Yeah. You always hear that it's it's always an option to buy, isn't it? Yeah. This is obligation to buy. Listen, I think, we were talking about it off camera before. I do think that Liverpool will listen to offers for Darwin Núñez, but I'd be surprised if it was a January thing. I think it's a summer thing that Liverpool are looking at. They, 4 competitions right now. You need all the players you can get, and you need to add, not lose. Yeah. So if 45 million arrived in the summer, or 50 million pounds arrived in the summer, I wouldn't be surprised to see Liverpool say yes to that.
just for what it's worth, for anyone interested, AC Milan's record signing was Rafael Leao in 1920. They paid €49.5 million for him.
What's that in today's money?
40, is it?
1920.
Yeah, but obviously with inflation, it's probably a bit more. But beneath that, Leonardo Bonucci, centre-half, €42 million. Rui Costa back in 01-02 for €41 million.
Champions League cash now, though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
No television, right?
Lucas Paqueta, Andrew Silva, to the point, yeah. If they're going to pay £50 million for Darwin Núñez, that would be a mega move, not just for AC Milan, but probably for Serie A as well. So, yeah, I would treat that with a pinch. What's more likely is that we've already discussed is they get someone from Serie A buys Chiesa back for half of what we paid for him.
Just on the Chiesa thing, really, really quickly. David Lynch has tweeted that basically because Jota isn't starting, that kind of suggests there's a precedent set for how fit you need to be in order to be involved. I would push back and just say Jayden Dan's missed a lot of the season and he's involved, and Jaden McConnell likewise as well. So the Chiesa thing just isn't adding up right now to me.
That's a really interesting point, actually.
The Jota thing was interesting because of what Slot said the other day about him being nowhere near. I mean, I was on the the build-up show, saying that I thought the Jota might start this game, but then Slot comes out and says basically he's nowhere near ready after having the 2 months off.
Well, it was that thing, isn't it? Because it was a rib injury.
He wasn't able to work out. He just wasn't able to get himself or keep his fitness levels up. And he's come back and he's played about 58 minutes or something over maybe 3 or 4 games, which is absolutely nothing, really, isn't it?
You do wonder what ready means now and what the difference is. Because clearly it will be different. The old sort of sports science people and the new ones, and what Arne Slot requires and what his coaching staff require will be different from what had gone before in the predecessors. So I do wonder, because we might have to change our way of thinking, because normally it's like he gets half an hour, he gets 60, he gets an hour, or he gets the full game rather. That looks different now to me, especially with Diogo Jota's case.
Yeah, it could well be, couldn't it? And I suppose it's where the other players are in terms of how close to the red they are as well. Because if they're not, and they're not because of the sports science department, then you can just play it a bit more safe. Obviously, in years gone by, when we've had loads and loads of injuries, you're kind of just getting them in to stop other people getting injured at the same time. Yeah. Whereas with quite a full squad at the moment, we're probably able to just play it a little safer.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, hopefully we can reap the benefits of that, and with a new regime. Firelapster here said the Super Chat says, curious, where did Dan get his cool retro Liverpool sweatshirt from?
Cool, isn't it?
It's official, that right?
Yeah. It's cool, isn't it? Yeah, it's good. I know it looks good. I know.
Fucking great. Yeah, that's a good top. That's official merchandise. If you want to do that, get it through one of our links, because we get money for it. Don't just go straight to don't go straight through the club. No. Go on our Twitter and find one of our promoted.
2 o'clock today it went out, so not too long ago. That one.
Yeah, cool. West Ham have been a real funny one this season, in so much as I had high expectations for them because I think they've got a tremendous squad, and I think they've been less than the sum of their parts this season. I understand the need to get rid of David Moyes, as much as we often do this when we look at football clubs and we think you've not long won a European trophy, you're doing all right. What are you really looking for from life? Julian Lopetegui, I guess, he's a better manager than Moyes, but not on the evidence of what we've seen. But the fear is with them is I refuse to write them off, because I see Jared Bowen and I see the Paquetas of this world and I see the Kudus of this world and think they're really fucking good players, and this is just by no stretch an easy game of football.
No, but I think you nailed it to begin with, and so the less than the sum of their parts. They've got good players, but they've not been performing, and you've got to put that down to the sort of coaching side of things for me. I don't think Lopetegui's a good manager. I don't think he's shown me that he's a good manager. He didn't have any chance last season to show me, and he's definitely not shown me this season that he's a good manager. But what I will say is Moyes was there for a very long time, and this is what's supposed to happen when a manager's been there for a very long time. It's supposed to be difficult to change everybody's ways, and they're not the youngest squad in the world, West Ham either, are they? And they've played a certain way for a long time. We've been dead lucky in the way that Slot's come in and taken over from from Klopp and built on it. But like you think back to Everton after Moyes left, you know, they had a half decent season where the back line was still drilled by David Moyes, and Martinez was able to get something better going forwards. Wenger, Ferguson, you know, football's littered with these stories, but no one's talking about it with West Ham because they're just West Ham, and no one really cares to talk about it.
Yeah, that's the thing for me, is that why they didn't just go and get someone who could just let them go and properly express themselves feels a bit mad to me, because you're right. That you need to move things on in the right way, and that can be I think sometimes that's much harder when you already got an established attacking style of play, because where do you go? Because if you go to attacking, you just end up being absolutely floored by everyone week in, week out. If you used to really good football, then it can be quite unpalatable to go back to a world where you're playing super defensive football or whatever. But it felt like West Ham had a great opportunity. Well, I mean, what have you made of him, Dan? I mean, again, we should all be wary of putting our necks on the line too much on this, but it just hasn't. I mean, they're better than Man United so far this season, which isn't really a high bar.
No, properly underwhelming, really. And kind of the actual appointment itself didn't inspire me. Not that I need to be inspired by West Ham's managerial appointment, because I'm ultimately not arsed. But given sort of the foundations and the platform that it felt like they had, and there'd been a lot of outcry and a lot of sort of dissenting voices from the West Ham supporters about what they wanted and what they desired in terms of the style of football, the brand. I felt like the grass wasn't always greener, and Moyes has done a pretty good job and had them punching above their weight largely throughout his tenure there, so you do need to be careful what you wish for. And then when they go to Lopetegui, again, that's a little bit like, he's not that guy, as you've both just kind of said there. I think there was a more sort of exciting manager that could have been gone and got. And kind of it's been borne out in the results and the football that they've played. They haven't really got going at all. I think there's a lot of good quality footballers there. And they spent quite a lot of money in the summer. So really, they should have been looking to go again and sort of go to whatever the next height was. And it just hasn't happened at all. So I agree with your point, Paul, in terms of today. Obviously, we do need to be wary. They're a decent football team. They've got decent football players. But generally speaking on West Ham, Lopetegui's looking over his shoulder in terms of his job, not necessarily thinking about what comes further down the line as well. So, yeah, Jared Bowen's quality, Mohamed Kudus's quality, Paqueta's very good. So, yeah, problems for us today. But in terms of West Ham, generally speaking, very, very underwhelmed.
I had a random one. My uncle, Man United fan, was saying on Boxing Day about like what Man United need up front. He said they need an older striker around. He's got a bit more canny, a bit more house.
Van Persie.
Someone like a Danny Ings would be great. You know, like, oh wow, that was not what I expected to hear. But I actually totally forgot he was still at West Ham. But yeah, just looking at where West Ham's goals come from, as you'd expect, Jared Bowen leading the way. 6 goals and 4 assists for him in the Premier League this season. Thomas Souček then on 4, Paqueta on 3, Kudus on 3. Wan-Bissaka on 2, which I have to admit I wouldn't have said that was par for the course for him as a fullback. But yeah, he's actually had a pretty good time. Who knew being freed from the shackles of Manchester United could have a relieving impact on you? Says to me that Marcus Rashford's going to tear the league up from the left wing of West Ham next year.
Yeah, West Ham or Crystal Palace maybe take over that Zaha spot and be the big fish in a small pond.
Ridiculous amount of money to be at Crystal Palace.
Live in London, sound no problem whatsoever. He'll take a little bit of that and probably finish above them, to be fair. I think they're now in the lead in their game. I think I saw it was 2-1. Yeah, so they've come back. Everton get beat 2-0. Wow. Who scored the second?
Not come up yet. Chris Wood got the first, didn't he? Have you seen that?
Have a look at that.
Back 5 for West Ham today, by the way, by the looks of it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll just get the West Ham team up so we can go through it, because that's a thing that we do, and I'd forgotten that we do it.
Gibbs White scored.
Whatever. Right, okay, as my page loads, let's just have some dead air. And we'll just sit in your own thoughts for a minute. Cool. Okay, yeah, Areola in goal. Yeah, as Dan says, SofaScore have got it as a back 5 here of Emerson, Kilman, Mavropanos, Wan-Bissaka and Koufal. Then Kudus, Soler, Edson Alvarez, Paqueta behind Jared Bowen. I think I heard him right from the press conference that they've got midfield injury issues, which is probably why they've restructured it.
A couple, yeah, suspension issues as well. Thomas Souček and Guido Rodriguez both suspended. Okay. And Carlos Soler actually was supposed to be injured, so I'm quite surprised to see him included. So maybe he's carrying something, maybe they've taken a little bit of a risk there. But
that's, I mean, when you consider that, I mean, I know Emerson and Koufal will be tasked with getting up the pitch, and Wan-Bissaka technically if he's playing in a back 3, then, you know, he's a full-back playing as a centre-back, so offensive. But with Edson Alvarez in there, he was just a full-blown midfield destroyer. They're asking a lot of Bowen, Paqueta and Kudus and Soler to really do a lot of their attacking, so it'd be interesting to see.
That's got low block written all over it, and try and get Kudus in behind Trent Alexander-Arnold, and just see where you can go from there.
Yeah, the Bowen thing's quite interesting actually in terms of where his goals have come from this season. So he's played right wing, according to Transfermarkt, the last two he's played right wing, scored in their 1-0 win over Southampton last time around, got a goal and assist against Wolves on the 9th, goal and assist against Wolves in that game at home, an assist against Newcastle was his last involvement from right midfield. So they've kind of punted him around a little bit more, and obviously we know Mikel Antonio's obviously accidents will have changed their plans in terms of who's available. Is Nicholas Füllkrug just not...
He's on the bench today, but he's not going at all.
Yeah.
Injury problems, I think, as soon as he arrived. I think I'm right in saying he's played a little bit more recently, but it hasn't worked up until now, I don't think, at all.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, well, look.
Can we just have a little look at the league table, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
on my computer, Aaron. Liverpool top, Nottingham Forest second.
Mad. What year is it?
Wow.
What year is it?
It's like the year we were born, or in and around there.
Yeah, just earlier, I think. But yeah, madness. Absolutely madness, isn't it? Liverpool top. I mean, Liverpool top, I'll take all day. You know what? Would you like Nottingham Forest to get into the top 4?
It would. No. You know why?
Go on.
Because I fucking hate when this happens. And I know this is maybe a tad elitist, but clubs that aren't good enough to compete in the Champions League getting in and ruining our coefficients. All the hard work that Liverpool do to drag the coefficients of this fucking country up, and all these other clubs come in and spoil it for us. Because when we then need it on the flip side, it's never there for us because some losers always take.
What if I phrased it? Would you like Nottingham Forest to get in, and it means City don't?
100%.
God, there we go. Fucking hell.
At the expense of Man City, absolutely. Yeah.
Or Arsenal, or Chelsea.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's no real bad answer there. You're right. No,
Newcastle coming up on the rails of late though. Yeah, interesting.
Or overtake Bournemouth yet.
I know, yeah. So yeah,
which will happen next game.
Tomorrow. Just some score updates for those who are in the market for such information. Man City just beating Leicester by 2-0. They're back. City are back, everyone. Until they don't win next week, and then it's all goosed again, which would be hilarious. Crystal Palace currently 2-1 up against Southampton. They were a goal down in that game as well. Everton 2-0 down at home to Nottingham Forest. Like as mentioned, sending potentially Forest up to the heady heights of second. Fulham are 1-1 with Bournemouth, and Tottenham are currently beating Wolverhampton Wanderers by 2-1. We were saying before, Ange was, well, might still be dead and buried if Wolves had won that game. Because like that's turning sour in a huge way, very, 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 very quickly. But as it is, he's a football genius. So
it's mad, isn't it? Because like sometimes like, football clubs, obviously managers don't seem to be working out, or managers don't work out and stuff. But like, at what point did they start looking at Daniel Levy as well?
Oh God, yeah,
he's fucking terrible.
Yeah,
like,
he's a canny negotiator though.
He was a canny negotiator for one summer 14 years ago when Liverpool tried to buy a player off him, and Real Madrid tried to buy Gareth Bale or whatever. That's what he's living on.
Oh no, don't forget he turned down 100 million for Harry Kane as well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's the problem. Anyway, we'll do more on that on the Bias Football Pod on Monday afternoon on redmenplus.com. Come and check us out over there. James Shine, who's been a wonder kid for 16 months here on YouTube, however. Hey guys, I'm in Liverpool in a few weeks to watch You, Me at 6 gig and a stadium tour. Any suggestion on where to go for food afterwards up the Reds? My favourite gaff is Vincenzo's. They've just opened a new one called Vivi about 2 doors down as well, or Maze Thai around Tag Avenue. Taggart Avenue. Where's the other one?
Walton Road. They're like, he just hard at Maze Thai. Maze Thai's heavy. It's really, really good. Cool. So you want him to come all the way to Walton Road? He's at Anfield. Fine, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's 2 miles away. It's like 20 quid in a taxi. But you know what? Fucking is in an Uber. He'll be in a taxi. It'll be 8. Get an Alpha, lad. You'll be sound. No dynamic pricing there. You just might not turn up for 45 minutes. Good on Alpha. Right, so yeah, we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because we're here all the way through to the post-match content. One stream for the whole day. Dan will be getting some more of your reactions
reaction to the team news and other bits and pieces as well, then Chris and I will return for the watch-along. But before then, here's a little bit from Arne Slot's pre-match press conference.
You mentioned injuries and suspensions. It looks like West Ham might be without all three central midfielders who started against Southampton. Rodriguez, Socek suspended, Carlos Soler went off injured. You faced Mohamed Kudus when you was at Ajax. Do you think there's a chance you may line up in central midfield, and how good a player do you think he can be?
I think he's a good player, that's for sure. Everybody sees this. He can play multiple positions. I think he played here for Ajax against Liverpool as a 9 as well. So he's a big threat for them. They have many players. I think they signed also many players during the summer. So even if 3 midfielders are out, I don't think they have to play under 21 players. They are still able to play players they brought in for many millions. So that's the Premier League. They all have, not only us or Chelsea. It's for a lot of clubs have so many good players. We, although were the one when I didn't play my starters, we used our 21 players. That is part of our identity, and that's what makes this club special, I think, as well.
Last couple, Will and Paul.
Just on Joel Johnson's main also for super appearances since he come back from injury. Is he ready to start in, or are you still managing his fitness?
I think the last thing for sure, we're still managing his fitness. He's been out for quite a long time and he couldn't train that much. So sometimes if a player has an injury, he can do a lot, but he couldn't do a lot for quite a long time. And since this league is so intense, it's not so easy if you're almost 2 months out to come in and play from the start again. You need to have some minutes to build this up, and he is in competition with some other special players as well who are at this moment also on top of their game, and he's gradually building it up, and I think he comes close to start a game, but like I said, he has competition in this position as well.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Redmen TV and your watch-along, your Matchday live stream. I'm going to be here for the next 20 minutes or so, and this is the part of the day where you can speak about anything you see fit, whatever you want. Nothing is off limits for the next bit of time. Throw your questions in, anything you want to ask, anything you want to discuss, let's do it. Later on, I'll ask for some score predictions. We can do team reaction. We can talk about West Ham. Literally, honest to God, whatever you want to chat about. Contracts, transfers. It's an open forum. Let's have a good chat. Knocky Knock kicks us off, asking who will be there. I only brought this chat up, mate, because it's me. I will be there that night. Looking forward to it immensely, because there's going to be some boss people there. Not me, but there's going to be some boss people there. Liverpool against West Ham. Just less than 45 minutes away from kickoff. Thank you very much, Kenneth, as well. Much appreciated. It is. Ultimately, it is. I agree. And it's my favourite ever version Liverpool badge. Got it tattooed on myself for that exact reason. Steve Ryder asks a question. How are we going to feel if Trent signs for Madrid in January? If he signs in January and it gets confirmed then, I will be fuming, disappointed, gutted, all of the above, really, because the contract situation is a grim one, ultimately. But my main concern with it all, sort of aside from potentially 3 of our best footballers and in some cases greatest ever footballers leaving the football club for free, that's a major problem in itself. But actually what it could do to this season right now is a completely separate but no less terrifying nor daunting issue, because we're going along so well, anything seems possible right now when it comes to trophies and end of season joy. If one of them leaves, 2 of them, 3 of them, whatever, and it happens prior to the very much the end of the season, prior to May, whatever it is, post everything, then there's a chance it really derails what we're trying to do. Because immediately a lot of the fan base turn and a lot of sort of the noise and the narrative shifts on the particular player, and also like the hierarchy, because although I've got a lot of sympathy for Richard Hughes in terms of the job he's walked into and the fact that he probably hasn't been able to sit down with these players throughout the entirety of his tenure up until recently, because a lot of them would have been waiting to see how good we were under Arne Slot. That question's very much been answered now, I think it's fair to say. But it's still a mess. And a lot of fingers will be pointed towards the hierarchy, whether it be Michael Edwards, John Henry, etc., Mike Gordon. So quickly, and it only takes a dodgy result or two here and there as well to compound the issue even further. It quickly changes everything around the feel-good factor that is Liverpool Football Club right now. So, yeah, it would be a really, really bad thing to happen without meaning to sort of like over-egg it or under-egg it for that matter either. So, yeah, I just hope, and I live in sort of eternal optimism that all three of them will stay, because to sort of circle back to my central point on this, they all probably waited to see what life after Jurgen Klopp looked like at Liverpool Football Club, which is completely fair enough, because you talk about three wonderfully gifted footballers, three world-class bracket level footballers. So they all probably wanted to see how good we were going to be and whether there's a chance of more success and fulfilling more of your ambitions and all that sort of stuff. But right now, all of that looks eminently possible. So why wouldn't you want to stay? Like, you've got a good thing. The fans adore you. This is all three of them, by the way. Why would you not want to stick around? Virgil and Mo have nailed their colours to that particular mast. And Trent has been overly quiet on it, I think it's fair to say, but as is Wish, as is Will. And that's partly the reason that I don't get too emotional or concerned when it comes to some of the reporting, especially when it comes from Spain and some of their particular outlets. So, yeah, it's concerning. And there's a chance it could really harm what we're trying to accomplish this season. But I remain optimistic and positive that everything will be okay. Ganto, how about who's back from the cold? Is it down in England? I think it's down in England. To be fair, he's done... he has been back in on VAR duty since that incident, the Luis Diaz at Spurs incident. However, I think I'm right in saying this is the first time he has done a Liverpool game as VAR. I think he's been a fourth official for us before as well, since that catastrophe. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's been actually in charge of VAR since that day. So let's hope he's not needed ultimately, and the ref in charge has a fine day and we don't need VAR's help for anything and we can just win the game of footy regardless. Boys from Imran, can you give this a shout out? I'm having a care assessment next month for 12 weeks, and during this my local authorities refuse to let the carers take me to Anfield for any matches. Mate, I hope you get that sorted. It sounds shit. I don't know the ins and outs of the details as to why that's the case. Obviously I don't know the legislations nor the laws, but yeah, hopefully you can get yourself sorted. And hopefully the authorities do what's right. Because, again, if you can't go to Anfield and you want to and you're capable, that sounds proper shit. I'll quickly check what this is. Jack Lloyd asks, where is Chiesa? I do not know. Now, Chiesa has become a really fascinating case study for me, actually, in the last few weeks, because I'm just going to search him now while I'm talking. Because, obviously, I want to see him play for Liverpool Football Club. That's what I need to get out there instantly, because not only does he possess lots of quality and he possesses the ability to have an impact for us on games, whether it be from the start or the finish, I also think he is a great option in terms of the fact he can play left, he can play central, he can play right, to just give some of the lads a break in games, basically 20 minutes, half an hour here and there off. However, that hasn't materialised at all. Liverpool made it obvious. I think Arne Slot said a few weeks back now, maybe a couple of months ago, he was having a mini pre-season and we're going to get up to speed, and then you'll see him. That hasn't happened. He's had setbacks on the way. He's had sickness along the way as well. It was quite damning to me that he wasn't in the Spurs squad for that game at all. That felt weird because Trey Naoni was. Trey Naoni's a wonderful footballer. He's going to be a top footballer. I'm almost certain of it. Hopefully for the Liverpool Football Club as well, because he's that talented. However, he's 17 years old. If I was Federico Chiesa at 27, in seemingly the prime peak years of my career, and a 17-year-old was getting in over me, that wouldn't be right. Like, I wouldn't be having that at all, especially when a similar profile, a similar sort of player. Trey Naoni is more of a centre midfielder, of course, but in terms of they're both quite attack-minded, they offer similar sort of things. I would be fuming and I'd be knocking on the manager's door and asking for an explanation. He then does get in the squad for Leicester, doesn't come on. We make 5 subs. He isn't one of them. And now he's back, not in the squad again today. And Jayden Danns is, by the way. James McConnell is, but that's a separate issue. He's defensive midfielder, not really part of the same conversation. But if Jayden Danns gets in the squad and Federico Chiesa doesn't, that's a major red flag. If Chiesa's fit, that is, but if he isn't fit, that in itself is a different conversation, because he's fit, he's not fit, he's sick, he's not fit.
it's not looking good, is it? It's not looking good, ultimately. I will search for Paul Gore's tweet now, because somebody said he delivered an update. So I'll try and find out what he said on him. So far, I've just seen David Lynch talk about the fact that he's clearly not fit enough. Here we go. Trained as normal on Friday. Unclear if there's a fresh injury setback at this stage. So, yeah. Listen, if he trains fine Friday, and in the last, what's that? Not even 48 hours, that's 24 hours and a bit, ultimately. That isn't good. That isn't good at all. If he's had a major setback in that small time frame that's transpired since training, I'm reticent to say the writing's on the wall, but there's a formidable case building to suggest that the writing might be on the wall for Federico Chiesa. It was seen as a transfer, and I guess this still does remain whilst there's 5 months left in the season. It was seen as a transfer with only upside, really. He cost 12 million. He had loads of quality. He's got decent experience having won the Euros of Italy. He lit up that Euros as well. So there was a lot of potential positives to be gained from signing him. What was it? An opportunistic, a bit of a risk-free signing. But what use is he? And this sounds so terrible, but it's also true. Like, what use is he if he just can't get on a bench? And we're naming, and I really like Jadon Danns. I think Jadon Danns is part of the conversation around solving our centre-forward long-term issue. But he shouldn't be in the squad over Federico Chiesa, A, because of experience, B, because Jadon Danns himself has missed loads of footy this season. Like, he only started playing 2 weeks ago. I think he got back, and even he is more ready than Federico Chiesa for today in whatever form that comes in. It's a problem. It really is. And what we do in terms of solving it is really fascinating to me. There's a good chance we just persevere between now and the end of the season, and we bite down on it and say we'll just crack on, and then maybe we'll cut our losses in the summer. Doing something in January feels not risky, because there is no risk attached to a football doesn't play for you right now, ultimately. But I don't know, it feels like Liverpool, not very Liverpool-like, I think it's fair to say. They don't panic buy often, although Ozanka back, Ben Davis would disagree with that statement, but they wouldn't panic sell either, I don't think, necessarily. So, yeah. But also, if Arne Slot was desperate, this is another point on this, it just dawned on me now. If Arne Slot was desperate to have a sixth senior centre-forward who can play across the front line and who provides minutes and can offer some respite for Salah, for Gakpo, for Diaz, whoever, to name today's front three, Chiesa isn't doing that right now. So do we have to go into the market in January and buy someone who can come in and do that? Quite possibly. There's loads. And Liverpool have done well without Federico Chiesa, obviously. But I can't help but think, like, what would it be like if we did have an option to go to from the bench with, again, his quality? Somebody a moment ago, I think it was Plu, forgive me if it wasn't, said, like, how do we know he's got quality? We know he's got quality. He obviously possesses quality. Like, that Euros that he absolutely took over wasn't that long ago. And it was definitely Federico Chiesa, it wasn't our fella. So he does have the ability to be a footballer for Liverpool Football Club. The Premier League thing, just think somebody else mentioned a moment ago as well, and John kind of labours that point in terms of, like, they don't suit it, and that may well be the case for Chiesa. It might be too intense for him. The training might be too intense for him. I know he struggled to cope with that in the early days of Liverpool life, so there's a lot to be spoken about when it comes to him, ultimately, and I'm sure we'll have lots more of that chat tomorrow on the podcast. But yeah, I've got some very strong views on it, really, and generally in terms of the contracts and transfers. So yeah, make sure you stick around with us. Not stick around, because like 24 hours away, it's a long old wait, but make sure you join us tomorrow for that. This came from Liverpool official, by the way. I did bring up that comment, but I did not say anything about it. So there you go. Got it from the actual. I don't think it's in stock anymore, though, so forgive me if it isn't there now. Time for my own clothing brand, Boss Clubber. I can have that for free. Thanks, Quadbot. I'll be dead honest with you, mate. I wasn't prepared to pay you for it. But thanks anyway. What do I think of Tchouaméni? I do like Tchouaméni. I have a thing, and I spoke to somebody about this in the gym this morning, because obviously I get asked these sort of questions in the gym as well. My normal life kind of blurs into what I do for a living sometimes. I like Tchouaméni. I do wonder, however, how easy it would be to get somebody of that ilk, calibre, and sort of readiness to play to Liverpool. I want us to sign another DM
to sort of come to the actual central point and why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because I think it would help bolster our chances of doing stuff this season, basically. And I look at it from a slightly different perspective. Like, if Arsenal went and signed a centre forward, that'd annoy me because I think they really need a centre forward. If I was a rival fan looking at Liverpool right now, I'd go, where can they strengthen? What could they possibly do? Some would argue left back and centre forward and then positions, but I would look at the understudy to Ryan Gravenberch and go, maybe there. So why not go and do it from my point of view? My only thing with that is, if it's Zubimendi or Tchouaméni for that matter, this basically quad bod. People in this chat have had to get into my point far quicker than I do, but it's fine. It's fine. I struggle to see how you convince somebody like that to come and play back up to Ryan Gravenberch, which is two things. Is a challenge of a gauntlet throw down to Richie's shoes. And I guess it says, do you want to come and try and win the Premier League, Champions League and some other cups as well? A lot of players will want and will jump at the chance to do that. A lot of players will want and jump at the chance to join Liverpool Football Club. But also, it speaks to how brilliant Ryan Gravenberch has been. That I can sit here with a straight face and tell you, Zubimendi, Tchouaméni, they don't get in over Ryan Gravenberch because of the way he's played this season. They just don't. They'd have to come in and be an understudy and play second fiddle to him. That's great, ultimately. Maybe that could be a quad bod. That might be the only reason I've got my job. Thanks for making me feel good about myself. Anthony says Carlos Blade would be ideal. And I'm off with you because he's of the age whereby he probably wouldn't demand immediate first team football, and by which I mean every single minute from here on out until the end of the season. So he could just dovetail interchange with Gravenberch, and you can push Gravenberch further forward. You can play Belieber alongside him. I think that's a really good option, personally. And there are definitely more out there. Adam Wharton, although he hasn't really had the season he had last year for Crystal Palace. But there are definitely options that fall into the category that I think makes more sense. The plug and play, ready to go, Zubimendi, Tchouaméni category are one thing. I don't think we'll do that or get that. The one below, which is good enough to play for you, but happy to be the understudy, are probably more like where we're going to go. And the Bajcetic point, which I brought up here, not forgetting about him at all, so much so that I literally went to Austria to watch him play football whilst Pip Linders was still the manager, like 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. So definitely not forgotten about him. And in a weird way, he could be exactly what I'm talking about in terms of he's good enough to do a job for us. We've seen that. He's of an age whereby he'd happily be an understudy to Ryan Gravenberch. I'm absolutely certain of it. He's got a decent amount of footy under his belt now in Austria. I think he's played like 19 games last time I checked, something like that. So he should be up to speed again and ready, because he wasn't that back end of last season. He certainly wasn't that in the summer either. So, yeah, and he's our footballer as well, ultimately. So if there is a opportunity or clause or whatever to get him back, I would be interested in that. And I think the fact that Pep Linders is no longer there as manager, I think that makes that all the more appealing, because it's one thing having him under the tutelage of somebody that you know and trust and will take care of him, but what does the new guy look like? You know what I mean? So it's a fascinating one. Quad ball, we have Mawson and McConnell. They're good enough for backup in less demanding games. You've got a biased starter and use Grav in rotation potentially. Yeah, a little bit. I tend to... The Mawson and McConnell thing, yeah, in certain games. I just don't see those games being Premier League games. It's Premier League is what I'm talking about here, because we've got 2 Carabao Cup games left in terms of semi-finals and hopefully a final to follow. And we've got, obviously, the Accrington Stanley game in the Cup. So, yeah, McConnell and Morton sounds like no problem at all. My actual thing with both of them, certainly Tyler Morton, less so McConnell because he's been injured quite a lot this season. I know, it's mad, isn't it? I think both need football. And I don't know whether they get the amount of football that they need just sticking around at Liverpool, is what I'm trying to say. Certainly not Tyler Morton. He's come off the back of 2 good loan spells, Blackburn and Hull respectively, playing off the top of my head around 40 games in both. A lot of minutes, and he's been nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. We haven't got enough minutes for Taro Endo right now, who's in his 30s, seasoned international, Japan captain, been around for years in the Bundesliga, like proper been there, seen it, done it type footballer. And I think he's played like 23 minutes in the Premier League so far this season. So if you can't get Endo the minutes, or you don't believe he's the right fit or the right profile, I struggle to see where you get him for Tyler Morton or James McConnell. As much as I like them both, I don't see either of them being the right answer for that. Has there been a goal in the Premier League? Someone asking about Spurs? 2-2. Spurs, man. And it's Postecoglou. Yeah, less said about him, the better. Let's spin it back around to this game. We've got 10 minutes before I love you and leave you all, and Paul and Chris come back in. So let's discuss today. What are we saying about score predictions? What are we saying about goal scorers? I say it every single time I sit here, but I don't want your predictions. I want your goal scorers as well. Let's go all in for a penny, in for a pound. I've just seen this Fulham 2, Bournemouth 2 as well. João Gomez I like a lot. Yes, sir, by the way. Just come back out of transfers. And listen, a lot of the talk between now and the end of January is going to be transfer related and contract related because of the situation that we're in. So yeah, Dave's random video. Why fix what's working? If that is in reference to the transfers, I get it. And yeah, I'd be more than happy to sit here on February the 4th, I think it is. I think the transfer window ends on the 3rd. And we're exactly as we were. The status quo has remained. We've continued winning games of football and we have the same squad. No issue with that whatsoever. I just think that whole strengthen from position of strength thing, we've got an opportunity to do that right now. And if Arne Slot wants a sixth attacker, as I mentioned, and Chiesa can't be that, maybe go and do something there. If Arne Slot clearly identified Zubimendi as somebody he wanted, maybe go and do that. If it's not him, maybe there's a different solution out there because Gravenberch has been so good. Again, I'll come back to it. If our rivals are looking at us and going, where's the chinks in that armour? Where's the sign of weakness? Maybe try and solve that without them knowing. And then all of a sudden they look and go, shit, that one problem area, that one slight issue that they might have had has now been resolved because they've signed XYZ. And the same could be said for the contracts as well. If people are looking at our contract situation now with the three and going, that could be what derails them, get them sorted. Anyway, score prediction time. I'll stop saying stuff for 1 minute. Eddie Hardy, Liverpool win 3-0, Salah, Gakpo and Jones. I like that a lot. And you got the memo about scorers. Jack Lloyd says 3-0 as well. Gala, whoever that is. Gakpo, Salah and Nunes from the bench will make a perfect Sunday. Is it Sunday? Yeah. Days just merge, don't they? Charlie Moss says, what does Harvey have to do to start? The Harvey one's an interesting one too. I've been spending quite a lot of my days thinking about Harvey Elliott because I'm with you a little bit. I don't know. Maybe just accrue more minutes and just build them up and impress every time he gets a chance. He might be one who has to really stand out in like the Carabao Cup games or even the Accrington Stanley game because he's probably in line for some minutes there as things stand, unless anything dramatic happens between now and then. Liam says 3-1 to the Reds. Everyone so far has said Gakpo and Salah, by the way. Big Verge is the third goal scorer for you, though. A different one now. We got Misty with 4-1. Salah, Diaz, Jota, and Jones. Ultimately, any win will do me. Rafa says 2-0 Mopen and Jota. Later 3-2. I've had too much food to have a 3-2 today. I'll be honest with you. I need it far more comfortable. In that case, we need to strengthen at the back. And a 5-0. Okay. Joe Gomez, there we go. The daily, weekly, whatever you want to call it, match daily, Joe Gomez finally breaks his duck prediction is in. We can all rest easy and get on with our nights. Listen, I've given up on Joe Gomez scoring for us ever. I'm just going to embrace it when it happens. Happy with a 1-0 clean. Gomez to score. We're back again. 2-1 Mo and Verge. 4-0 Diaz 2, Salah and Trent. Okay. Trent scored here. I went to West Ham away a couple of years ago when we had the accrue shirt. We got beat, so it was pretty bleak. But he scored a lovely free kick. Hopefully he can replicate something like that. John T says 3-1 to the mighty Red. Salah, Diaz, Jones and Bowen for the Hammers. Yeah, Bowen's the one to watch. I like Mohamed Kudus. Lucas Paqueta has quality and can be dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. Feels like he's got a booking in him more than anything else at the minute. He's just back from one of those suspensions as well. I've accumulated 5. But yeah, do we know when Narte's back? Soon. I know Arne Slot spoke about him 2 press conferences ago and said Bowman, Conor Bradley are not training with the team yet, but they are getting closer. I think the Man United game was earmarked as a possible one for both of them as well, actually. So yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see them in the squad for Man United. Certainly when you consider the fact we've basically got a week off after today, I think they will be in and around that conversation, which is good. Kevin says 3 points, no injuries and a Robbo goal. Interesting. Wonder why Robbo. I wonder if Arnold likes the height. Hawks, how are you? Hope you're well. I hope everyone had a good Christmas. Well, I haven't said that. Forgive me. Harvey won't play in the league when Mac also play. Yeah, it's a very good point. And I think certain games will sort of tap into that point more than others. Today's probably one of them, even without Thomas Souček in the West Ham midfield, who's a giant and a real problem in terms of aerial duels and from set pieces as well, actually. So he'll be a big miss for them. But yeah, I think there's certain sort of combative midfields we come up against that won't allow us to do Harvey Elliott and McAllister together. I think it's a fair point. Although McAllister gets stuck in, he does a lot of the dirty work. He's not a giant amongst men, is he, basically? Nor is Harvey Elliott. So, yeah, I don't know. It feels to me, I'm willing to just say at the moment that Harvey just isn't up to speed and he hasn't got a minute in his legs to warrant some games yet. That's kind of where I'm at with it. And also, Curtis Jones is playing well. Szoboszlai's been playing well when he's been called upon. So, yeah, I'm okay with the Elliott situation, given how much he missed at the start of the season. I just think at some point he's going to want to start playing more. And I don't think we're too far away from that being the case, personally. Joe says the West Ham backline has 2 centre-backs injuries, need to make them run around. They've got some injury problems. The midfield as well. I'm surprised Carlos Soler, good. Good. And the family boss, thanks very much for asking. Great Christmas. I'm surprised Soler is playing for the West Ham perspective. I felt like I think he came off at half-time in their last game, and he felt like a nailed-on absentee for this game for them. So they might have risked something there. They might have gone, we haven't got loads of options. Go and have a run around for us, mate. But yeah, in terms of the centre-backs, in terms of their frailties, this is definitely a game for Liverpool to go at West Ham. And there's nothing really stopping us doing that either. Like, our form compared to their form, there's real eyes and question marks around Julian Lopetegui. It doesn't feel like it'll take much. Kilman's the other one, yeah, and I was surprised to see his name included as well, to be honest. But if he is carrying something, again, Luis Diaz, Cody Gakpo, getting around him, make him work, make him turn, make him busy, basically, certainly in the opening exchanges. But yeah, no, I'm not doing the show alone, Ross. She was quite spoiled. I'll be honest with you though, Cobba, yes, she was, but she doesn't really need a lot. She's so young now. She doesn't really need for much. So there's only so much you can give her, is kind of what I'm trying to say. But yeah, she was great. She was great and she loved it, despite being completely oblivious to what was going on. No, Chris and Paul will be back in this room in a moment. I'll be taking over our social media accounts for the game, and then I'll be back later on to host a fan interactive show, which is very similar to this, except we talk about what's just happened and what we've just seen, and we talk about, hopefully Liverpool winning another game of football and moving even further clear of what is now Nottingham Forest, by the way, in the Premier League, which is something within itself. That defeat at Anfield looking better and better, or less painful by the day. Although if I told Arne that, he'd probably hit me right between the eyes. But yeah, and then we'll do the player ranking show as well, which where I go over to the boards and we have Boss, Sound, Your Messing, and I put the faces in the layers at your beck and call, basically. So yeah, make sure you stick around for all of that stuff because it's fun. We have fun doing this. It's not a Redmen product. No, a lot of love for the top, which is nice and appreciated. It's not from Redmen. It's from Liverpool itself, actually. So yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? I'm willing to. I'm not very good at taking compliments, generally speaking, but when it comes to this, I'm happy to field them all day long because it really is a thing of beauty. And I was delighted. Is Paul a good boss? Yeah. Very laid back, as you can imagine. He's not like a taskmaster. And to be honest with you, I'm going to toot my own horn here, despite saying I don't really good at taking compliments. Like, I do work a lot and quite hard. So he doesn't really need to be on my case much, I would say. So yeah, I don't experience what it'd be like to get on the wrong side of Paul when it comes to work ethic or work rate. So yeah, he's a good boss for me. We have fun. Luke Bryan has one request. Can we ask no Nunes crap tonight? Nobody called him rubbish tonight or lazy. Well, ultimately, as long as he, if he gets on and he produces or he has an impact or he has a net positive on the game, then there'll be no reason for any Nunes slander. But I am also with you at the same time. I don't think, providing we win, I don't think there's any, because there's a lot of that the other night post Leicester. We won the game, we moved 7 points clear, like always positive, and a lot of the discourse around the game itself wasn't Nunes shit. Listen, I've said it a million times, so for those who are regular viewers, listeners, I do think there's a conversation around the future of Darwin Nunes at Liverpool Football Club. I still maintain it's a conversation for the summer. And between now and then, we're just going to have to grin and bear it. The highs and the lows, the frustrations, the good stuff, we're just going to have to knuckle down and take it until that time arises. And speaking of times arising, Chris Pajak is waiting in the wings. So I will love you all and leave you all for now. Make sure you stay with us for the next couple of hours, as I mentioned, because it just gets better from here. I will love you and leave you all with some more of me, actually, because I spoke to James Sharp, who is a West Ham United reporter, and I got the West Ham perspective ahead of this one from him. Bye for now. In terms of the other side of things then, James, in terms of the key players and the danger men, my eye is always immediately drawn to Jarrod Bowen. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I was just going to say, from all the games I've done recently, it feels like all of the good stuff comes through Jarrod Bowen, and not even in a way really where teams, you'll know this, teams are built to get key players into the game. Like the way Liverpool are built, it's kind of just to get Mo Salah into scoring areas so he can do what he does. But with the West Ham, it's felt in recent weeks where Bowen's just kind of taken it upon himself just to get on the ball and just try and do stuff. I think that the main issue with Lopetegui, well, there are a few issues, but the main one is he's been in charge for months now, and we're yet to really see a recognisable style or identity or philosophy. Like Hertzler comes in at Brighton and you go, oh, right, that's how they want to play. Slot comes in and you're like, I mean, he's the biggest example, isn't he, of taking over a team that had such a set, ingrained identity over years and years. And I know I mainly cover West Ham, but I also did a piece. I did like a column every week kind of looking at tactics. I did one recently about comparing the title-winning side of Liverpool to the current one and what Slot's changed. And in such a little amount of time, within a few games, you'll know, obviously, way, way better than me, but you looked at it and you go, oh, this is how he plays. This is how he's getting this team to play. And he's got a team that's played a different way to do this very quickly. But with Lopetegui, there isn't that. We're still waiting to look at it and go, oh, this is what a Lopetegui side is, or this is the way they're playing. So when Bowen is picking the ball up, it doesn't feel like it's as part of a wider plan. It feels like Bowen is just trying to make stuff happen on his own.
Hey everyone, it is the Watchalong. I'm Paul Machin. This wonderful man next to me is Mr. Christopher Pajak. We've got Aaron and Amber producing. Dan is just chilling doing the socials in the other room, and he'll be back for some post-match content with you guys as well, as Chris and I do in the Player Ratings podcast over on Redmen Plus. But yeah, we're here. We are partnered with Dr. Emrah Sinek, plastic surgery and hair transplant expert. Periodically throughout the stream, there will be a QR code on screen, just like there was this then. But you click the link in the description underneath. So if you're in the market for a new hairline, as we head into new 2025, new year, new hairline, why not? Then yeah, you might be surprised at the deal you can get. So go and have a little mooch around his website and see what you think of the packages available. Then you go over to Turkey, get a little jollies, come back with a fuller, more lustrous head of hair, and yeah, crack on with 2025. I see the conversation is continuing on the Chiesa stuff in the comments. We I think Dan touched upon it just before we ended our last section, that by all accounts he trained earlier in the week. I don't know if we know any more on this.
Well, Slot spoke, but he wasn't asked specifically about him. He was asked about like Elliot and all that, wasn't he? So didn't mention about Chiesa and stuff. So I would imagine somebody would have said if he was injured by now. It feels like something that a journo would report. So I'm going to go out there on a limb and say he's not, and he's just not in the squad. Because in the absence of facts, let's just make shit up.
Yeah, why not? But let's speculate wildly. This is what the internet's for, Chris. It's not about facts. It's about creating the most interesting story. So I'm a long-standing wrestling fan. I wouldn't say I'm a huge, up-to-date modern wrestling fan, but I'm aware of the concept of so you have this thing called the dirt sheets in wrestling. And it was basically a bunch of guys who had limited connections inside the wrestling world, and they'd be fed some scuttlebutt or whatever, and then they'd make some rounded stories and maybe exaggerate a few bits and pieces. And there's Dave Meltzer's the most famous version. That's how much he's in the Vince McMahon documentary on Netflix. But he gets constantly slaughtered for all this. But football's become like that now. And I always find it mad because wrestling's wrestling storyline. Well, yeah. Look, it's scripted, so it makes sense that things can get out ahead of time, and then things can change. So things can be wrong because you can change things on the fly and all that kind of stuff. But footy's getting more and more like that, and transfers are obviously central to it. But people just make up a bunch of more interesting random shit, and then that becomes the accepted fact of it all. But Chiesa, look, fascinating. I hypothesized very briefly at the top of the show that if he's being linked away, and if Slot's been told, if you don't want him, mate, then we need to get rid of him in January, and you can't get rid of him in January if he's injured. So don't
get him injured.
Yeah, I mean that could be.
He could sit on the bench then, couldn't he?
We could too, but not if he then needs to play him. The alternatives that could be is he wants to give Dan's a good loan, and so actually getting him, putting him more visible might help him with all of that stuff. I really don't know. The thing is, these things are picked via training ground performance a lot of the times as well, which is even more concerning if that's the case, that he's being outdone in training by a young kid.
Yeah, again, it comes back to, though, we don't actually know, do we? And that's what, like, I have this all the time with my kids, and they're 8 and 10, where they just start going, well, who's that? Well, they might, and it's like, we live in a close, so like, a car comes in and like, who's that? I think they've gone over there because someone's not well. And I'm like, well, I mean, you're just making shit up. You're just making stuff up. There's no need to talk about this, girls. It was a car that came into the close to meet somebody. That's all we know. And he might not have even been to meet somebody. They might be lost. They might be asking for directions. But why am I talking about this? This is fucking stupid. Exactly. And I'm like, but this is what happens, unfortunately. So until we know, until someone tells us, then all we've got to do is create rumour. And what the problem with it all is, Paul, is the rumour always ends up being a negative thing. And that then impacts negatively on everybody. And it's never a positive thing.
Give me a positive spin on it then.
Okay. He has a child's birthday, and Slot decided to give him extra time off because it's his child's birthday and he wanted him to spend time with him.
Let's find out. Someone let me know when his kid's birthdays are. Let me know. We can find this out. It's the internet. Track him, hunt him, find out. I don't know whether Dan read it, but I'm going to read it again in Super Chat from Imran Adam, friend of the show. Boys, can give this a shout out. I'm having a care assessment next month for 12 weeks, and during this, my local authority is refusing to let the carers take me to Anfield for any matches. Oh, mate, that's terrible. I hope you're still able to follow the games regardless, of course. But yeah, that's poo. I hope you managed to get through this okay, mate. And welcome to Mindless Punk, who's joined as a wonder kid here on YouTube as well. Can we have some hearts and some thumbs up and all that kind of stuff? And whatever people used to be like, get well, be strong, whatever that emoji looks like. Anyone who's more emoji literate in the comments for me, please, that would be wonderful if you could do that. This is another one of them football matches for me, Chris. I have no massive sense of enthusiasm for this one. I'm now in that stage of the season now where I just want
to win the league.
I just want to win the league. I just want it done now. I just want to win the league. I just want to go. So I've won the league. Know that we've won the league. Enjoy it for a bit and have me summer. We're in that in between stage where no one really truly knows what day it is or what's going on or what their lives are meant to be. I'm having people saying like, well, what happens? Son's going, when am I going back to school? No idea, mate. Don't even know where we are. Don't even know what that means. Is it next week? Is it the week after?
Not sure you can go to school anymore.
No, absolutely zero.
No, I am looking forward to this though. And I was saying to you just then, like, we're about to enter the second half of the season, aren't we? We've obviously played West Ham in the Cup. I'm really excited to see how Slot does in the second games against all the teams, because we've seen how good he is in second halves when he's had 45 minutes of analysing the team and how good we've been. Imagine when he's played every single team and seen what they've done and had the knowledge, and he doesn't have to watch all of their games from scratch again. I think there's a possibility here that Liverpool actually get better in the second half of the season, because we seem to have a manager who understands what is going on with the other side better than maybe anyone we've had since Rafa Benitez, because Rafa was good at all that type of stuff, but Slot seems to have just taken everything on board first season, and in the first game against those teams is able to analyse it in 45 minutes and go, this is what we need to go better. So imagine what he's going to be like second half of the season.
Pragmatism, or being a pragmatist, or being pragmatic, is often, I think, damning with faint praise. Like, it's a bit like, it actually also seems a bit like dour or negative. You know, when you call someone who's a pragmatist, you don't really think of them being particularly dynamic. But actually, Slot is very pragmatic in how he sets his teams up and how, you know, we approach things. There is a broad style that's recognisable across most of our performances for large spells. But you hear the players talking about it, about how he's got it. He tweaks it week in, week out, because he's got good enough players that they can take this thing on board. And you're right, more training times are only going to help them get better at that. You might bring more shifts in system or whatever as it goes ahead, but you're right, he's very good at adapting on the fly, and to be able to get the results that we've gotten so far is a huge credit to the manager and of course to the players who've taken to the field so far. So yeah, we do get better in the second halves historically of seasons. Will that trend follow? Fingers crossed, because I am still kind of shocked that we are where we are. Not based on what I've seen as the season's gone on. I am
shocked from where we were.
Yeah,
before the season started.
Yeah, I'm starting to see every week. I see and go, yeah, okay. It makes increasing sense to me the more we play. But I can't allow myself. I can't bring myself to like, I don't know, relax. And of course, you can't. No, you shouldn't, because that's what football is. If you knew what the outcome was going to be, there would be no fun to it. What's I know what all your Christmas presents are going to be like.
Yeah, it's never as fun as it watching a game where you've missed it and you know the score. Even if you've won, it's just not as fun as the journey of the game itself.
You can enjoy it in a different way.
Yeah.
So you can actually
more
enjoy it
analytical.
at a higher level, a higher base level, but actually nothing comes close to that. Yeah, nothing comes close to that like kind of moment of actually really truly living it. No, you're dead right.
I think the other thing I think with this side at the moment, and you know, for me it was epitomised in the Boxing Day game, is I felt like the team themselves sorted some issues out in the second half against Leicester. You know, when we just played passes between Joe Gomez, Virgil van Dijk and the other defender all along the back line, and they just went, well, they're not coming out and we're just going to keep knocking it along the halfway line. That felt like the team of their own volition just going, okay, well, let's just be a bit more pragmatic. And it was after the Daka chance, wasn't it? Once they conceded that chance, I think everyone just went, why are we fucking arsed? Like, you know what I mean? Let's just win the game here. Like, you know what I mean? There's absolutely no problems with that. And this is where, you know, under Klopp, you know, when we were at our absolute pinnacle, we had all the tools to be able to figure it out ourselves, because we'd played every side. We knew what everyone was about. We knew what each of our players were about. We knew everything the Klopp was going to ask us to do, because we'd unlocked all of the fucking XP that we were at level 10, you know what I mean? Yeah. And we're getting through that now, aren't we, where you just unlock a little bit more each and every week. And for me, the Boxing Day game was the first time where they've gone, they didn't need Slot to go, relax, keep the ball. They just went, we need to relax and keep the ball here.
So that fact that came out, is it the amount of times we've gone considered the first goal this season, it surprised me how many we had, because at no point have I felt like that's been a thing.
Well, not as much of a thing as last season.
No, well, exactly. Well, last season it was really concerning, because it's like that thing of you're going to run out of juice, but it's because of how we play. Yeah, we've conceded the first goal too many times. We need to cut that shit out. We do, but it doesn't feel like anything like the monumental shift to be able to achieve that as it did a year ago. Now, because we're getting we're doing it, but then we're having games won in like the first 50 minutes of you know, we're getting back on terms in the first half often. And then, or if not, we're killing games off in the first 5-10 minutes of the second half, and then having the rest of the game totally under our control. So, yeah, this does feel loads less wild and loads less ragged, loads more relaxing in its own way. But honestly, as a fan base, and this is pure Liverpool fan talk, of course, but why wouldn't it be? It's Redmen TV. We've earned a title win that isn't like fucking ridiculously painfully stressful.
Yeah, we very much have, and we've earned it where we get to be in the grounds as well. Yes, most importantly, because we've had one, but we haven't had it ourselves, have we?
Literally, probably within about 6 inches of where we're sat right now. So yeah, please Liverpool, keep going, and yeah, it starts today with West Ham. Mention it, Lucas Paqueta, I think he's a terrific player. Kudus and Bowen, all three of them players are good enough to play for Liverpool, and actually, you know, have a good positive impact in that Liverpool squad, but Liverpool have got tons of really good players themselves, in good form, with something to really fight for here. West Ham are a funny old football team still, so hopefully we can put them to the sword today. Chaos Crumpets sent £2 of their pounds in to say Chris Pajak to be Liverpool's second right back in 25-26.
Oh, I really hope not. That's a terrible idea. I like, honestly, like, you'd wish Chiesa was playing right back, because the amount of minutes I'll be available for is a lot, but actually the amount of minutes that I'll be able to run for, I don't think I get into the minutes. Seconds. And I could only run very slowly as well.
I'd have put you right back in your pump. He had the engine. Pure determination powers this man, like Wayne Rooney was. There was no reason Wayne Rooney should not have been as fast as he was, but something about the innate fire in his belly made him faster than some of the fastest players.
That's very kind. Not true, but very kind.
Very true. Anyway, we are underway at the London Stadium. Goalkeeper Areola sends it long over to that left-hand side. Big header won by Joe Gomez. A little bit of head tennis. McAllister tries to chest it down, and then Van Dijk stands a header up towards Curtis Jones, who gets fouled, and Liverpool get a free kick. Scintillating first 20 seconds of this game. It's another one of those games for me where it's like it feels like a wait and see for me, because we've been so good. I'm still part of me, I guess, and I'm not a pessimist, you know this, but there's like, will the bubble burst? Will we have another sticky patch? Because we had a couple of draws, and when we've had good seasons, a couple of draws back to back has been about as bad as it's got. You know, in 18-19 and 19-20, that was, apart from that spell after COVID, when or after the COVID break, where we just went, who gives a shit? We've won the league, we'll just fucking piss it up. But this is, I'm interested to see what Liverpool have got in the locker today, as West Ham come down the left-hand side with... Is that a Wan-Bissaka?
I was thinking, is that Wan-Bissaka? I think it was, you know.
Yeah.
I can't understand. No, hang on. It is. He's 29, isn't he?
Kudus is over on the right at the moment, obviously, of a front.
Yeah, Wan-Bissaka is number 29, so that was him.
Yeah.
Was he off?
It is Mohamed Kudus, and he's offside. Interesting call again, you know, in terms of like fitness and rotation. I would have expected Tsimikas to start this game.
Yeah, I did as well, actually. But, you know, again, Arne Slot said that he wasn't quite ready. Obviously, he's only been involved for, I think he said 2 weeks. And obviously, that's talking about training and stuff like that.
It's funny that,
as well.
Klopp used to be like,
oh, he's back.
3 training sessions, then it became, he's available, get him back in the team. And Slot's like, 2 or 3 weeks. Just yeah, no problem.
Do you know the interesting one I read the other day, I'm sure everybody will, but about like staying in their own houses and stuff? Did you get onto that? That's so interesting. Yeah.
This came out early on in the season, but it's kind of reared its head again as being the significant difference. Slot was happy for them to stay at home, whereas Klopp used to always get them together at the Hope Street Hotel, wasn't it? They'd stay there before games. Fine. I mean, marginal gains in it, and it's funny that it's just sometimes you need to make a couple of little changes so your regime is felt in more ways than just when you walk onto the training pitch. No, I do like it. I'm not sure all the players would be totally keen on that, but yeah. I mean, we found out on the AXA portrait show I did with Curtis Jones that he's got his own like barbering room in his house. So like they're all set up for whatever their pre-match routines require. They've all got it on site these days.
Well, I mean, I meant... Oh, hang on a minute.
Gakpo controls it on the left wing. Looks inside. Lovely little dancing on the ball there.
It's too far away for the cross to the back stick.
Yeah. And Gravenberg's just going to play it along Trent, tucked inside. At the moment, wide to Salah, hugging the touchline up against Wan-Bissaka. Inside, outside.
That's why he's over there, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is why he's over there.
Yeah.
Right-footed, so when he cuts inside, he's on his strong foot.
Trent whips one towards Gakpo, cleared away for now.
That seems very defensive to me, doesn't it? It's like, I know he's not the most attacking of fullbacks, Wan-Bissaka, but you are literally saying, yeah, you're not getting up the pitch, mate, because you can't go up there with your right foot and whip a ball in, which actually probably helps Trent out a little touch, do you reckon?
Perhaps, yeah, we'll have to see.
Not as worried about the overlap maybe from Wan-Bissaka if he's if Paqueta or someone's over there.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, it depends. Sometimes fullbacks come alive, don't they, when they're played on the wrong side? It actually gives them a greater sense of sort of freedom to go and attack. And, Wan-Bissaka's not a particularly attacking fullback at the best of times. But yeah, that will be interesting to see how that develops for them. Yeah, it's interesting that. So they've got it as SofaScore have got it as a back four, although it doesn't. Yeah, actually, Koufal at right back, Wan-Bissaka at left back, and then Emerson's pushed on.
Chance? Oh, no, there's not.
Yeah, goes through to the goalie. And West Ham can build.
Yeah, just back onto the stuff you said about Curtis Jones before and having like a barbering unit in his house or whatever. I mentioned that Jordan Henderson article on The Athletic about Ajax and stuff. And Hendo, when he first got there, had to ask for like basically the keys to go and use all the fucking warm down equipment, because Ajax weren't doing warm downs after doing games and stuff, and like now they've had to completely change that because the recovery side of things, Hendo's basically saying you've got to do recovery. And like he said, it was like Ajax were really embarrassed that a player was coming in and going, "Can I have access to the building, please?"
Oh Christ! Andy Robertson caught in possession. Bowen fires it across. And he's put it wide. That is a huge moment. Liverpool so nearly behind early once again. Lucas Paqueta slid in at the back post and couldn't direct it between the sticks. Robertson just dallied on it too long there, Chris.
It's poor, mate. It's poor. And, I'm assuming he got a shout of some description, but everything from that point onwards, West Ham did really well. Obviously, Bowen picks out his man and Paqueta thankfully slides and falls over.
Yeah,
but it's poor from Robertson. Yeah. I think, generally speaking, for me anyway, his form has had a little bit of an upturn, but he's been involved in a lot of goals that we've conceded equally.
Yeah, absolutely. Robertson makes the overlap. Gakpo goes.
Oh, what a ball!
To Mohamed Salah!
Oh, it's a save!
A save from Areola down low to his left. It was just a goal. It had goal written all over it. Salah bearing down at the back post. I thought he could have gone across goal.
Look at this though, and Robertson does really well, and then Gakpo just drives into the space that Robertson does, and the pass is perfect, and Salah thinks it's a goal, and the big nipple saves it, and it's unbelievable.
It's Salah the way he finished. It was all like, and here is the goal that I've scored, it wasn't. Okay, corner to Liverpool then, outswinger from the far side. The Arsenal Soul Train movement's not being used today. Van
Dijk's just has him right off, right in front of him.
Kudus just went down like he'd been floored, and Van Dijk laughed in his face. Okay, McAllister delivery again. Trent hovering on the edge. Maybe looking to pick up a knockdown. See what we do. Heart of the area. Van Dijk gets the header.
This is it, isn't it? Obviously, it's down to the delivery, but the big thing from the Leicester game was McAllister taking the corners after Trent had about 6 crap ones.
Yeah.
And the thing I said on the final word was, I love the fact that Trent was on the edge of the box.
Yeah.
Because that's almost the perfect player. It's one of those where it just drops and instinctively Trent can hit anything there and it can go in.
And it's what he can create as well if it's not
Run
even
hitting again.
Yeah, is McAllister coming forward. Salah behind the back line. Curls it.
Oh, he's missed it! How has he missed that?
It went past him. He didn't get I don't know if he got any connection on it at all. Not sure whether Salah might have been
It's the pace of the ball by McAllister. Look at this. He hits it hard because he knows he's got to get it there quickly, and then the ball's perfect. And Gakpo just misses it, inexplicably misses it.
Yeah, just can't duck deep enough to get on it. It's one of them. The angle of it doesn't suit the header. It suits, if he's further out, it suits the volley, but it's somewhere in between. Great football. Salah might have been offside in the build-up for that one as well. Right, we've got loads of
they check, and they check if anybody else was off fucking side as well.
Those checks, man, against Leicester, and I know it's like they can't afford, once you've started, they can't afford to get it wrong. But like,
mate, you went back about 19 phases of. They went back to last week in the Leicester game. Like, come on, like, you know what I mean? Foul, thank you. Yellow card. He pulled him. That's a yellow card.
Check his birth certificate. Yes. What did he weigh? Oh, I'm not sure about that. That's a bit heavy. Kieran Orr. The wonderful Kieran Orr. Been a legend subscriber for about 6 years now, worth every penny for the content you folks provide year on year. Thanks for the laughs this year and wishing you all the best for 2025, Kieran. Thank you so
That's
much.
lovely, thank you.
Are a genuine legend amongst legends. Is Cody
Here we go. Oh, what a ball again by McAllister.
Robertson couldn't get the cross, well defended corner to Liverpool. Raj Desi sends in, says 4-1 to the Reds. YNWA.
I think 3-0.
Josh. Hi Paul and Chris, providing that we win the league next year, I would like to see Klopp on the parade bus along with Slot. Regarding COVID restrictions, this team is as much his as it's Slot's. Thoughts?
I like the fact that you think of it like that, but I am all for just moving on at this point. And if Slot wins the league, Slot's won the league.
Yeah, again, if he wants to, open invitation to come and stand with me on the Chilwell 5-ways and watch it go past
on the roof.
He can get on my shoulders if he wants. And swing it.
Go on!
McAllister!
Oh, McAllister's had a great start to this game, by the way. 2 good corners. Interesting, actually, that Robertson didn't take the one on the other side and we went for the outswinger.
Yeah.
That's unusual for us. It's normally innies all the way.
Is it Joe Gomez?
Oh, that's a corner then, right?
It's definitely a corner.
I mean...
Yeah, well, it should be a corner. It's not. Watty has just joined us. Welcome to Redmen Plus video.
How's that not a corner?
I know, when it was... Yeah, it was... Yeah. A disgrace. If you wonder what Redmen Plus videos are, it's a tier here on YouTube memberships where you get access to all of the extra videos that we do on Redmen Plus, all the new ones. So yeah, if you just want the convenience of watching extra Redmen videos through your YouTube app, then subscribe to that. But obviously it doesn't give you the full access that redmenplus.com does, but it is much more straightforward in terms of watching the videos. We're working on that. It's a very, very costly process, but yeah, this is our halfway house solution. So yeah, fill your boots on that regard. Thank you so much to Watty. Long ball over the top. Alison Becker will gather
Gakpo
that.
There.
Diligence. Okay, Joey Gomez gets it back from Ryan Gravenberch. Looks up, he's going to have a little adventure forward. Plays the ball over the top. Something for McAllister to run down. Interesting. Oh, a bad touch there from the West Ham defender. Supposed to dig that one out.
Quickly, there's 2 there.
Robertson.
There was 2.
They're screaming at it.
No, he was there, obviously, but there was 2 there.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Just got steamrolled by Kudus there. Bounces back to his feet quickly and gets on with it. Looks like Kudus is trying to be a bit of a prick today. Be interested to see get on him for a daft yellow card at some point during this game. Virgil. So no one wants to talk to you about. So I put a tenner on Liverpool to win the league at the start of the season. I got 7-1, I think.
Nice.
It's on.
Should have put more on.
I know. But I've got. So I'm on to get 70 quid back. We cash out at 50 quid at this point.
Yeah.
And I've never had anything like that happen to me before. Salah attacking is into the box outside of the boot. Oh, the keeper fists it up, but not away. Gakpo. Lovely touch, needs support, finds Robertson. He digs it out towards the back post. Salah now controls it. It takes him away from goal. He plays a first-time ball.
It'll just go. Your cash outs will just go up the more Liverpool.
Oh yeah, 100%. But like, there's a point at which it's like there's not a.
Do you need the money?
No.
Then wait for the 70.
Yeah. But like, yeah, 20 quid's not on either. You know what I mean?
But you get the satisfaction of knowing that you waited it out, knowing full well that Liverpool were going to win it.
Okay. What do you reckon, peeps? Should I?
And if it gets close,
50 quid?
If it gets close, just cash out.
Yeah. But what if it cash out? What if it's less than 50 quid?
No, it's not, is it really? Don't matter. Just win. Win the bet and love the fact that you won the bet for the first time in how many years? Because you used to do the pound every week, didn't you?
Yeah, that was a 2008, 2009 season vintage that way. Yeah, every Friday I go and put a quid on at the bookies at the bottom of my street, which is mad because there was a couple of weeks where we went like, yeah, we were quite far out on that one. Anywho,
well, the chat agrees with me. Cash out's a winner, says Mal, and Kieran also says if you cash out now, with all love and respect, you're a wool.
Virgil van Dijk has got it. Joe Gomez, cash out suspended on the Champions League bet as well, by the way, which is, so I can't get a full picture of where I'm at with that.
Go on, Mo.
Mo Salah, well defended.
Oh, here's
there
one
by
actually.
Kilman.
Liverpool win the league is enough for a reward, so take the money now.
See, this is it.
Okay. Two sides to every story.
Yeah, Trent goes back to McAllister. McAllister to Gravenberch playing right.
The thing is, if you
moment.
cash out now and we don't win it, you'll think it was your fault. Well, I will anyway.
No, I wouldn't.
I will.
I wouldn't give less of a shit about that.
I will. I'll be like, you fuck.
I did look at it and think, could I cash out and spend 50 quid on the bet
Another
again?
bet. Yeah. Well, you can cover that 20 quid.
Right, Shrab Patil says, what are your thoughts on all the Trent rumours? Do you think all 3 contracts would have been sorted if we still had Klopp? Well, bearing in mind they didn't get sorted when we had Klopp.
I do think the Klopp thing made it more difficult for them, as in like the Virgils and the Moes of this world, because they probably would have liked to have seen what the training was like, what the team was, the direction, all that type of stuff. So I do think that had an impact in some way, but equally... Klopp doesn't do the contracts.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful ball down the line. Mo Salah now. He's got Diaz central. Curtis Jones has arrived, and Curtis Jones in the box. Curtis Jones, great block. It was blocked by the defender or the goalkeeper, but it was wonderful football.
He's won it back.
Jones has won it back. Battles.
It's still in.
It's still in play.
How's it still in? Oh,
West Ham. Yeah, just managing to keep hold of it in the corner here.
Oh, he's
little Megs on Ryan Gravenberch.
Not too mega.
Yeah, not too mega indeed.
Oh, you've been done.
And Luis Diaz up against Aaron Wan-Bissaka, who was having the game of his life there, and his one over the top for Kudus to run down foul on Robertson. And Van Dijk gets back there, and Kudus absolutely whams it away. I want to see that again. I don't know whether that was the goalie or the defender throwing himself, but it was a great ball, great run, and good effort from. Yeah, all right, well, let's just watch this again instead.
Yeah,
the foul.
There we go. Mo does brilliantly, but he had Cody as well. Like, the ball to Curtis was just unbelievable. I don't know who it was. Still don't know who it was. We're in again.
Left-hand side, Gakpo into the box. Overlapping run from Robertson just behind him, back to Gakpo. He
does the right thing, though.
Holds possession. McAllister now. Robertson's held his width.
Drill it.
Now he's going to whip it across the face. Cleared up, but not away, and it will be a corner to Liverpool from Mavropanos. Exciting
Liverpool turning the screw now, aren't we? I mean, we've had four really good chances, I think, to West Ham's one. That scare just seems to have given us a jolt in the arm, doesn't it, almost early doors, and they've gone, no, let's just fucking win this game of footy quick if we can, please. Let's get one in the back of the net now. McAllister, third corner, third time he's taken one, I think. And Virgil's at the back stick now. This is an interesting one, because when we were doing this the other day, he was on the penalty spot, wasn't he?
Let's see. Whipped in near. Oh, right central again. Headed away for now. Trent goes back to Gravenberch. He's got Jones.
Oh, nice.
Oh, he just dribbles toward the centre instead.
Was he off?
Cody Gakpo spun.
He was off.
Smacked the shot high and wide. Charlotte Weir with the huge £20 super chat. Thank you so much, Charlotte.
Yeah,
do you feel there's a big difference between live match experience versus TV commentary? On Match of the Day, they were singing Liverpool's praises versus Leicester, but watching it in the stands, there was sloppy passes and slowness in the first half. Just me. I watched that game on the telly, and I was also periodically checking social media, as you do, and even it's funny how vibes can be different on things. I think a lot of people who were at that game felt a bit more miserable about how Liverpool played, whereas I felt I was reasonably calm with how we played in the first half of that. So sometimes you get much more positivity being at the ground, but every now and again it can be a bit more downbeat, I guess. Yeah, it's weird. Game by game thing, I think. Plus, that was very, very, very late for a very drunken day. I imagine the vibes, the good drinking vibes fade quickly at that if you've been going for that kind of length. Right, Robertson's got it in the back line. Just shift it over to Virgil. Virgil over to Joe Gomez.
More often than not, though, it's the other way around. More often than not, by a mile, and it's the commentators.
Yeah.
They just keep beating a fucking narrative
It's
over
when they
and
catch
over
on
and
to
over
one
again, and it's
thing.
like,
Yeah.
oh my God, shut up.
It's like, again, to bring it back to rest, like somebody hit upon a gimmick.
Mo,
Oh, Mo's in behind again. Flick up by Diaz. Could he have maybe let that run? I don't know. Doesn't matter
I
now.
thought it was the defender who got it, to be honest. Might be wrong.
He's just back.
Oh, wow. Brilliant
Gakpo's
play.
battled.
It's our ball, that. Or
Yeah,
maybe he did flick it, yeah.
He did, yeah. He's same as that meant for Salah, Soz.
Oh, he did, you're right. Oh.
Oh, Curtis Jones
Again, just a little bit sloppy. I don't think he expected the...
Paqueta's not happy, and neither of the West Ham crowd with that one. But yeah, well done, Curtis Jones. Joe Gomez now.
You know, the other thing on the commentary side of things, and it sounds mad to say when you're watching like a watch-along or listening to a watch-along, as a lot of people do, but like, you know, when you watch it with just the match effects, you formulate your own thoughts.
Yeah. But also, as we led, you do miss out on stuff because there's stuff happening that isn't shown on the telly, but
yeah,
you know, that they've got access to certain information like injuries and, you know, updates and, you know, those kind of things. But yeah. I was having this chat with my son who's got his VR for Christmas, and how I still harp on about the Russia World Cup. BBC's VR app was, for me, is the best way to experience football televised, because you could watch it from a wide angle, side angle, so you can see every player on the pitch at once. But you also had the televised coverage above, so you're seeing what the cameras and what everyone at home is seeing. But yeah, you're right. Narratives are set by commentators. So like Gary Neville on Liverpool games, he's desperate to set a negative agenda around Liverpool because it makes him happy. And if you just get a miserable commentator, they can be exactly the same. Or if a commentator doesn't understand something, so you had years of
zonal market.
Yeah, exactly. Loads of defenders who never defended zonally,
losing their shit about teams defending only.
When everyone was defending only, just that no one knew enough about it to commentate on it. Right, here's Trent. Diaz has made the run.
He's gone for goal.
He's come for a long one to Diaz, and he's overhit it, and it will be a goal kick to West Ham United. Trig, Josh, totally agree with this. If you haven't, please give the like button a tap to show the Redmen team how much we appreciate them. Thank you so much, Josh. Yeah, please do it, anyone. That would be great. Someone pointed this out here. AWSC, West Ham is defending in their own half, waiting to counter. You can see already that that's their game plan. They've got tons of pace there with Kudus and Bowen. It makes perfect sense, really. So this is one of them games, really, isn't it? Because we're doing really well, but we could do with getting a goal, and not just one goal. We could do with getting 2 goals, because this game will remain in West Ham's wheelhouse until we take it away from them, really. Yeah,
that's it. And the longer they stay in the game, the more the crowd will get into it, the more confidence that they'll get that they can get something out of the game. So a goal in this half is obviously going to be a massive thing for us, and they might have to change their game plan if they get a goal. I doubt they will until probably 60-70, even if they were 1-0 down. But you get that first goal, you then get that second goal, you say to them, well, the game plan was wrong, all the players start doubting the manager again, because it's brittle, your confidence at the way they've been playing at the moment.
Liverpool on the front foot again. Luis Diaz has drifted left hand side, Gakpo's on the edge, so is Jones. Diaz goes for goal.
It's a good save, isn't it?
Beaten away by the goalie. Yeah,
it's a strong arm, that, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a strong arm. It was a bit down the keeper's throat, but it caught him a little bit unaware. Yeah, he's having a great game.
And then Diaz, he probably just uses the fact that Gakpo and Jones are there, and then he knew what he wanted to do straight off, didn't he? In that position, he knows he's confident over there. Yeah, it's a good palm away. Corner ball again, anyway.
He really whipped that one towards.
Yeah, you were right. It was a bit close to him, wasn't it? He didn't set it out far enough.
Okay, coming up on 23 minutes played. Another corner for Liverpool. One of many. Will it be another McAllister? Whipped one towards the heart of the penalty area. We shall see. Once again, Trent hovering on the edge. Diaz with the header this time, more towards the front corner of the 6-yard box and over the bar.
Virgil there. I think he might have ended up on the floor. Someone was on the floor.
Simon Cook wants a song. Okay, we can do that. God, we've got so few of these players at the football club anymore.
Why are you not getting contract signed? How dare you watch the game?
You're watching the footy bar. I reckon you should see him go, eeny, meeny, miny, not Mo. Areola plays it out to Wan-Bissaka, chests it down, lobs it forward. West Ham, a couple of balls got through Liverpool there. Van Dijk goes and tidies up, sends a long one.
Got a chance.
Yeah.
It'll
done,
do.
Liverpool. Jones. Gravenberg drifted out wide. There's Curtis Jones under pressure.
Interesting that we've not got Trent into that sort of area.
High and wide.
Yeah, what?
High and wide?
Yeah, into that area. Like, the first half was just all that against Leicester, wasn't it? And I would have thought we'd have done a little bit of that today.
I wonder if he's just feeling out, because of their counter-attacking threat, whether he's maybe not over-committing just too much yet. Gakpo goes back to Robertson, McAllister. Back to Virgil van Dijk, and now Virgil's got most of the players on the pitch ahead of him. Nice little movement there from Curtis Jones, picks it up.
Mo's inside now and Trent is high and wide.
Like magic. Oh, Trent gives it to Salah, made that run. He's even further wide now. Keeps it in with the back heel, but only succeeds in giving it away. And that was to Emerson. And West Ham looking to build. But this is how their build up on that side's mad. It's all done in half volleys.
Yeah, there you go. Mo's in again.
Salah's now got space. He's got Diaz moving towards the near post. Couldn't quite push it through cleanly to the Colombian, and it is blocked and cleared, and a Liverpool throw-in on the right hand side.
He thought he had it though, didn't he? That little outside of the boot. Just dink it round the player and let Diaz run onto it.
Throw in then.
I'm just going to put this on the screen because I'm hoping this tricks Liverpool into scoring.
Okay, like that. Let's leave it on there. Leave it on there and it'll look like it just happened. Leave it on until we score. Virgil, Gakpo now. Looks for a give and go.
Oh, God, take that
gave.
I'll do that later.
And the goal was bad to put it back. Oh, thanks so much from Vic Nasty here. Says, you guys are my pie in the sky for 2025. Going to prioritise the subscription real soon. Across the pond, your coverage is the only acceptable coverage. Happy New Year, fellas. Ryan WA. I love that. Thank you so much.
That's great, thank you.
And Charlotte Weir's just sent another huge super chat in, which I'll get to once the ball is safe. Gomez goes back to Allison. Bowen charges him down and he lobs it forward. Well done. Charlotte, yes.
Have you read this one?
Hang on. When chat asks for the song, it reminds me when I was a kid and I pestered my mum to put the Now albums on. What do you think Areola knows is an unfortunate last name in English? Surely. Yeah, that's it. Is anyone at West Ham smart enough to know that as well? Surely someone said that to him at some point.
I don't think it's unfortunate. I like him.
Yeah. What's wrong with what? It's like, what's this one? Be Oddie. What's rude about it? About a body? It's Bill Oddie. Joe Gomez for the second time in this game is stunned at what Anthony Taylor's given there. He thinks it's a Liverpool goal kick. He lets it run. It hits the attacker's foot.
And then goes out of play.
And then goes out for a goal kick to Liverpool. Emerson got the last touch quite clearly. And Anthony Taylor, who's already denied us a corner ourselves by not seeing the deflection off a West Ham man, has got this wrong as well. Anthony Taylor getting things wrong. Crazy, right? Corner in swinger for West Ham. Deep. Allison's under it. Gets a good solid double hand away. Bowen will gather right hand side. We'll need to stay sharp here. Twisting and turning. McAllister gets his cross in. Gravenberg back in with the head away. Kudus flicks it, gets a return ball. Forward run there. He crosses, hits his own
They'll
man.
probably give a corner for that.
Fucking calm as a bitch. Love it. Blam the ball off the back of Kufal for a Liverpool goal kick. Lovely.
So look at some of the stats then. I'm just going to refresh here. Wow, they've not had a shot yet. So 60% possession to us, 0.93 expected goals, 6 shots, 1 big chance. They haven't had anything.
And it's interesting that because they obviously not counting the lack of the weird connection from Paquetá's a shot, yeah, because it hits his standing foot. But still, obviously, still probably one of the bigger chances in the game. There we go. Gravenberch under pressure continues to carry forward. That's a great tackle there to dispossess him, and West Ham can go along. They're wanting to do. McAllister now back to Robertson.
Good that he's there though, because Gravenberch was obviously the one further up, and McAllister and Jones were both in there defending.
Really smart. Great ball from Trent.
We're looking to try and get in the ball a lot, aren't we, this half?
Yeah, Trent, great whip into the box, headed away.
That's the area of the field I was expecting to see him in.
Well, that was the thing about the Leicester one, is that the narrative was, and I saw it a bit on lots. I think it was James Pearce. I just said lots of aimless crosses. I never really felt like they were aimless crosses. I thought we thought the crosses were quite really dangerous in that first half. Diaz. Towards the 18-yard box, gets it back, deflection.
Oh yes! Oh yes!
Lucio has broken the deadlock. He got a little slice of luck as the ball dropped back to him, but there was nothing lucky about the finish. Arced into the bottom corner, breaks down a wonderful goal. Liverpool 1-0 up against West Ham.
And he just used Salah, didn't he? Just enough to put a little bit of something into the defender, like I might just pass it to Mo.
Yeah.
And then he just drills it bottom corner. Let's see it again. He
tries a through ball, doesn't he? And it comes back to him.
There you go. Oh, it's a lovely turn, isn't it? Tries to get it through, plays a lovely 1-2 with Kufal, and then bottom bins, no problem.
Yeah. You see, great run from Curtis Jones, opens that space up inside for him, because you see, I think it's Kilman's run gets drawn across to cover Jones, and great thinking on his feet there from Luis Diaz. Bottom left-hand corner.
Finish.
Sends the keeper the wrong way. Love a bit of that. But man says VAR, checking for swear words in the build-up. And we're underway. Simple as that. Wow. Stunning. Not only have we scored a goal, we've been able to celebrate it, and the game has kicked off before, we've even really stopped for breath. Great stuff.
Do you mind if we just have 3 minutes and 14 seconds to check everything?
Yeah, we can do it if you want.
It was a goal.
Goal. There you go. Luis Diaz, centre forward, goal again for him. Love a bit of that. And I guess, we've been saying for a while that the way Liverpool's system is, that it doesn't get loads of goal scoring opportunities for our centre forward. It might be that we haven't got the right type of centre forward.
Maybe. I'm sorry, I'm smiling. I've just seen Sig Josh's super chat and it's tickled me.
Okay.
To say the least. West Ham are in. Great touch there by Bowen, and he's just kicked Van Dijk, who goes down hard.
Yeah, and
he looks like he's going to be okay, but
bounced up angrily there. Jared Bowen protesting his innocence.
It was a great touch by Bowen.
Van Dijk just taking him.
I thought he was all right to begin with, but
he's got a kick on the foot, maybe, or maybe the ankle.
He definitely got kicked. I know that. I'll give you that for free. Great touch that, and then hoof. Oh, Van Dijk slid.
He just kicks,
2 foot slide. Look, watch him here. He just loses his foot a little bit.
No, he goes across and he just kicks him in the foot, doesn't he? Which is going to hurt, because if you full force kick someone like you're kicking a football, but it's bone instead, then that'll be a stinger. True Josh, if Areola is not aware of his English name association, I would think he's getting quite tired of being pinched and flicked by people. Twisted. Yeah, don't get it twisted, Areola. Kudus wants to drop deep to try and influence the game. Curtis Jones is getting more and more advanced in this Liverpool team, which is good to see. It feels like we're going up a gear in terms of our attacking intent, maybe here, Chris.
Maybe. Ooh, foul there on Gakpo. It's not a foul. How is that not a foul? And now they're on the attack. They've got 3 on 5. So we're all right. That's a terrible pass. The ball was the right ball, and it was a great run over on the left hand side there, but Paqueta just gets it all wrong.
And Pat's back. Well done. Should have kept it on screen. Can't see Liverpool scoring a second anytime soon. McAllister gives that
it's working.
And
let's keep going. Yeah, Jones has it. Gakpo was on and he's still on. He's held his run brilliantly.
Diaz peels off to the left again. Robertson's advancing forwards. Just give it to Curtis Jones. Gets it. Curtis Jones is going to go for goal.
Should have been Mo.
A bit tame, really.
Should have been Mo backstick. I think he was trying to use Mo, and the goalkeeper maybe just shifting towards him and then try and sort of catch him off guard.
Listen, but don't hate it. I was having shots every now and again. Areola lobs that one up to Wan-Bissaka.
There you go, half volley. In fact, that was a full volley.
They keep chipping it to Wan-Bissaka, and then he loops up to the next guy, and he loops it up to the guy after
McAllister
that.
again, what can he bring this time?
McAllister,
what a
lovely
ball.
ball. Oh, Gravenberch just couldn't leave it under
Seems
his
to
control.
be quite a bit of swapping around positions between Gravenberch, McAllister and Jones at the moment.
Yeah.
Second time Gravenberch in the last 5's got forward.
Yeah. Love it.
And Jones
Stand there in
again.
their own half again.
It's a
Trying to play the
4-2-4
way
press,
out.
isn't it? Oh, shit themselves.
And West Ham have still got possession, but it all looks a little shaky. They have managed to get out down the left-hand side, accelerating.
I mean, that's a concern.
Yeah,
The speed he went past Mo with.
accelerating past Mo Salah there. Gomez goes across.
Hillman, if you look close, he's got a
course, you
nosebleed.
there, yeah, wow. Crossover to the back post, looking for Kudus. Gathers it. Well, shimmy header near post.
Oh, fuck.
Paqueta got a little contact on that. Alisson makes the save. It was a comfortable save, but was it Soler maybe? See, Soler's appealing something.
Oh,
Look at
what
that
a touch.
Kudus. Absolute senseless showboating.
No need.
There's not even
a segment anymore on Soccer AM for it.
AM doesn't even exist to celebrate that. Soler's appealing. McAllister cleaning them out in the box.
Fuck off.
Must be checking it.
They are checking it, yeah.
Okay, let's see that again then. The cross came in. McAllister pushed his man in the face. They both tangle and go down. I mean, if they want to give that as a penalty, they will. Gomez is getting some treatments now over on the far side.
Ooh. Are we looking at Tsimikas there?
Okay, no penalty, cool.
Are you looking at Kwanzaa in and Gomez to right back, or
Gomez right back?
Sorry, yeah, sorry. I'm getting confused there.
Well,
it's just Kwanzaa for Gomez then, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, he's pulled up there, and he hamstring, yeah.
That's the end of Joe Gomez.
It's Kwanzaa coming on then, probably, innit?
Yeah.
And as always, he'll be told to take his time here so that the sub can warm up.
Yeah. Oh, that's a real shame for Joe Gomez. Been in terrific form. The Ibu Kanate is not likely to be
warming up.
Back. Well, good opportunity for Joel Kwanzaa to get his name back in the sort of good graces of the manager, I guess, and maybe even the fan base as well. We shall see. But that feels so sorry for Joe Gomez. Hopefully, it's just a tightening rather than a proper pull or even a tear. But there's no need to be. You can't play on once you've felt that.
No, you can't. Dearie me.
On the Michael Owen visual pain scale, I'm saying 3 weeks. Right, maybe 2. Okay.
It's not good.
It's a kick. It's just
not
a
good.
blow, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
annoying as much as anything else. And hopefully Liverpool have got enough in here to continue to play the way we're playing. But yeah, such a pity. You don't like to see anyone go down injured, particularly not someone who's been playing as well as he has. Anyway, Alisson sends it long. Diaz challenges his man.
Yeah, it's fine.
Free kick. Oh. Okay. Well, just need to get our heads on straight here. Just keep it tight. Joel Kwanzaa's a little rush of blood there. I'm on the pitch. I'm going to go and tackle someone. West Ham looking to build. Kudus claims of handball there from Andy Robertson. Playing little give and goes himself, running towards Liverpool's back line. He's going to have a shot. It's hard, it's low, and it's the
fucking
post.
hell.
Goes behind Alisson on the rebound.
What a shot that was.
Yeah, it really was. I just thought he was wasting everyone's time having a dig there, but I mean, ultimately
But again,
he
he comes in, obviously there's a suggestion of handball, little 1-2 here, and he just drives across the box, and there's no one putting any pressure on him.
Yeah.
Just stood watching and waiting.
And it goes back to, I think, a lot of how...
Oh, God, I could have got a flick off Van Dijk again like Leicester.
Yeah. A lot of how Liverpool defend is they're not that arsed about
passive,
shots from there, are they?
Yeah, no, I know.
They've got to be something special, and it was almost something special. As it was, Chris, what was it?
It was a shot off target.
It was a shot off target.
What was great about that, though, actually, and they didn't show it on the replay, but Trent was so much quicker to react than their left winger. He was basically just stood admiring it while Trent was running and getting the ball for us.
Right, Dan Morris, totally agree. Get a second goal before half-time and bury this one off early. Also, anyone know why Dom isn't in the squad? Suspended. He's suspended. Look, as always, of course, get a second goal before half-time if we can. That'd be amazing. But, listen, we're 1-0 up. There's no need for us to go wild on this. If we can continue to play as we're playing, we've got every chance of adding the second. But also, we've got every chance of adding the second if we carry on like this in general.
It's close. Oh, he's on definitely now.
He's let it run. Salah brings it down. Oh, what a touch, Salah! It's absolute unbridled genius from Mohamed Salah. The ball is turned in by Cody Gakpo, but my God, what a goal! The Egyptian king, the Egyptian genius, ladies and gentlemen. Watch it back, drink it in. A player, perhaps the best player on the planet right now, Mohamed Salah, and the most informed Cody Gakpo.
Starting it all off, he knows he's offside, so he just leaves it. Genius. That's genius in and of itself. Then he does a pirouette on the football. Then he somehow gets the ball to Cody Gakpo, and he gets another assist. He's after Henry's 20 and 20, and he's going to get it at some point this season. What's that? Who knows? Nobody knows. We have no idea what that is.
He's gone, Chris. He's gone.
Yeah, fuck it, I'll put it away. I'll watch the ice skating. That's a double axel. Fucking have that. You twat.
Sovel indeed.
My word. He's making this shit up as he goes.
Fucking Bolero. Right?
Yeah, that was it.
Bolero.
Showing your age now. Bolero.
Oh, there you go. As stated in the comments, it's the second goal before half time as well. Well done.
Can we have the music from Bolero, please? We got it on there.
Boom,
next week.
Boom, boom. Imagine getting copyright struck for playing
the fucking Bolero. We can just have a go ourselves. If we get to 6, we're doing the fucking Bolero with our own music.
Oh, great. Salah attacks down the right. A lot of West Ham fans have decided it's time for a half-time pint with 5 minutes left of this half to play. Salah again. The amount of times we've played the ball in behind their defence is crazy. Crazy. There's loads of super chats. I'll catch up to them in a minute. Dan Morris with the super chat before, actually, by the way, who absolutely got his wish. Well done, Dan Morris.
Did you have that end pat? Is he back?
Oh, damn it. And actually the perfect tonic, considering the little disappointments that we were all feeling with Gomez going off injured. Gravenberch now again shifting to the right hand side.
Yeah.
The give and go was on. Gravenberch has done that a few times actually, hasn't he? He's just drifted over to that side. Good to see. Again, you talk about the fluidity with how Liverpool are lining up is absolutely excellent. Right,
Rachel Brock. There you go, Mo Salah, you little dancer. Love it. And the Bolero de Salah, the new award.
Excellent. Okay.
Oh, what even is that?
Gravenberch again. Salah again in behind.
Do it again!
Gakpo back post. Can he find him? Just a little bit lacking in patience.
Don't you
direction,
dare.
Really. Robertson. Megs! Gakpo!
Oh, he's seen him.
You deviate. Should have gone back to Robertson. Anyway, Trent. Liverpool just feel like they can get in at West Ham's goal at will at this point. Salah. Oh, it's past to Diaz. Just wasn't quite right. Diaz is going to collect it out wide. Goes back to Trent. Loads of runners. Salah's another one of them. Cuts it back again. McAllister this time couldn't get on the end. Trent keeps it alive. Can he keep it in? He stands it up. Has it gone out of play? Areola thinks so. Daniel McMurray. Anyway, super chat. Appropriate goalkeeper kit for a pink nipple between the sticks. Agreed. Yeah. I mean, it's not quite Bergkamp, is it? But it's not far off. I'm giving him
it's glorious
as well. And then Gakpo. Gakpo is the man in form. Another goal for Cody.
He was not. Oh, hang on.
Curtis Jones. Now it's Mohamed Salah. Salah with the strike, and Salah scored again.
It's the confidence of the man at the moment. Because he stood there and he was in that spot against Leicester and he just hits the bar, doesn't he? Now he's so confident. He's just like, I'll pass the ball into the net. I did it against Leicester and I'm going to do it now. He just takes the ball and just passes the ball past Areola. It's just glorious. And it's 3-0 and it's not even half time.
Shades of the Leicester goal in that he just places it, but he places it with his laces. He doesn't really batter it. He just knows how to stick it in the goal.
And he's got time.
One touch. Near post. Keeper's poor, to be fair.
Shit.
But yeah,
McAllister does brilliantly winning the ball back and releasing Jones. And this is a man playing like the best player in the world. Because he is. He's the best player in world football.
Catches the goalie out. He gets a hand to it. He should save it, but he doesn't. And Salah's got another
Look at him.
Goal contribution this season.
New hair, new man. Same old Mo.
He's better. He's even better. This is the best Mo since 17.
There you go. He's broken another record. Scored 20 plus goals in all 8 seasons.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Cheat code Mo Salah. And for all these people who are talking about style of play and such and such blah blah better football blah blah blah. Honestly, Mo Salah is an output merchant. Great. You know what I mean?
Tough.
Yeah, shout. Yeah, cool. Yeah, he's a volume merchant in that.
He scores loads of goals, he gets loads of assists. Sounds, yeah, you can keep your fucking Grealish.
Yeah. You'll all be pleased to know that I changed Mo Salah from my fantasy captain today as well to put it on Isak because I'm an absolute moron. So everyone fill your boots on.
Can you check what your cash out is now for me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, we'll do in a second. Let me just catch up on the super chat. It's Crossbow, just go back to the Gomez thing. He says, I think this means we buy a centre-back now, which is good in my opinion. I don't think it thinks that, unless Gomez is out for the rest of the season. But anywho, Liverpool just knocking it around in their half, as you would, because from 1-0 up, Gomez goes out injured and you're going, oh God, what we do here? Just score more goals. Right, let's see what else we got. just Areola should wear tassels.
Fucking, he's on fire. I want Sable style tassels.
Yeah, definitely. Or handprints.
Oh yeah,
that would be for goalkeeper handprints on his chest. Yeah. Anyway, West Ham attacking down the left. Who's going to be the first West Ham? This adds to my. But I was going to ask the question, but it's Kudus who's going to lose his head in a huge way in this football match. Just get to.
It's Kudus because Souček's not playing.
Yeah.
Oh, Trent. My days, he's done him.
Salah's away.
Oh, my days.
He's accelerating away.
He's going past him.
He's into the box, one-on-one with his man, goes past him.
Handball.
I think it
hit Mo's hand on the way back. It was a ball by Trent, though, wasn't it? Once again, he just sees Mo and goes, yeah, mate. Here's a 70-yard pass along the floor to you.
West Ham are baffling.
Shit.
They are baffling.
Would you make 3 subs at half-time?
As them?
No, us.
Why?
Oh,
2 rest people.
2, yeah, because we've done Kwanzaa already, haven't we? So maybe 2 more subs.
Sure.
Elliot, 45, I'd give him.
Yeah. But for who? The thing is, Chris, they're all gonna want to fill the boots here and get as many goals as they can. Because if it carries on like this, we could get a real scoreline here.
There you go, Diaz.
Mo's ridiculously brilliant. What a player he is. Diaz in behind. Ooh. Was it a
back pass that?
Okay. Areola.
My days. Where's the keeper?
Diaz went
Someone.
They're not too sensible. Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool would have gone for that.
Yeah.
McAllister, you Robertson to the back post. It ran past everyone and Salah didn't react. He does this time now. He's gathered it. Far side. Liverpool at walking pace here. Just knocking it around. No rush, no pressure. Quansah now. Trent. Got Gravenberch inside. Uses him. Gravenberch to Diaz. Diaz strikes blocked. But again, Gravenberch is playing the 6 for us, Chris, and I've seen him play. He's playing right mid at times for us here. He's running forward. He's supporting the attack.
Well, McAllister's been the deeper for the last 20 minutes, maybe, of the half.
Fucking great.
They might have seen something and just made the change. It's difficult to tell with the telly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously.
And it might be how much space. I mean, McAllister was running forward a few times, wasn't he? Accelerating forward. Most games, both scoring and assisting in a Premier League season, 8. Mo Salah record or another record.
Mate, he's just
Another
totting them
Mo
up
Salah
all the
record.
time, isn't he?
Half-time, by the way.
And right now, Paul, this just feels like a supremely confident in themselves Liverpool side. And I was concerned that, you know, we might just take a little bit of wind out the sails, the Gomez injury and stuff.
Yeah,
but
really
we just
good.
went fuck off. Like, just...
But like,
do one, basically.
It's a centre half, really.
Yeah.
What does that change? We're getting on the ball. Honestly, the amount of time, I can't work out what West Ham are meant to be, because they're sort of half playing a low block out of possession, but in possession, they're playing a high defensive line, and we are just getting the ball and sticking it over the top, either for Salah to run down, or we're getting to around the edge of their 18-yard box and playing it through to runners. It is a spectacular display of attacking footy and incompetence from West Ham.
It's nonsense, you're right. And the thing is, they're allowing our press into the game. And if you think about the Leicester game, they didn't really allow our press into the game. So you mentioned that these dinks over to Aaron Wan-Bissaka and the half volleys over there, that's letting Liverpool do what we want to do naturally. You're not taking anything away from us. Mm-hmm. You're just playing into our hands. And Liverpool's players right now are just feeling it, aren't they? And they understand exactly what they need. But crucially, I think this game is being won so far by our dominance in the middle of the park.
Yeah.
Because McAllister is playing excellently. Curtis Jones is playing excellently. Gravenberch is finding space. And everything's coming through the middle and then breaking out wide. We're not having to go wide to then stay wide or then cut in. We're just cutting through them through the middle, and when we can do that, we've got the quality of player where we can just take you apart.
Their system is totally set up for how Liverpool want to play football here. It's been a joy to watch, and you know, we were saying at 0-0 we'd had the best of it, but you know, they're a team that can hurt you on the counter attack. They had that one moment where the ball came over the top. Robertson got caught in possession. The ball drops to Paqueta and he slips and he hits the standing foot and goes wide. You know, we could have been 1-0 down, but that was really about it. Obviously, Kudus has hit the post with a good individual run and effort from outside the box, but again, that goes in. You tip your hat actually to a brilliant goal more than anything else. But we've just played our game, played it to perfection. And yeah, you know, we went from being, what's going to happen here? We went one up. Gomez gets injured. Is there a little bit of negative feeling here? No, we'll get the second, get the third. To be 3-0 up at half time totally and utterly reflects, I think, Liverpool's dominance, and it's not often the scoreline does that.
Absolutely,
in
and the stats will suggest that to you as well. I mean,
can you just bring up the momentum? Zoom in on the momentum chart, because it's.
I wanted to talk about it. So
fucking hilarious.
I mean, it's just. Look at that.
Look at the back end of the half.
Now this is
like full.
It might not you might look at West Ham, but this is that's full. That's we had everything full there. Momentum. You know what I mean? And when we zoom out and we look at the stats and stuff as well, 61% of the ball away from home, 1.66 SG, 12 shots, 3 big chances created. One of those big chances was missed, by the way. We scored 3 goals and one of them wasn't from a big chance. But it's the amount of times that we're just able to get in there, and we're just, to be honest, we're just having our way with them. We were just having our way with them.
Yeah, and just to discuss it in terms of the XG that West Ham have created, that Mohamed Kudus shot, which, as we've talked about, if you hit the post, I know it feels like a goal, and it can definitely be a positive thing. It's a shot off target by all accounts, because you can't score from hitting the post. It's a 0.03 XG chance. So it's nothing. It's a bolt from the blue. It's a once or twice in a season magic moment of an effort. Paqueta, and again, it's counted as a miss. It's a 0.05 XG chance, you know, ultimately from where he makes contact with it. And then they've got one from Jared Bowen, which is a block, a 0.02. We have stifled what West Ham have tried to do, whereas Liverpool, I mean,
look at Liverpool's. We've just
Jesus Christ.
Peppered. And the thing is, once again, I think Slot needs to be given his kudos for this and his flowers, because all 3 of our forwards have scored. You know,
I'd say Florists are having a great time,
honestly,
in the footballing world of late,
of course, right? Yeah, absolutely. It's the right time of the year for it. But like Diaz, Gakpo, Salah, this is the front 3, and the front 3 are playing brilliantly. The midfield 3 are playing brilliantly. I mean, when that happens, you're gonna score goals.
Yeah, they've been exceptional. We've handled them well at the back. Robertson getting caught in possession was a daft moment, but actually I think the way he supported the attack has been really good so far in that first half. Van Dijk has been really switched on to them playing long balls, but West Ham's only build-up is just it's all in the air. It's like head tennis and looped passes and all this kind of stuff, and Liverpool are just shutting them down left, right and centre.
It's absolute nonsense. Andrew Amos has come in with a chat here. Says, my wife said you lads need to start loosening up for the Bolero. We might actually have to. We'll watch it back again because I can't quite remember the middle section. We'll get the camera wide. We'll do it in front of the Boss Sound, your meshing board, and we'll do the Bolero.
Got a bit of space here.
Well, no, because you need to see with footwork. You know what I mean? They don't call me Michael Flatley, Chris Pajak for nothing. In fact, they just don't call me that.
But there's a first time for everything. Right, wow, we got tons of super chats to catch up on before the half-time break. Ruddy might have commented the match so far, and we got some great ones. Areola is getting milked by our forwards. Sensational. Sticks and Stones, member for 16 months as a Wonder Kid, says la 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 la, the Egyptian king. David LFC 96, watching with my cousin who's an Arsenal fan. He's hating this. I'm loving it. Up the Reds. Yeah, magical time to have fans of football clubs you could really do with us losing to be watching us right now and going.
Yeah, we've been there. We've done that with Manchester City. We've not done it with Arsenal, to be fair.
Not for not for a very long time.
No, good football side though. Tell your cousin that. I'm sure he knows it, but just not good enough at the moment. Nowhere near on our level.
But it's another example with the Arsenal thing, by the way, of they play tomorrow or the day after.
New Year's Day. Is it?
They've got.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know it's not tomorrow.
Is it New Year's Eve they play? Either way, they play after us is the large point I'm trying to make here, Chris. Thanks. And that thing of all the best they're ever going to be able to achieve is to be the same amount of points behind us if we go out and seal this one. Yeah. And that's what becomes exhausting. That's what we've experienced time and time again with Man City. Is it just and when we actually finally did Man City, was we got that lead, and then it's like cool. But it's so spirit crushing because how much effort you've got to expend, and particularly Arsenal at the moment without Saka, they're having to figure some stuff out, and I'm sure they will because they've got lots of really, really good players. I said this even when City were dropping points and the Arsenal were miles behind. I thought Arsenal were Liverpool's most likely rivals in this. But yeah, that's demoralising, and I fucking love it.
And they got to shoot because it is New Year's Day. It's away at Brentford, so 5:30 New Year's Day. So yeah,
good on them. Enjoy that one. Jim Bolverine says Mo Salah is genuinely an absolute genius. I 100% agree. Hawks, who's been a member for 54 months. Wow. Listen. We have the best player in the world, and the rest of the team is not far off. The midfield is rotating effortlessly while pressuring non-stop. Diaz a menace. Gakpo playing like he owns the place. Come on, you Reds. Yep, indeed. Josh Worthington, give Salah what he wants. FSG, money. Yep, definitely do that, please. Charlotte Weir, no one was planning on calling you that, Chris, but thanks for letting us know. Yep. Alex Redo says Mo looks like he's having a game to talk about for years. Really is. He's having to use modern parlance, and I'm that guy kind of performance here today. Really great to see.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about your bets and stuff before, but I need to start putting a bet on a goal and an assist for Mo Salah in every game, because I tell you, the odds will be probably pretty decent on stuff like that, and you're probably likely to win a lot. Certainly this season in the Premier League, I think he's done it 8 times already, we heard before, so yeah, that'll be a good one to do. He's on another planet right now. He's a fucking alien. He's actually getting better and better, and he just seems to be a more well-rounded footballer now as well, which is just a mad thing, isn't it? Where's your bet up to?
Sorry, I just had to check my fantasy team. What an absolute divvy. I put Mo Salah as vice-captain. I just looked at it and went, he'll do well, but Isak against Man United away has just got Isak running wild all over them, and Listen, you make decisions. Most of them are wrong in my fantasy football world. But yeah, I will find out where my cash out's at for what it's worth. Don't please, by the way, we're not sponsored by any gambling. People would disregard. It's just a bit of fun in terms of what I'm doing. I cannot currently access my bets because I'm not logged in. Shows how much attention I pay to that. Okay, Trig Josh says, Paul, Chris, do you think that Liverpool can't financially afford to keep Trent, Van Dijk and Salah at 350 grand per week? Reason for no contract? Well, reason for no contract. There are contract offers. That's the thing. They've all been offered a contract. There's no way Liverpool have offered 350 grand a week for all three of them, and there's no way that all three of them should be expecting 350 grand a week, is my take. But I agree. I do think that's the case. I don't think we can afford to have three people on the same wage that Mohamed Salah are on, but not when you said this before. Yeah, well, not when it's not for Trent, not for a right back.
I said it fucking 2 months ago. I just think that we shouldn't be paying centre forward money to a right back, and that's just what with our ownership. I just don't think Liverpool can afford to do that. And listen, you might turn that into an anti-FSG stance or whatever. That's totally up to you. But we have a budget. We tend to work within it. For 350, 450 grand a week, I think you need 30 goals a season, and he doesn't provide that.
We make an exception for Salah, and that's understandable because look. And I think Trent's brilliant, and I still think he's the best right back in the world. But how much is the best right back in the world worth is ultimately the question.
That's what it comes down to. So you did miss a super chat. I just want to get it before I lose it. Mamongu Gaming from quite a while ago said, "Belair Mo, can we have the Mo song, boys?" So sorry we missed that one earlier on, and I'm sure we'll play that right now.
Right, we're going to take a short break. Keep your comments, thoughts coming in. The second half is looming, but here's some things we think you should pay attention to in the meantime. Hey, all you wonderful Redmen Plus subscribers, I just wanted to let you know that the book written by my dad and brought to life by myself, The Man Who Stole the World Cup, is available in 2 versions to buy right now. The exclusive signed edition and exclusive cover is there on redmenmerch.com, but if you just want to order it worldwide, far more straightforward, go to Amazon, search for The Man Who Stole the World Cup, and the hardback and Kindle versions are available there. So get yourself a boss little Prezi for a young football fan, or actually if you just enjoy fun sci-fi stories, one for yourself on either Redmen merch or Amazon this Christmas.
If I'd have just done that.
Smooth. We're up to Josh Worthington if you want to do that.
Yeah, sure. No, so Josh Worthington sent us a super chat. Source from TNT Sports. Manchester City and United have lost a combined 16 games of football since Liverpool last suffered a defeat. I did see that one on X or Twitter or whatever it was earlier on. It's just glorious, isn't it?
Love a bit of that.
I mean,
well, it was one of
16.
them. 16. Well, I was saying this on Boxing Day. I haven't watched the City and the United games. It's like, and obviously Everton involved in there as well. Like, none of those teams are any of Liverpool's business this season. So, like, their results, now it's where it's great, and I get enjoyment, I get pleasure out of seeing all of those football teams not succeed or even fail. But it's mad to be in a world where the teams that you're normally so used to keeping an eye out for, Liverpool have run away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to start watching Nottingham Forest more.
Yeah, remember what it's like to be a Liverpool fan in the 70s and 80s?
It's brilliant, isn't it? Didn't look like any changes from the players that I saw. I didn't see the full side run out though, so this is purely speculation. I saw half the side come out.
We haven't listened to the coverage, and we haven't seen the full 11 that have returned to the pitch. So
no, but I am looking forward to the second half regardless, because more of the same would be fantastic. And I will do a dance with Paul at 6-0 over there.
Cadbury's Roses signature truffle, and it's excellent.
Okay, I like it. What have you got here?
Some sort of
Real
cherry.
squeezed cherry and sparkling water. Nice.
I'm so bored of every fizzy drink on the face of planet Earth at this point. So yeah, I'm quite into them at the minute. It tastes, for some reason, it tastes mildly alcoholic because it's like
a
fizzy
cider
and cherry. It's got like, Anyway, they are making a substitution by the looks of it. There's a fella pulling his socks up, which means he's ready for business. They've all got that thing now, haven't they, where they all cut the bottom off their socks and put those little grippy socks on underneath. So wasteful.
Let's have a little look at the league table, please, just before the second half kicks off, because currently, with obviously the 3 points already have been handed out, we are now 8 points clear at the top. If we win this game, of course.
I presume everything you've said there is correct, because I certainly couldn't see it from the side of that league table. Fucking hell. Right, yeah, we are underway. Luis Diaz has it in Liverpool's half, spreads it wide to Mohamed Salah, continues his forward run. Salah knocks it back to Trent. Trent inside to Gravenberch. McAllister's made a little run off him. Instead, he tries to go left, miscalculates the pass, and Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka's gone over to right back here.
Well, they've got to try something, haven't they? That's not West Ham blowing bubbles, by the way. That's the slobber of all the fans fucking fuming at half time that they're 3-0 down.
Frothing at the mouth because they're not good. Kwanzaa, Robertson, Gakpo's out wide, plays it to McAllister, tries a first time pass to Diaz, doesn't come off. Robertson's got it back, he lobs it forward. It was a very West Ham pass from Andy Robertson.
Well, he's in that area of the field.
Yeah,
that's what you have to do.
Sort of about that
bouncy over there.
Yeah. Areola sends it along McAllister.
What a touch! What a ball!
And what a pass!
He's off, surely.
Salah must be offside. He's going to try and finish. It's a great save from Areola.
He was surely off, wasn't he? My word, what a touch and what a pass.
Either a corner or offside or a free kick.
I think he... Oh no, look at that defender on the other side of the field. Oh, he's on. He's just missed it. What a ball by McAllister again.
He put it at a really nice height for the goalkeeper, which is a bit annoying. McAllister.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? He has come into his own this game.
Yeah, he has. He's absolutely running the show for Liverpool.
Take it around the keeper, mate.
Corner.
Oh, Robertson taking one.
Robertson this time. Diaz running towards the near post. He's going to try and flick it on. It's defended well for now. Cleared away, and Gravenberch will pick it up. And it's not actually. It's been a free kick to West Ham. Whew. Right. Hitchin Baz with the super chat says, given the way we've run away with it so far, can you see anyone pushing us for the title this season? I say, look, Arsenal should be the ones. Champions-elect Arsenal should be able to go the distance this season. This is their season to win it, and if they don't, that's a failure on their behalf. But they've got the players and they've got the youth, and they've got 2 recent attempts at it as well under their belt. Wan-Bissaka's in behind here. Cuts it back to Kudus, tries the first time shot and spoons it.
Just on the Hitchin Baz comment for me, I believe that it's Liverpool. Like that's the only thing that's going to happen. It's going to be injuries and stuff like that. I honestly just think we're too good.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's dead right. I've known for a while that we're good enough to win it, but the only thing you can't forecast.
Legislate for, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a spate of random injuries, and like Gomez picking one up, that could be that. We are. If something was to happen to Van Dijk or Kwanzaa, that would be a real test until we got someone back fit.
Glenn Boylan saying, lads, are you coming back to Dublin? We will be coming back to Dublin at some point. Keep your eyes.
Great tackle, Curtis
We'll
Jones.
let you know. We had some issues. The plan was to come back in March, but we had some issues there. But you never know.
I'd love to. I can't wait to come back to Ireland. It was so good. Both Republic and Northern, or north of, depending on your preference. Sensational. Yeah, hopefully we'll get back there soon. Okay. Iced tea. Wow. Good to see the rap legends taking time out to comment here. Hear me out. If each fan gives like £10 towards Salah's contract, we can surely give what he's asking for. Don't get.
Oh, what a ball!
He's through again. About to add another 10 or 2 right-footed shot. Rubbish, Mo. Right,
interesting. It was Curtis Jones that was driving into the box there, arriving at the back stick, though.
We were seeing that more and more at the back end of the first half, and yeah, it's just that willingness to go and get on the score sheet. It's a fantastic run. It's a bit. Don't think he can pick him out.
No, it's defending, isn't it, to block Curtis Jones off.
And again, West Ham have got it in the back line. Luis Diaz putting pressure on.
Lots of empty seats there already.
Yeah, they're not rushed back after half time, have they? Lots of give and goes in the midfield, but not really.
Oh, we've won it again with McAllister. He's been sensational.
Curtis Jones, can he pick out Mohamed Salah? Not with that pass, a little deflection. Salah will gather it this time. Jones overlaps Salah. He's got a runner in Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz shot blocked.
It's just ridiculous, this.
Yeah.
We're so good.
We need that. I want to see
again, McAllister, come on! Get in!
Referee pulls it
Fuck
back.
off!
Probably going to book McAllister.
He's been the best player on the pitch by a mile, McAllister.
Yeah, and Salah's
on the pitch.
Yeah. Yeah. See that one, McAllister wasn't letting Bowen get past him. He won it. He got his foot round the ball. It was a sense. Does he get Bowen first?
He gets him with his back foot, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's an old school, terrific tackle, that. But it does boot Bowen, so whatever. Right. Back to IT's comment though. What else could we have a whip round for? Cake. Okay. Kudus attacks. 1-on-1 with Trent. Floats one to the back post. That had all the hallmarks of a lad who had no idea what he was doing when he got into that position.
Yeah,
there.
did. I'm just gonna.
I've seen Liverpool keep standing balls to the back post, and this guy keeps
we can
scoring.
do this. Yeah,
I'll try that
you
myself.
haven't got Mo Salah, mate.
Yeah,
you got Wan-Bissaka.
And yeah,
there's levels to this shit.
Yeah, and they've moved again. They've done a little bit of a rejig. Kudus is now over on this side as well, and Wan-Bissaka's gone over to right back. Let's see.
Yeah, look at McAllister. What's he going to do this time? Play a nice safe pass.
Yeah,
exceptional.
Robertson, Gakpo, Diaz has made the run ahead of him, trying to free up some space.
By the way, though, for like a team who's playing 5 at the back, this is the worst defence we've faced all season long. Like, you said it at half time, they're just not doing anything right. They're not like being a low block. They've got to come and attack us now. They've got 5 players at the back. They're all just letting Mo and Diaz and Gakpo do whatever they want.
Well, that's it. Yeah, it's crazy. Every single aspect of how West Ham have played has been absolutely nuts in this game so far. And it's a bit like, we'll just hit it long and we'll run in behind them and score. Anything else? How are we going to achieve that, Gaffer? Nah. It'll all sort itself. Just trust me. Just hit it long. It'll be fine. Kudus brings this one down left hand side again, up against Trent. Tries to go outside him, tries to cross without getting any sort of lead on him. Great turn from Curtis Jones to come away with the ball.
Ball's a steal.
Ball's over to Gakpo, but it's over. Run, and Gakpo will have to gather it. Well done. McAllister now. Liverpool just not allowing West Ham time to catch their breath here. They're on the front foot again. Gravenberch, Trent come inside now.
Where's West Ham's midfield, Paul?
Down the right hand side, non-existent, mate. Salah now doesn't have a lot of options inside the box. He's going to hold the ball instead. Goes back to Gravenberch, and again Liverpool just happy to have it. We've got it in West Ham's half again. Just moving it around from left to right. Gakpo now.
Look at Trent. Just stood outside the D with no one on him.
Yeah.
What's that about? What are you doing?
Yeah, he's going to get it now, and he's got runners ahead of him to pick out. Curled one for Curtis Jones. Keeper's come out.
What's he doing? Just catch it.
Yeah,
you fucking
doesn't
blade.
catch it, punches it, and Gakpo is going to beat Wan-Bissaka to it and claim the throw-in. Well done. Robertson, Gakpo. Inside to Jones, back to Robertson. Robertson to Gravenberch. Trent's inside of him. Pulling the strings. He's going to go for goal! Oh, he scored! Trent Alexander-Arnold has battered that home. Oh, he's saying don't have a little chat about it, whatever. He scored the goal. It's West Ham 0, Liverpool 4. And Trent has got himself in on the goals. Liverpool are running away with this game, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't wait to see the shot from like behind the goal or behind Trent, because I think it might have been one of them where it just moves, because it looked like it went through the goalkeeper, Paul.
Yeah.
Let's see it now. So Robertson just plays a nice ball in. Gravenberch inside. Trent's got loads of time, loads of space. Oh, it's a head. Yeah. It's a head. It's a head. My word. The keeper is just beaten by the deflection.
Oh, yeah. That's a dynamite finish from the centre half. That really flicks it on. Trent lines it up. Kicks it straight down the goal, hits it off the defender's head, wrong foot's the goal.
I think he ducks. I think the keeper ducks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just keep talking.
Yeah.
Keep talking all you want.
I mean,
I'm here to win a league title.
Just sign a contract, mate. No one will have any cause
change
to
that to that.
Right, okay. Well, West Ham have made a tactical shift at half-time, and it has affected this game not one jot as Liverpool continue to totally dominate this football match.
All About Nat says, I think Trent was trying to say that article was bollocks.
Yeah, maybe.
Could be.
Who knows? I mean, you do tend to leave things open to interpretation when you're communicating via hand gestures, unless it's like... which one I'm a big fan of. West Ham.
I think anytime you get the second arm involved, it's I know what you mean.
Yeah, 100%. West Ham coming forward now. Liverpool's next mission is to keep a clean sheet, and they need to keep this one tight if they're going to do that. Robertson defends. Jared Bowen defends in well. The Rowan conceded, but well defended.
James Daniel has sent us a £2 super chat. Thank you very much. Alexa, play You'll Never Walk Alone. It's a bit early, mate, but I'm here for it. It's fine. Hopefully we don't have one of them.
Yeah, because there would go the monetisation. West Ham, a decent spell of possession here. Building up, working it to the left-hand side. Little overlap there. Emerson's going to try and whip that one in. Trent blocks it. And then looks to get his defence on. Does it really well. Salah drops deep. Touch and flick. And Liverpool win this ball. Diaz goes to try and get punched in the face by Paqueta. Gakpo, McAllister.
Oh, fuck off.
He just got booted up in the air.
Yeah, kudos, but it was Paqueta.
Yeah. At least another one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I apologise for being an absolute child in advance. Alexa, do a sloppy Trump.
Jared Bowen looks like it might be his game over there, complaining about the foul possibly from McAllister earlier on. Anyway, Trig Josh, Paul.
Endo, Jota.
Liverpool making the big changes.
Yellow card, he's on, isn't he? So
that.
Get him off. Brilliant. Well done, everybody.
That. Job done, Ryan. Have an evening off. Paul, any West Ham fans that are still there have got to be there to watch Liverpool, wishing their team were as good. Yeah, without a doubt. You've paid a lot of money to be there. You may as well enjoy the best team in the country while you're at it. And Gakpo off for Jota. Diaz presumably will shift over to that left-hand side, and it's some more minutes under the belt for Diogo Jota. I mean, you talked about doing the changes at half-time, but...
Sorry, everyone's Alexis just started talking about Donald Trump.
Hand gestures. Okay, cool. Yeah, excellent stuff. So Bowen's going to have to go off here as well. He's limping his way towards the touchline. But this is probably the earliest we've made substitutions, like deliberate substitutions, in a while. Pre the 60-minute mark tells you the game's won. We've got
for the right reasons, because I remember the Kwanzaa in the first game of the season, of course.
But it's lovely, this.
It's exactly what you want, though, isn't it? You protect, you rest, and you move on to the next game.
Period of the season as well.
This is glorious. And listen, I know we've touched on this on different shows and stuff. Like, But that Everton game for me, getting called off, it's really helped them because they've had some big results for us and for themselves since that. But like that little bit of a break, just at that crucial period, has just made everything so much easier, I think, for Liverpool.
Yeah, and of course, you know, there's extra pressure because the gap is decreased because of that game in hand kind of thing. So it adds sort of like optical pressure on you to some regards, because it's not points that you've got on the board ultimately, and we don't know when that'll come and what that'll look like. It might be during a mad period where we can't buy a win or whatever.
Or
but
it might be completely fucking irrelevant.
Well, exactly. Yeah. But that's sort of the way we've responded and just continue, you know, and actually turned ourselves out of a little slump as well at just the right time. It's been great. You imagine Robbo will come off at some point in this game, wouldn't you? Get Tsimikas a few more minutes, and that would take us to 4 subs. And then do you get Salah maybe as standing ovation, maybe late on, bring him off for Elliott or something?
You might even be tempted to bring a Danz or a Nunes on and just throw Diaz over on that right hand side. If you wanted to, you could bring Elliott in
quite well, haven't we?
We could bring Elliott in, obviously, for the sort of straight swap and stuff like that. Actually, that might be... Yeah, I don't know. Either or, I don't care. It's all good.
It's good talk.
Rest the forwards or rest the midfielders.
Let's move on and see what happens. Excellent. Yeah, not even an hour played here. 4-0 up.
I love the fact that City have to keep playing the teams that we beat.
Yeah.
It's glorious, isn't it? And it looks like that's over now, actually, isn't it? Because it's the first round of fixtures, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've basically beaten everyone, though, Chris.
That's a good point, well presented.
So if they play anyone, they're likely playing a team that we've beaten. Unless they play Forest, which Arne Slot knows well. It's not a team that we beat. I'm having a song. West Ham got the ball, by the way. They're doing fuck all of it. Passed it around the back. 3 pinks and those.
Go on,
it's going to break to Jota. Jones is inside. Salah's even more. Salah gets it. Pass it.
He's tried to pass it.
Mo! Just shoot. If he'd not taken them stupid shots earlier on, he probably does take that one.
Was it Diaz he was trying to get the ball to?
I think he was trying to go to... I think Curtis Jones was there, wasn't it?
Oh, wow. Again. Goodness me. That man's been in the box more than any player, I think. Yeah, it must be Jones looking at where he is there. Yeah, you're right. And it's the fact that Jota's just willing to wait.
Yeah.
And the ball's perfect. And, that's
bad pass from Salah there, which is not something that we've said a lot this season. Liverpool will have the ball again. Jota left-hand side. Diaz inside the box.
Not in a rush, are we?
Is Trent making
Need to be in a rush.
Side. Yeah, McAllister.
Need to be in a rush. Take the 30 minutes off, guys.
Honestly, rest in possession, as Brendan Rodgers would famously say.
Which his side did not do. No, they did not do that, did they? Fucking hell.
That's wonderful idea, tiki-taka. Yeah, right,
Joe Allen. Well, shabby.
Oh.
Still got
it. Jones, under pressure. Survives.
Salah just wants more goals.
Yeah, of course.
He wants to get to 30 today.
The point is that there's just goals to be had here, and we don't actually need to go flat out. It's like that steady pressure. You know, sometimes you just continue. If you maintain a steady pace, you don't need to go like and barrel into it all. Just build and maintain.
Someone just said 2 more for the Bolero, Callum.
Oh, shit.
I get my skates ready. They're in my locker.
I might have to...
they brought up the momentum chart on my days.
Oh, there you go.
As if.
Well done us. Look at that. Robbing that from us. Good to see. Right. Tom Carlson, Super Chat, says you're losing 4-0 and you see Diogo Jota coming on. West Ham problems. Absolutely, that is West Ham's problem.
Ezekiel, it's a good evening, guys. Just tuned in, 4-0 up. Who scored for Liverpool? Well, the starting front three, so Diaz, Gakpo and Salah, and then Trent Alexander-Arnold from distance. What a ball by Endo.
There's Jota stretching in behind again. He's got support in. Salah lets it run. Robertson, back to Jota. Overlapping run eventually from Endo.
Stop giving it to Robbo there. He's left-footed and he can't shoot.
Yeah, Robertson.
Go on, bang it in, lads!
And he fires over the bar.
I really wanted him to prove me wrong then.
I love it. John Lee David.
I think I might have just done a fucking pirouette on a chair.
Yeah.
I think the Bolero's well within our skill set here, but we might have to do it on chairs.
Chelero.
Chelero.
John Lee David Blackshaw, the man of the living legend. Hello, Chris and Paul. Have we ever played against the back five this season? I guess managers need to try anything to stop the mighty Reds. What a great game. I want a clean sheet. Love you guys. Love you too.
We often end up against back fives, don't we?
Yeah.
Whether we've started against one, I'm not sure. We'll probably have it again on January the 5th.
Oh yeah. See, they've changed that. They've started that already, where the fullback, the wing backs are now United fullbacks. All of a sudden, fullbacks playing in those advanced positions. It's 5 at the back when you're doing that, lads. It's not 3. It's not 3-4-3 or 3-4-2-1. Playing 5 at the back.
Oh, what a ball by Kwanzaa.
What a ball, you're right, Kwanzaa. McAllister tries to thread it through for Jota, cut out for the moment, but Liverpool penning West Ham in. Oh, that's a nice little bit of skill. Kwanzaa advanced there, and that's the retreat. Crescencio Somerville up against him. The young one goes around the outside, little lead.
Nah, it's not enough there, mate. Not enough there.
I agree, Anthony Taylor, well done, no penalty. And here comes Trent, striding through the middle of the park. Salah now inside the box, past his man Kehler. Oh, right. I think that looked closer than it probably was because of this camera angle. Salah needs to score again here, mate, because he's starting to turn a bit wasteful.
I mean, he's had about 15 shots.
That is nothing.
That's not
a little gentle pat on the shoulder. Well, is it going? You're doing really well here, mate.
Yeah, thanks. I
And
fancied him there, though. He just seems to want to. Yeah, you're right. He just seems to want to just pass the ball in at the moment. Like he's just gone. I just need to hit the ball that hard. I can just get back to just putting it into the net.
Yeah. Stop trying to kick it in the net and kick it in the net.
Yeah, exactly.
And Liverpool come forward again. McAllister, Endo now. Endo to Jota, back to Endo.
Days.
Endo drops the shoulder and goes past his man.
My days.
And now it's a through ball. Blocked.
Prime Endo.
Get back, Endo. Van Dijk front foot defending there. Kudus is once again shifted. Now you're back over on the right hand side. Paqueta. And then playing little 1-2s just inside Liverpool's half. That's nice of them.
Oh,
Jota tackles Paqueta.
Sexy
and
man.
Paqueta goes down like
Look at Jones.
Shot, and it's
Look at Jones.
Ball switch over to Salah. Little header to keep it moving forwards. Plays the ball back. Here's Trent Alexander-Arnold. Little soul roll.
Oh.
Diaz got that wrong. Foul.
Handball.
Free kick. Okay.
As well.
Raj Desi with the super chat. Who, if anyone, are we signing in January, lads? I'm not sure we're signing anyone in January. And that's because I'm not sure that we need anyone.
I think, listen, I think a centre midfielder is not a bad shout. I think depending on Gomez's injury and where Ibu's up to, you might be taking a look at someone who can play centre half. This is all about, fortifying a position, as it were, more than anything else. But Liverpool won't do that. Liverpool will be like, well, if we can't get someone who we want, who's going to be there for 5 years, we're just not going to do it. So it all depends on the market, doesn't it?
There needs to be someone who's, if there's a brilliant football available to buy for a reasonable amount of money, and reasonable can be almost anything, because
value is what reasonable means.
Yeah. Look, if it's within what we think is a sensible amount of money. So, as an example, something that Newcastle have put 150 million price tag on Isak.
Why'd you put a price tag on someone and say he's not for sale, by the way?
Yeah, exactly. 150 million is not a sensible price for a footballer for Liverpool.
Jota?
For example, to buy. Oh, Jota's made the run. It's just a little under hit from Salah. And even worse is the pass on from Jota to Diaz. But look, Jota needs to get this ring rust out of his system. It's fine as long as we keep going. At 4-0, you can afford to make these.
I would buy Zubimendi though, just to spite City. If they're interested in him, I'd just go in and come play for us. I was actually thinking this about how City are going to go heavy in the market, but they're also in a position where they actually don't need bodies. They need to buy quality, and Liverpool have done that in the past. You know, we get Diaz because we want him, but also it stops Tottenham getting him. We get Gakpo because we want him, but it stops Man United getting him. I would really like us to buy someone, and it robs City of the ability to strengthen. That would be very nice indeed. But the Zubimendi thing, he'll be the obvious mention because we clearly liked him. Yeah.
But
and he didn't sign the contract, I don't think.
Yeah, but if he's, I mean, I think he came out and said that he talked about his decision either this week or last week.
Like this.
About building his legend, building his legend, whatever. But either way, fuck him. It's basically what I'm driving at here. He turned us down in the summer when it was there for him. He can fuck off unless he becomes a Liverpool player, in which case I will forget everything that I've just said there. Yeah, opportunistic stuff. You've got to be really, really good at football to play in this Liverpool team, and for me. If you can get someone better than Endo and Morton, then do that. And if you can get someone who's more available than Chiesa, I'd do that. And then if you need another defender because of injuries, cool, do that. But we're doing all right.
We are doing all right. The centre-half thing, the Konate injury thing's always not sat well with me. And, you know, obviously Joe Gomez being injured now, potentially could be a thing. What's Joel doing?
Yeah, retired.
He'd fit in to the injury room.
Very retired. Well, one back. Jota causing a real nuisance of himself. Diaz Jones just couldn't keep it alive. Endo,
do it, Endo! Do it for me, Endo!
Cross it from Salah. Keeper beats it away. Jota! Saving it from the goalkeeper. He's allowed to touch him with his hands. It's almost the thing that
you've just got to shout on ball if it's in the area. You don't know. Sometimes the big pink kit might be the fucking giveaway, but it's not always. Not when you're an idiot.
Right, West Ham coming forward. Kudus rolls on it. What a tackle from Endo. Love him. I mean, again, this is what I'm saying. You've got to buy better than that. Like, he barely gets a kick for us.
Can't be done, Paul.
He's fucking brilliant.
It can't be done.
He's fucking brilliant.
And he can play centre-half as well.
We do this all the time, though, don't we, about this? I always refer to that when we didn't sign Van Dijk in the summer, and Klopp went, we've got brilliant centre-halves here, so if you're going to sign, you've got to be better than this. And we're better than Lovren. But, like, fucking do good centre-halves. We've got some really good footballers here. So, yeah. Oh, lucky McAllister. Daniel McMurray says Branthwaite out of contract in summer, good enough. Not in the form he's in at the moment, but
I'd just do it anyway, just to piss him off.
I think. He's been on Liverpool's radar for a few years. That looked very likely a couple of years ago, that one, but I don't really know how likely that is now. But why not?
Rumour has it he just wants to play his football on Stanley Park.
yeah, too far away from home for this. Like the dock.
Fucking traffic's going to be terrible there. One road in, one road out. Fuck off. You know what I mean? Also, it'll be in the fucking river in 8 years. That dodgy steel
subsides.
They've built it with.
Yeah. You know that the allegory about the house built on sand.
Yeah. He was offside, by the way.
Trent gets back. Good strength. Good defending, Trent Alexander-Arnold, and tries to send Mo away. It goes out for a throw, and Liverpool can make their next batch of changes. Harvey Elliott and Kostas Tsimikas are going to be making their way into this game.
Let's have a look. It's a good save again.
Yeah, it is good. It's mad that Areola's had actually quietly quite a good game in a game that
he's had a lot to do.
For. Yeah.
He's had a chance to shine.
Never heard of him. Irving is on.
That's Andy Irving. Yeah, there you go. Scottish. I can read. And I know my Scottish.
So let's say Jones off for Elliott.
Love
There
that.
you go.
Love that.
Yeah, we've got a little rest for Robertson. 18. What are we? Christ, come on, Paul. Yeah, 18 minutes left in the game, more or less. 17 minutes. Christ, I'm making hard work of that. Never mind, ignore me. Throw in. Emerson takes it, gets it back, runs down a. Oh, I was going to say blind alley, but he's actually burst past Trent Alexander-Arnold there. He's to the byline, stands it up, doesn't really, just chips it casually into the arms of the waiting Alisson Becker. Okay, McAllister now. Elliott lets it run. Jota gathers it. He's dropped deep on this right-hand side. He's got Salah ahead of him, gives it to him, continues his run on. Salah, that wasn't really the right ball there. West Ham clear. Come on, get around him.
I'm really kind of surprised that Salah's not getting a rest, you know. Like, that's the 5 done, innit?
Yes.
2 double substitutions in Kwanzaa, right?
Oh
gosh.
Christ.
Keep the clean sheet, though.
Yeah.
Anyone else surprised that Salah's not getting a rest?
No. Because he's an absolute machine.
Try and go and get it. Oh, he's missed.
Oh,
Told ya.
Kudus free had a huge opportunity for West Ham and he has missed the target.
Told you.
By hitting the crossbar.
Knew it before he did
Possibly
it.
offside.
Crap.
I think they're all offside.
It probably is off, but damn close.
Yeah.
And terrible.
Oh, yeah. Well, ladies and gents, what was your best Christmas present? Let us know in the comments.
I'm still waiting for mine.
Is this because the kids are around too much?
No. It's 3 contracts, mate.
Here comes Kwanzaa. Elliott dropped off, but he sends him back the other way. Continues to go with it himself. Sends Trent running away down the right-hand side. Great touch.
What are they doing?
What a ball! Salah! Oh, he's blazed it! Trent should have an assist there. Salah should have another goal. And Liverpool should have a 5th. But wonderful build. I mean, this ball from Kwanzaa and the touch from Trent.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? And, like, look, he just touches it and then he just dinks it and touch and twat. Go back to passing the ball into the Redmen. You got well overexcited there.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous football. But I think Kwanzaa's pass was genuinely superb as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's having quite a good game since coming on the pitch for the injured Joe Gomez. We've got just under 15 minutes left of this game, and I'd like another, Chris. I'm starting to get a bit bored.
Yeah.
I want 5 or 6.
I'd take 5 or 7. 6 means Bolero.
Yeah. I might actually go on YouTube and just remind myself of what the Bolero look like.
I mean, do we need to decide on parts to play? Because I know you're bigger, but I think I'm heavier, mate. So I think any lifts, right?
I think you'll spin.
I've also got a bad back, so I'm not sure I could do a lift. I think we're fucked. Is it ultimately where I'm at with this?
There's no right answer.
No. It's going to be tough doing that in trainers.
Oh, yeah.
We're just going to have to pretend we're moving.
Here from West Ham. Kudus barreling down on goal. Cross shot. Headed wide.
It's Wan-Bissaka. Crap.
Yeah. Ideas above his station there as Aaron Wan-Bissaka becomes a centre forward for West Ham. So he's following like the Michael Antonio route to centre forward. Go on, Carol.
When you say Bolero, you mean naked skating, right? It's like, no, that is not what we mean at all.
If we just put my screen on a second, please, you can just see a little bit of what the Bolero entails from Torval and Dean. Yeah, great stuff. But we are, less than 13 minutes till full time. Liverpool need 2 more goals. And if you want Liverpool to score those 2 more goals, let me just see where we're at in terms of likes. We're only on 1,600 likes, 5,000 watching. We need to get to at least 2,000 probably more like 2,500 likes if Liverpool are going to score those 2 goals, ladies and gents. So bang that like button on the stream if you haven't done so already, and give it the best possible chance of seeing me and Chris make absolute knobheads of ourselves live on the internet. Again, handball.
Daniel Ward, best Christmas present was paying 10 quid for a Redmen Christmas jumper I thought sold out last year. Well done, you. Excellent, love that. Did you do the super chats that came in, mate, from Trig?
I have not done those ones just yet. Fill your boots.
Okay, my best Christmas present to myself was a PS5 Pro. Yeah, you're doing Christmas right there, Trig. Thank you so much again for the super chat. Gaz Cavaliera, member for 32 months as you're trying hard to get out of it, boys. No, I think Liverpool are trying to get us out of it. Mo could have put it.
Trying his best.
Mo could have fucking put this.
Mo knows the world doesn't need to see me and Chris doing the bolero, so he's absolutely fluffing his chances left, right, and centre.
I just need to go and get a skin suit from upstairs as well. I've got one up there.
Still got the yellow one?
Yeah, I've got the yellow one. It might be stretched. But
Trent.
we'll go.
Flat cross blocked corner to Liverpool. Juicer CK71 says best was a Lego tie bomber and the Redmen jumper. Well done. That sounds like a boss. Set a Grimbo Prezzies. Okay, corner. Just wondering why they were showing Liverpool fans there. Wonder if something untoward was happening. But
Tarby, it was short like.
Always just showing off his quads, or quad, or maybe quads. I don't know. Trent corner, outswinger, headed up and away to the edge of the box. McAllister heads it back to Trent, gets himself onside, left-footed. He's going to stick that one to the back post.
Mate, is he using his left foot a lot more in the last week, by the way?
He's just, honestly, he's fucking brilliant at football. And you know, he's so good. He's the one I have the most difficulty with on all this contract stuff. Because he's the one I think who's getting the most negativity towards him on all this.
No, really? I mean, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with some of it, but also I'm appreciative of some of the situation. But it's a pity that he plays right back, because if he played central midfield, then I just don't think anyone's batting that. I think you move heaven and earth to keep him, but he's just that unfortunate circumstance. That's what you were saying of like, I can't understand the situation because I don't know it. You know, we know they've all been getting offered contracts. I still feel reasonably calm about Van Dijk. I feel very calm about Van Dijk. I feel more calm about Salah than I have done all season. But Trent just looks like he's had his head turned by Real Madrid. Anyway, Kostas is going to take a free kick for Liverpool, just in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, right hand side. Liverpool lining up there. We've got a few men hovering on the edge. Van Dijk is right in the mixer there. Kostas goes deep with that one. Doesn't reach Diaz. But he will gather it and play it back to Harvey Elliott. Elliott takes a touch, gives it to Diaz, and Liverpool will be forced to retreat here under pressure. Although Diaz might go and try and dribble everyone here.
Wow.
Goes past two.
Just go and score. Oh, boy.
Ball to Virgil van Dijk. That's not really... Oh, Virgil van Dijk with the careless save. I was about to say that's probably not the man you want making that run, but Virgil had a good little go there.
Oh, I just really wanted him to just carry on and score himself. He could have chipped the keeper from there. Oh, mate, he's prime Gakpo. In a little chop back and everything. Boom. I've seen him do this so many times. Yeah, it's harder than it looks, isn't it? Yeah. Cody gets a couple of sights as well.
It is one of them where you do underestimate the technique it's required to kick the ball from the edge of the 18-yard box past the goalkeeper. Is an underratedly difficult thing to do. I think like the...
Catch it!
Well, Allison should catch that. It doesn't. Paqueta will pick it up on the edge. Somerville's got it.
The top scorers just keep scoring, Paul.
Well done.
Oh, well done, Endo.
Snap there as well. Free kick to him.
2 down.
Yeah.
Oh, one shoelace.
Good. Well, this is just lovely. Oh. Endo won't want to show weakness there. Just get up and get on with it. McAllister's still tying his shoelaces. It's a slight concern. Oscar Wilkins says, Happy New Year, Paul and Chris. The team is the best in Europe. Arne is the man. He really, really is. Really is.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you too, Oscar.
Yeah, New Year.
Speak to you in 2025.
West Ham trying to build something, trying to get anything from this game. There's an empty stadium. That it's something about certain seat colour types.
They show up more, don't they?
Yeah, white and sky
Mo,
blue.
go on. Mo, go on.
He's dancing. He's got Jota. He's still got Jota. Jota's in on goal, and there is the fifth. Diogo Jota back in the goals once again, and we are closing in on me and Chris having to do the bolero with
God.
6 minutes plus stoppage time still to play.
Call it. They're already dead.
Stop the count.
Call it. Why weird? I mean, this is probably better for Mo, isn't it? Because I thought the assist was harder to get to 20. But he's got a couple of assists this time. The run's absolutely fantastic, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
I thought he'd held on too long, if I'm honest.
I knew exactly what he was doing. He picks the ball up in his own half. He drives. He goes past one, sits him down, sends him for the echo, slows it down with a bad touch, flicks it out there, and Jota just bends it into the top bin. And Salah's doing aeroplane celebrations and all kinds on the back end of that.
Yeah.
Little flick. Terrible
Missed
touch.
the ball.
Little flick. There you go. Watch. Can we keep the camera on Salah, please? And goal. Yeah, it's unlucky that.
Superb.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Superb. 5-0. Away from home.
If you think there's a lot of white seats there now,
Oh gosh.
give it another minute. By the time
just see them standing up
by the
and
time
going.
this replay's over, that stadium will be a lot more empty. Wow. Wow, look at them. They're on their way.
West Ham fans singing "Is there a fire drill" to themselves.
There is a fire drill. West Ham putting themselves under pressure, playing it around from the back.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of people, I think Kieran mentioned this before as well, Reece, but I love how Dr. Cynic also sponsors West Ham Stadium boards. They are an official club sponsor of West Ham's.
Yeah.
Dr. Cynic, so
Probably
it's not
getting
just
better
like
value out of
a
us at this
dodgy...
point. Harvey Elliott. Oh, he tried to give it to Salah. Cut out. Endo's up there with him as well. He's going to fight, battle, and actually lose that one to Somerville. And McAllister will go and shut the door on him. I'm not sure that's a free kick, ref. That was good defending. Anyway, okay, Liam's movie, vlog, and gaming. Wow. Best Christmas present would be the team winning the league in front of fans and lift the Premier League trophy in a packed Anfield. Could not agree more, my friend. James Daniel says Diane Butler got model of Anfield that you build. Yeah, very cool. Kian
Oh, they're gone. Look, they're going.
See, yeah. Oh, look at them glasses. My fiance got my late uncle's Champions League 05 Champions League shirt professionally framed for me. Also got a Lego X-wing. Exceptional.
My word.
Stuff.
I mean, you're already going to marry her, but yeah, I was going to say marry her. Like,
yeah,
that's a great present.
And we got one here. From Carl.
You didn't see it. He was like, just sat there like that, and he saw the camera point at him. Paul, he went, oh.
Even better. Day ruined. More so. Carl Martin with the big super chat there. Words can't describe how good this team is and how great Mohamed Salah is. Yeah.
Are we getting to the point of the season where we're going to start sacking managers? So, like, is this him?
This could be him.
And in a week's time, could it be Postecoglou?
Oh, it could be.
I mean, another defeat for Manchester United, and Amorim might be in trouble.
They are mad. Jim Radcliffe might be one of the most evil CEOs in the world. You know, like
100%. Like, I mean, he just keeps sacking people who aren't on that much money.
They keep
so that he can keep paying $300,000 a week to Casemiro.
Exactly
what the fuck?
To keep paying Casemiro, Mo Salah wages, and basically taking money off good, hard working class and lower income people and ex-footballers now who can't afford to live.
What the hell is that?
Is that Sullivan or the
other one? It's a goat. Is that a goat or a sleeping bag? What is it?
That looks like a deflated balloon.
I think they had them on the Titanic. What the hell?
That is mad.
That's when you've got too much money, that, Paul. That's what you buy when you've got too much money.
Yeah.
And know
West Ham United.
that Everton, United.
Good Lord.
They're all in the same boat.
Okay. 2 minutes left. The Bolero is still on, but increasingly unlikely.
Show me a couple of these moves. I'm going to have to look at them. You got it open. Show me a move or two. I'm over here to watch. I think I can do the knee bits. I might not be able to get back. Well, okay, we can do that. Yeah. That might be a bit too penis on bum for my liking.
For your liking. Shut up.
If we switch it.
That is the perfect amount of penis on bum for your liking. It'll be like that. Right, here come West Ham.
Okay. I think I can nail the longing look.
Diaz driving down that left-hand side. Jota holds it up. West Ham are desperate to not make it 6. If they defended this resolutely at any other point during this game, it would not be 5-0. But here we are. Quansah, Endo, Tsimikas, Liverpool in no rush here, and nor should they be. Oh, sorry, McAllister, not Tsimikas. McAllister now. Van Dijk. Is this one of those ones where there's probably supposed to be about 5 minutes of injury time, but the referee just
calls it? Yeah, I think you're right.
Alisson. Virgil van Dijk.
McBlicky says, I've never wanted 6-0 more.
It's all about the arms, I think. It's all going to be a lot of like...
Trig hasn't got confidence in me. He says, after seeing your attempted cartwheel on stage, I haven't got confidence. Again, I would just like to point out, it wasn't an attempted cartwheel. It was an attempted one-handed cartwheel. There is a difference when you're a man of my age and size.
He's landed many a cartwheel.
Oh, I can do multiple cartwheels. I could go 100 metres of cartwheels. Not in a straight line. But...
Oh, wow. Oh, I'm bringing the measuring tape next time. Next live show, 100 metres of cartwheels on our next live show, ladies and gents.
We need a big fucking stage for that, mate. Might have to do Anfield.
No, we'll just sneak it like Alton Towers rides.
Okay.
Ball over the top. Trent's going to pick that one up. We got 4 minutes of additional time, which feels like a very, we'll shake hands on 4 minutes kind of deal here. Some of us tried to meg Trent. He's had none of it. Trent has been brilliant.
Yes.
Today, defensively in particular, as well as just exceptional in attack. The Lim report says, and that is how you bring 2024 to a close. Happy New Year 25. Ruddy says Ruben Amorim is getting a hammering next week.
We've just hammered the East London lot.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh, Quansah got tackled there as he was running through the middle of the pitch looking for a goal himself. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just to reiterate Trig Josh's one as well. Okay, 3 minutes remaining. Very few West Ham fans. I mean, fair play to the ones who've stuck it out. That's been a real support of that. I love that. Somerville's dropping deep. They don't want this. They haven't wanted it since the kickoff, really. We might get away with this, Chris. 2.5 minutes.
I think we should do it anyway, Paul.
No.
I would have.
6 or 9.
I know.
I'm a man of my word.
Uh-oh. Dan, if Liverpool get a 6, you might have to just do the other show on later. We've got a 7-minute Bolero to do here, and I don't want to fucking half-arse this. I need to watch the full video. We maybe have it on in front of us so we can copy it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, nice, I like it.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to score a 6th. Or if we concede one as well, we don't have to do it.
Oh, that's 6 goals scored then. I'm trying.
Somerville. Back to Paqueta. Chips the cross in. Headed away by Tsimikas.
Oh, yeah. There was no need to do anything mad there by McAllister. It was clever. If the game's tight, he probably goes in for that and gives a free kick away. He just went, no, go on, do it. I don't care.
This game is won. And is long won. It was long won a long time ago. Liverpool's away fans absolutely jubilant. Probably outnumbering the total number of West Ham fans in the ground at this point.
Definitely outsinging them. They're just hiding.
The worst thing about sticking it out.
Quansah with the ball.
Top.
Was it Quansah?
Josh has brought it down. Oh, he's been wrestled away.
Oh my God.
The ball back.
He's going to do it,
He's going to do it,
Diaz.
Diaz, oh, he gets tackled.
I've never been more scared for Liverpool to score a 6-goal in my life. You didn't want it.
Oh, no. That might be it. Last chance at 6. Emerson attacks down the left-hand side. And Trent blocks it for a throw-in. Good Lord. I've done some stupid shit on this channel over the years, but this might be right. It'll be right up there. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to deliver unto you all a Machin Page Bolero.
Oh,
they hit the post
again, third time.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It's unlucky that late.
Had a good effort off target.
Again, have they got a shot on target yet? To be checked.
This might count as one on target because it was deflected, maybe.
Oh, he's done it. Oh, it's deflected twice.
Away.
When did he bring Fulcrum on?
No idea. Okay, this is the last chance of the game. It looks like we have been saved from Bolero, but the way Liverpool are playing, tune in next week. It's going to drop to Somerville. Oh, Jota stuck out a leg. Oh, he's gone for goal. He's put it wide, and that, I'm pretty sure, will be that. Yes, West Ham United 0. Liverpool 5. Wonderful. I mean, look, that game, Chris, we dominated that from start to finish. One little shot across the bow from West Ham in the early days of the game. But other than that, we just didn't really look back. And I'm sure West Ham fans will take solace in the woodwork hit, but in reality, nothing doing there. Certainly no impactful way for how the game could have gone. They're rubbish, and we performed as we should do against a team that's going to play like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, listen, from Liverpool's perspective, it's got to be up there with the best performance of the season for me. I mean, the confidence that we showed as soon as we gave that sort of half chance away early doors, the willingness to get runners into the box, to get men into the box, to get shots off. We were just electric in the final third, you know. I mean, every time we entered it, it felt like we were going to score, and quite often we did, of course, but like the midfield, that's as good a performance as I've seen. The attack, they all score. Did they all get an assist as well? I don't know. I've lost track of where the assists all came from. I think Trent gets one. Does Jones get one? Mo gets one.
So 2 assists for Salah, 1 assist for Curtis, 1 assist for Gravenberch.
Okay. And it was just time and time again. It didn't matter what we would. It felt like we could do anything. We could beat them however we wanted. Mm-hmm. And that is a testament to a team in form, a team of playing with confidence. You know, the only slight downer on today is Joe Gomez's injury.
Yeah.
But Kwanzaa came in, and Kwanzaa's needed that as well. So it's nice for him to get it, not when the game's completely wrapped up as well. It's nice for him to come on and actually feel a part of something. Yeah. And his passing was brilliant as well. McAllister, for me, was the guy who set it all up today. Yeah. I thought, especially first half, he was magnificent. But then also Gravenberch switching places with him, and Jones being in there in the final third. West Ham's defence, for having 5 lads, didn't have a fucking clue what Liverpool were doing. No. You know, and Diaz was creating space, a la Bobby Firmino, for Jones to run into. And whether the defenders were following Diaz, I don't know, because there just seemed to be gaping holes in their back line.
Yeah. No, we totally dominated. And I don't know what the hell their game plan was supposed to be, but unless it was allow Liverpool free rein to run our 18-yard box and get shots off, it failed spectacularly. If it was that, then they nailed it. Nailed it from start to finish, West Ham.
Wouldn't put it past them.
Liverpool were great. Again, you're right. All across the pitch, they were absolutely brilliant. And this was the result that's kind of, I think we all kind of needed, because I said, you know, you're in that busy period now. We've had our little bit of a dip, and it's good to kind of show, I think.
That's boss, sorry. He's just, Gakpo saw a sign in the crowd saying, "Can I have your shirt?" And he just went over there after the game and then give the kid the shirt. That's absolutely fucking... I love our players. This is what we were like when we were winning fucking European Cups and league titles, just showcasing. We've got boss lads at the club.
Great bunch of lads, great bunch of goal scorers, great bunch of footballers. Wonderful stuff. Just a couple of super chats before we wrap up and hand over to Dan. Okay, how much are we looking into Trent's celebrations of Stuart Armstrong? You know what? We're probably going to do a good half an hour on it on the podcast tomorrow, so... At least that's how much. Quite a lot is the answer. Trig Josh says, regarding the Bolero, oh, hang on, my page is slowed down there. Would you be wearing skin tight sequin trousers, Chris, and Paul the miniskirt. I mean, I've got the legs for it, so maybe. But unfortunately, not today because we didn't get the
Sunday night. I'll be wearing the sequin trousers, whatever.
Sunday night sequins, 100%. Got to keep it going now. Let's
There's
finish for another year.
One more from Pakuni before we go. Chris, Paul, Dan, Steve, Errol, and all at Redmen, have a happy new year. Great show. Pity no Bolero, though. See you all in 2025. Adios, amigos. Thank you so much.
It just remains to me to say for those who join us on the watch-alongs, huge thanks to everyone who's joined us. Thanks to Chris, and obviously Dan's been on content so far. We've got Aaron and Amber behind the scenes doing the production. Obviously Joe's day off today. Steve's off. Chloe's, I presume Chloe's at the game. So stay tuned for Chloe's post-match video and some footage from inside the ground on the YouTube channel as well. But we've got a couple more bits to go before New Year's end. The podcast will be live here on YouTube on Monday at 2 p.m. And then, of course, we've got the Bias Football Pod to follow on Redmen Plus. So, huge thank you from me for everyone who's helped us and supported us in 2024. Hopefully 2025 can, particularly this season's part of it, can continue as it's gone because the Reds are top of the league. Let's have a little look at the league table just to wrap us up. Top of the pile, 18 played, 45 points, just one defeat so far this season, plus 28 goal difference. The second best goal difference in the league is Arsenal on plus 19, which is absolutely insane. Just a wonderful, wonderful time, wonderful team, wonderful gang of lads, and you guys are all wonderful as well. So enjoy it because we're living once again in the best of times. And we'll have you covered from all angles on that, both here on the YouTube channel, on Acast and podcast apps. And if you want more from us to help support the channel, then please do consider signing up for redmenplus.com. You can get the exclusive podcast on Spotify if you want. You can get the exclusive videos on YouTube. You get the full thing on redmenplus.com. What are you doing? Yeah. Okay, do it. Hey all you wonderful Redmen Plus subscribers, I just wants to let you know that the book written by my dad and brought to life by myself, The Man Who Stole the World Cup, is available in 2 versions to buy right now. The exclusive signed edition and exclusive cover is there on redmenmerch.com, but if you just want to order it worldwide, far more straightforward, go to Amazon, search for The Man Who Stole the World Cup, and the hardback and Kindle versions are available there. So get yourself a boss little Prezi for a young football fan, or actually if you just enjoy fun sci-fi stories, one for yourself on either Redmen merch or Amazon this Christmas.
If I'd have just done that. Hey all you wonderful Redmen Plus subscribers, I just wants to let you know that the book written by my dad and brought to life by myself, The Man Who Stole the World Cup, is available in 2 versions to buy right now. The exclusive signed edition and exclusive cover is there on redmenmerch.com, but if you just want to order it worldwide, far more straightforward, go to Amazon, search for The Man Who Stole the World Cup, and the hardback and Kindle versions are available there. So get yourself a boss little Prezi for a young football fan, or actually if you just
just enjoy fun sci-fi stories, one for yourself on either Redmen merch or Amazon this Christmas. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Redmen TV. After Liverpool absolutely battered West Ham United, well and truly hammered them, if you'll pardon the dreadful pun, 5-0 at the London Stadium. 5 different goal scorers. They were powerless to resist. We were unbelievable, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, and this is the part of the night where we talk about it and we just spend the next 20 minutes or so saying how boss Mo Salah is, how boss Leicester McAllister is, how boss Liverpool are, full stop. And then we do the bit where we all rate the players and then we all go home and enjoy the rest of our evening stroke Christmas period stroke year, because that was Liverpool signing off 2024 in some style. And the chat is absolutely buzzing, as is the Venus, and rightfully so, because my word, like, listen, we've all been getting carried away in terms of Liverpool and what is possible and what we can achieve. And I just bring up the comment slander, can we get carried away? Yeah, we can. I think we can. We've all been... Everyone gets carried away at different stages, and everyone starts to believe and starts to think that the name may well be on the title and all that sort of stuff, and all those positive, amazing dreams and thoughts that we all have at different stages, basically, when it comes to watching a season, how it devolves. Everyone has sort of different staging points and different amount of matches, or everyone needs to see a certain amount of football before they go, okay, now I'm fully invested and now I believe we can do X, Y, Z this season. I've been maybe a little late to the party in that sense, in that I like to see a certain amount of a side. And I like to see a certain amount of a side in different sort of situations as well. Often it's not the setback, it's the comeback in games and how you react to certain moments and how you react to certain, like I say, things going against you, and it feels like you are getting knocks and knocks and knocks. But now I feel like we've had enough knocks. And today, in a weird way, was another sort of element of that, because we were brilliant, but then Aviola was having a really good game against us, and it felt like it was sort of us against him at some point, and we were doing everything right, and so much of football was boss, but we just kept going and kept going and kept believing. Aviola making save after save after save. But what was so interesting about today's performance, and we'll talk about the boss stuff in a minute, but if you'll bear with me, is that when we lost Joe Gomez, seemingly to a hamstring injury, was the only negative to come from today, really. It felt as though West Ham hit the post recently as well in the game, and then we lose Joe Gomez. Like, that could easily put a bit of a dampener on everything you're trying to do. Liverpool reacts in the best possible way and go up the other end and score twice in the space of like 5 minutes. Like, unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. The way we're reacting to stuff and the way we're dealing with games right now. And West Ham are crap. Let's have it right. West Ham, for the players they own, are bang average. Like Lopetegui, it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 15 minutes whilst I'm sat here, he got the bullet, because he's not good enough, in my opinion, to manage that side. And West Ham aren't a top 6 football team in terms of the makeup of their squad, but they're a top half football team in terms of the makeup of their squad. Like Mohamed Kudus, Jared Bowen, they're good players, good players, but yeah, he ain't the guy. He ain't that guy. But that's not to say Liverpool just weren't electric today. Absolutely. Mo Salah, some of the pass, and you know what was so interesting about today as well? I'll dive into the chat in more detail in a minute, so bear with me again, sorry. Some of the goals that weren't, and some of the assists that weren't, like some of the passes. There's one at the end for Trent where he just dinks one over the top. I think it's Kilman, finds Salah, and Salah fires over it. Some of the goals that we could have scored, and some of the imagination we showed in some of the passes, and some of McAllister's touch into Salah as well, and the assist would have been an absolute piss take. Whoa. We were joy to watch. Joy to watch. I'll deal with the super chat first, and then I've got another comment I want to bring up. Distressed Wrangler Jeans, which is one hell of a YouTube name. No minutes for Darwin. He's out in the summer. Maybe he might be out in the summer. The only reason I would suggest he didn't get any minutes today is because he's one of the lads a yellow card away from being suspended, and why risk that when you're cruising 4-5-0 in the game by the time you could have brought him on. So yeah, I'm not sure there was anything in the Darwin Núñez no minutes today. There might have been something in no Chiesa. That's a different topic altogether. But yeah, I wouldn't read too much into Darwin not getting on the pitch, like I say, because that suspension hanging over his head. This isn't, we weren't even, and yeah, other lads did need minutes. Simicast and Elliott, both examples of that, so absolutely spot on as well. But there's nothing. Terry happier with a clean sheet. Yeah, and I think it's a good point, especially on the road. We've not been watertight Benish yesterday, and they had a couple of moments. Mohamed Kudus mainly involved in them. But yeah, the clean sheet will please Alisson, obviously Virgil, and the defensive unit as a whole. And Joel Quansah, when he came on, I thought he was sound, by the way. But it will definitely please Arne Slot a hell of a lot, because he is a perfectionist. And the Spurs game was the biggest example I've got of this, where we were obviously brilliant and we obviously got all 3 points and we were irresistibly good in attack. I think the concession of 3 goals would have done his head in a bit. So to do that today in the style and in the manner that we did will make him over the moon. Like, there's very, very little he could pick at today's game and go, we need to be better there. This could be the first time when it comes to tomorrow's morning analysis and watching back the highlights and what they need to work on. It might take 5 minutes, because there's very little they could pick apart, which again speaks to how dominant and how good we were. Just remarkable form. Yeah, the Gomez injury is the biggest one. If anyone hears anything on that, by the way, whilst I'm sat here, Arne Slot will speak, might even have spoke. If anyone does see any feedback or any news about Joe Gomez, do let me know. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but it did look like a little hamstring tweak, which is a shame, of course. Yeah, let's deal with the Trent thing, shall we? Momentarily. I hope Wayne's right, by the way. But let's deal with the Trent thing. Interesting is a good way of describing it. I said to Aaron as we were setting up to come onto this show then a minute ago, that to me screams, and I'm going to say something quite bold here, that to me screams all the nonsense, what now can be perceived as nonsense from Spain over the past couple of days from Marca and NAS, which are generally mouthpieces for Madrid anyway. That just tells me that's not true. Because Trent will be fully aware, of course he will, of what's been getting said over the past 48 hours. And for him to celebrate and to instantly have the presence of mind to celebrate in that manner just says that isn't the case. Like, I can't read into it any other way. And I wouldn't go as far as say it means he's definitely staying. I hope that is the case, of course. But it almost immediately tells me that just isn't true. Like, all the noise, all the speculation, all the talk around him being one step away or just a signature away from Madrid or whatever it was, however it was framed, that's just not right. Like, the negotiations will still be going on. They'll still be happening. Liverpool will still be trying to make him stay. And yeah, fingers crossed that can be the case. Diane Butler, this result is coming at the end of a brilliant week for me. Looking forward to what 2025 has in store. Yeah, you and me both, Diane. Hope you had a boss Christmas as well. And hope all is good. He didn't just cup his ear. Is this about... He gave it the whole talking, like too much noise type thing. So yeah, it tells me things are not all over when it comes to Trent potentially sticking around for a few more years yet. Fingers crossed. I'll hold you to that, but I'm a non-drinker, would you believe it? I'm the only non-drinker I think in the building, but thanks anyway. Do it by all means, and I'll just spectate and have a good time regardless. Thank you very much. I don't know what that next bit means. Thanks. I'm feeling better. I am better. I have been tired recently. Christmas is a busy time, man. And Liverpool play a lot. So yeah, I have been tired. And 4-month-old baby will take some energy away from you. But yeah, I'm all good. I am all good. I massively appreciate the care. Yeah, Salah is a genius. Again, the quality of Mohamed Salah today. The Jota assist right at the end, the run from his own half, and then the wherewithal just to wait and delay the pass and to sucker more defenders in, then release Jota at just the right time. The goals that he scores, like, he's just... We are so blessed to watch Mohamed Salah play for his football club every week. Like, he breaks records every time he plays. Every single time he plays, he breaks records. There was 2 more that fell today. 8th consecutive season of 20-plus goals in all comps. And the second one was the first player ever, I think I'm right in saying, to do a certain amount of numbers that have this completely escaped me now. I did tweet it out before, but it's completely gone. In terms of goals and assists, like, he's broken another first ever record in the Premier League today. The fella is an absolute joke. And just, again, phenomenal. And he could have walked away with 3 or 4 goals today. He was that good, and nobody would have batted an eyelid. Like, credit to Areola, denied him a couple of times. A couple of chances he probably will feel like he could have done better with. Walks away with 2 assists instead. And the touch for the Gakpo goal. Yeah, Bruce, you and me both, my mate. You and me both. And I've seen people question whether he meant it or not, but I don't know how you can even question Mo Salah at this point. Like, he's gone from one season wonder, he's gone from Chelsea flop to one season wonder to 8-season genius. Like, defies logic. And yet still people question him. And yet still people have the audacity to claim that Eden Hazard is fit enough to lace his boots. He was never fit enough to lace his boots. Let's have it right. Good player. And I quite enjoyed watching him on his day. But my word, he pales into insignificance compared to Mohamed Salah. Not just in terms of ability and goals and assists and output and all that stuff. Longevity is kind of the key to all that. And I'm aware, just saying, well, he's played for longer, he's done it for longer, doesn't win and close every single argument. But it's a hell of a long way towards doing it. And yeah. Anyway, he is a bit of a tit. I've noticed that. Well, no, listen, people do what people do, but that could never be me. I haven't got it in me for that to be me. It would be too fake, and I just haven't got that in me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lisa. Yeah, I do appreciate it. I genuinely do. Everything's always been fine, by the way, but there is a good chance I've been quite tired recently. I love how hard we fought, David says, defensively on 4 or 5 goals. Just hungry. Yeah, hungry is a great word. Hungry's a great word. And that was evidenced defensively and in sort of the final third today. Just how ravid we were in getting the ball back and win the high. And actually got us 1 or 2 of the goals today as well. And the minute West Ham got it, we were on them. 2 or 3 players, Curtis Jones, Jota when he came on, Diaz all the time, just all over them like a rash. Like, that is not your footy. That does not belong to you. Win it back instantly. Absolutely instantly. Yeah, and what am I having for dinner? I've already had my dinner. I had like a curry thing through there before, during half time, which was pleasant. Virgil centre forward, yeah, Johnny Cash. I mean, why not? Trying to get it on the goal act, I guess. And you know what? He did the first bit well. That little shift, the finish left a lot to be desired, but the little shift was nice. Very reminiscent of what I look like if I ever wandered up top in a game of footy, though. Bit too big to be up there, really. And listen, we've had some big centre-forwards back in the day. Peter Crouch is probably the exception to what I'm saying here. Because we don't have the best feet normally in the world. I'm definitely victim of that. Sounds, let's dive into some more big boy games. As top performance, you'll never walk alone. 10 out of 10. Yeah, a lot of people talk about Endo as well. Yeah. I was really impressed with Endo. I was impressed with most of the subs when they came on. Elliott and Timmercast had less time on the pitch, of course. But I thought Endo was good. Won the ball back nicely a couple of times and got us on the front foot as well with his passing, which is often underrated, it feels like, speaking of which. And who else came on? Javel Quansah was the other one. And he wasn't tested necessarily in the way that he might have been, but I think it would have done him a world of good to come through that unscathed, play a big part in terms of the minutes in us getting a clean sheet, and yeah, just having a big win under his belt, because it does feel as though, and I've said this a few times on here and different things, like everything Quansah did, it's going to sound far worse than I mean it, by the way. I could have phrased this miles better. But every time he made a mistake, basically, that was always compounded by it leading to a goal. He couldn't get away with anything. Often you'll see Andy Robertson does this today, by the way. Andy Robertson, in the first few minutes, gives away the ball. He's just a bit lax on it, a bit too complacent. They nick it, away they go, they nearly score. He wasn't punished for it. Every time Javel Quansah misplaced anything or missed something or whatever, they always scored off it, or it hit him, and it wouldn't rebound behind for a corner. It wouldn't fall to Van Dijk to clear, it would go in. It just felt like the whole world was against him for a bit. So to come on today for Quansah and have 60 minutes, whatever it was, under his belt, and it go quite well, is really important, because we don't know where Konate is going to be for next week. The likelihood is Gomez won't be fit and available, so we might need Joel Quansah to take on Manchester United next weekend. So again, 60 minutes, an hour under his belt of decent footy. Somebody mentioned the moment, the hands. Yeah, he probably does need to be careful with that. There wasn't enough in it for penalties for me, but I see where you're coming from. I think it was a Christ Centre of Somerville. He ended up sort of barging him out a little bit. But yeah, I haven't seen the Salah quotes on Sky, although they have just come up as a notification on my phone, so I'll try and get them up now. He's been asked about the Ballon d'Or. I've seen that. 1 second, so I am just getting them up as I speak. Only thing in my mind is for Liverpool to win the Premier League. Oh, he's asked about the Ballon d'Or, and that was his response. Okay. Yeah, I assume he's spoken about the contract, has he? I'll try and find them while I'm talking, eh? Let's multitask.
What are your thoughts on his comments? Let's have it. And what are your thoughts on the Trent thing as well? I'll ask you that because I can only read it one way. To be honest with you, he's far away from a contract. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I just fear this contract shit. I fear this contract shit so much. I hope so. I said it before the match today. I don't want it to derail or unsettle anything that we're doing because on the pitch, we are doing all the right things. We look so good. We look imperious at times. And what's so brilliant and fascinating about it, and somebody said it earlier on, there's more to come. Somebody said we didn't get out of fourth gear. I would argue we didn't get into fourth gear. I think we never got out of third gear, to be honest. So I just don't want this whole background noise and narrative of will they, won't they, to do anything to harm our season. Because it hasn't done up until this point, obviously. Salah, Van Dijk, Trent remain brilliant. I thought Trent was exceptional today, by the way. And I know people will have other opinions, that's fine. But I thought he was brilliant. I genuinely did. Some of his passing to piss take. The one down the line for Salah, and then the one he dinks into Salah, which should do better for him, to be honest. We should score from. Just a joke. What he can do with a foot at his feet just bewilders me sometimes. But I just don't want this to become a distraction, basically. Whether it be as a fan base, as a team, as a collective, what we're trying to achieve, the manager, or even the players themselves. Because, again, it clearly hasn't. Salah's putting up numbers like we've never really seen before at Liverpool Football Club. Virgil van Dijk remains Virgil van Dijk. Trent, as I've just said, still a genius with a ball at his feet. However, let's get to March, and none of these are resolved yet. And all of a sudden, the noise or the actual contact between Real Madrid and Trent is a thing, or somebody comes in for Van Dijk, PSG, whatever, that might just change something. You know what I mean? I don't know. I hope not. I hate being negative, but it's kind of this. And you know what? It's obviously never been more apparent to me than when I do shows like this. And it's not a bad thing, by the way, because the talking point is the talking point, if you like. We've just battered West Ham 5-0, and I come and sit here, and one of the main things we have to talk about is the contract situations, because they're the elephants in the room, because it's three of our most important assets and footballers, and in terms of what we can do and what we can achieve this season, they're absolutely integral. So we can't avoid it. And it's really frustrating. I'd love nothing more than to come in and just talk about how boss we were then. 5 different goal scorers. Mo Salah taking the piss again. Aren't we just mustard? We're going to win everything. But we can't. And I'm as guilty as anyone for it, because it's such a big topic, ultimately. Such a big topic. Trent stays for Klopp, not Slot. Maybe, I don't know. Listen, I'd have been inclined to agree with you 6 months ago, but I think we've seen enough of Arne Slot's Liverpool side now, and Trent's probably seen enough of him on the training pitch now to suggest that, he knows he's irreplaceable at Liverpool. I know Conor Bradley's boss, but Trent's irreplaceable. Nobody can do what he does from right back, joke. But in terms of what Slot's been able to do with this side in such a short period of time, that's enough of a sample size for any footballer to want to stick around and believe something special. And let's not forget, if we keep Salah and Virgil aside for 1 minute, and I'll spin back around to the game once I finish this point, is whatever you think of Trent and how this is playing out and what might or might not happen, Liverpool Football Club remains very much in his veins and in his blood. He has reached the top of the mountain for Liverpool in terms of he's won the captain's armband, he's won the Premier League, he's won the Champions League. That is still a huge, huge element of his life. So to have all of that, but then also have the fact that there could still be more to come and more of that glory, and there's more to achieve in his career, they're two really powerful forces that, in my opinion, should make him stay. One of them existed in the summer. The other one was, I don't know what Liverpool are anymore because Klopp's not there. I don't know what this new version of Liverpool looks like. That isn't even a question now. It looks like top of the league, 8 points clear with a game in hand. Anyway, I remain hopeful. I've said it a million times. I remain hopeful. So let's all keep our fingers crossed and hope 2025 brings us some new contracts. That's my New Year's resolution. New contracts for Liverpool. Doesn't even make sense, but I'm saying it anyway.
Mahoom Mustafa with a super chat, thank you very much. Diaz is an unsung hero who's everywhere today, should be respected more. Yeah, listen, Diaz has been phenomenal this season for me, not just in terms of his goals and in terms of what he's able to do on the footy pitch, but you said it there, the work he puts in every single time he steps out there is just second to none. So yeah, I do not underestimate Luis Diaz and how important he is. Nor do I underestimate, somebody made the point earlier on, it's well gone now, but Alexis McAllister, I think he is one of the most underrated footballers at Liverpool, because, again, I feel like I've said it 10 times in the past couple of months, but week in, week out, he just produces a certain level of performance. Today was probably up a little bit from that, if I'm being really honest. But he's like constantly an 8, sometimes balled as a 9, very rarely balled as a 7. That's kind of where I'm at Alexis every single time he plays for us. And it's very rare that he gets the credit or the flowers or the praise, the headlines. He does every now and then because he produces moments of magic, goals, assists. Should have had an assist today, as already mentioned. The Salah touch in the pass was just right out the top drawer, world class. But everything he does it with such an authority. He wins his duels. He gets us on the front foot. He gets us on the front foot in a way whereby not a lot of other players can, because he sees things, because he's got that eye of a 10 whilst playing in quite a withdrawn 8 role. He's just key to us, absolutely key to us. And there's a lot of key players in Liverpool Football Club. I've made this point once or twice as well recently. So, but you've obviously got your big hitters, your game changers, the ones who literally single-handedly can win your games of football. Your Salahs, Van Dijk, Trent, Diaz in that conversation, Gakpo in that conversation as well, and that probably. I would have McAllister just below them. Not in terms of, again, ability to just turn a game like that and be the guy to produce a moment of utter brilliance to win it, but in terms of importance to the side, I think he's key. Really, really, really key. So yeah, anyway, I'll stop talking. Last few minutes now, and I will wrap up this bit. People are arguing with this Busy fella. Busy, I don't know who you are, mate. I just don't know who you are, and I don't like your name. I can tell you that. So whatever you're arguing about with people in the chat, I think I saw you an Arsenal fan. Yeah, I think I saw this. I mean, why are you even in here doing this? Like, I don't understand. Have you not got, like, Robbie in that to shout some mad stuff at? About corners or something? Like, I don't understand. Listen, I mean, I welcome all comers, but if you've got to come in and just argue with people after we've just battered West Ham 5-0, I don't understand. What is there to possibly argue about? Like, I don't get. I've seen somebody mention like deflection or injuries, or I mean, what? What are you on about? Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on with our lives. Do I think Chiesa will stay? Yeah. Oh God, I proper second guess myself. Then I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I think he will stay, but I can't set out of any conviction anymore, which is such a mad place to be. I need to know why he wasn't there today. Then I'll have a proper answer for you. Let's put it that way. I don't understand. Okay, Busy, fair enough. Who do you support then, my mate? Thanks very much, Dax. It is, isn't it? It's an absolute finger beauty. Yeah, I just... No, it's not on Redmen merch. It's a Liverpool official thing. Possibly. You'd like to think they were all... Listen, I love the togetherness of this football team. I love the fact that might be the case, that they'd all be in it together and stick as one, and the unity. That's great. But I also imagine that they would be sort of quite individualistic in their hopes, dreams, ambitions, goals, that they'd see what's best for their own career and make a decision based on that. Yeah, nicely done. No problem at all. What was I talking about before? Chiesa. That's what I was talking about. Got distracted there. Busy's living rent-free. Chiesa. Yeah, I need to know why I wasn't there today, because the makeup of that bench, and nobody loves Liverpool's academy lads more than I do. As some of you may know, I go and watch them quite a lot and do some reporting on them and all that sort of stuff. So I love the fact that they are breaking into Liverpool's first team ranks. There's some wonderful talent there. Some of it we have seen, some of it we haven't seen. Just, yeah, some brilliant footballers. But they shouldn't be getting into the squad ahead of Federico Chiesa. And that goes for James McConnell, but it most definitely goes for Jayden Danns. Jayden Danns has missed like 3 months of footy this season. Like, he hardly got up and running at all with his own season at under 21 level. And yet today, he was on the bench ahead of Chiesa. Now, if Chiesa's sick, again, if he's injured, again, fine. But if he's fit and he's ready and he's not been chosen, that's a different conversation. I'm sorry. It wouldn't make any sense to me at all. Because, again, I like Jayden Danns. I think Jayden Danns has got a very bright future. Maybe a loan in January to come for him. One to watch. But if you're a 27-year-old international and you've done what you've done in your career today, albeit blighted by injuries more recently, you have to be in that squad. Like, you can't look at Jayden Danns. I think he's 18 still, Jayden Danns, and be like, oh yeah, it's fine, off you go, you enjoy the trip to West Ham, I'll just stick around the Merseyside. Like, that makes no sense. No sense at all. I would be, if that happened to me in like sporting circles that I've been in, I'd be fuming. I'd be asking serious questions of, first and foremost, the selection policy and why that's happened. But then if I got some answers, look at myself and go, what am I doing? Why am I not being chosen for this? Like, what am I doing wrong, basically? And if you can't find a solution to any of that, that's when you have to have another conversation about maybe trying to find a resolution by something else happening, which might mean leaving the football club. Let's do the last couple of comments now, and then I will wrap up. Yes, I did address this earlier on. Pretty much, JD, yeah. But do stick around and help me with it anyway, because a lot of them will be in boss, but it does still matter just how high they are. Plus, I'll be dead honest with you, there's not enough room for them all in boss. We made 5 subs, that's 16 lads. They ain't fitting in there. We got big squares these days. They're like, not coasters, table mats. Is that what they're called? Things you put your plate on at dinner? I wasn't particularly well brought up. I'm doing the player rankings. I'll be doing it in like 2 minutes. I will wrap up. Gaz does not see a future for Anfield at Chiesa. I feel like it was a panic buy for no reason. Yeah, I made this point in the pre-match show as well earlier on. Not yet, Hussein, we hope. Maybe it was a panic buy, but also maybe Arne Slot wants a 6th senior attacking option and hence going to get Chiesa. But what I would say, if that is the case and he does really want that, it looks like it's not Chiesa. As we sit here right now with the evidence we have at our disposal, he ain't the answer. So maybe in January we have to do something with Chiesa or go and find another one who can be the answer for us. So that whole situation might actually allow us or mean that we do a bit of transfer business that's a little bit unexpected, potentially. Yeah. Anyway, I do look young, don't I? And terrible, by the way. I hate clean-shaven me, cards on the table. But yeah, if I had the time to make those cards, I would do. But this is like a process to shave, because the initial shave, which literally happened this afternoon, by the way, this is like fresh as it gets for me, is a painful one. But then like the result in like 2-3 days is just about worth it. But that's enough about me and my shaving habits. Because as all things Disney says, this team is cooking. You'll never walk alone. Yeah, we are boss, aren't we? We are pretty boss. Chiesa seems to sound like, that's all right then. Keep him. Listen, I like sound lads, so keep him around. Yeah, it's dreadful, isn't it? Anyway, I will wrap up this part of the show because you've all had enough of me talking about my beard or lack thereof, and then let's move on with our lives, and I will do the player ranking show. But I do need you for that bit. I've said millions of times, I do need you for this bit, because this bit's important to have you guys around, but the next bit's fucking vital. Otherwise, I'm just stood at a board putting faces next to stuff that doesn't make any sense. So stick around. I'll be over there in literally like a minute. So help me. See you in a sec.
If I'd have just done that.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Redmen TV and the player ranking show after Liverpool absolutely battered West Ham 5-0 at the London Stadium. It was as convincing as you like, as dominant as you like. We were so far superior, so much so, not a chance. Yeah, let's do this, shall we? This is the part of the night, and if you haven't been here before, I'll tell you quickly what I need you to do in the chat. Busy, if you're still around, my friend, feel free to get involved. I will take your ratings, rankings as gospel. Don't you worry about that. I pick up a player's face. You tell me where they should be from boss, sound, to... There was something else here, but don't worry a fucking thing about that. Let's do this, shall we? Alisson Becker. All we need is Alisson Becker. Pretty quiet, if truth be told. Clean sheet, which is nice. But aside from that, did he really have to do a lot of stuff? Yeah, Wayne Kerr says clean sheet equals a boss for all of them. Boss all round, JRD. Danny Ward says boss. Not the backup keeper from Leicester that we used to own, is it? I doubt it. Boss, boss, imperious as always. We could change your messing to messing you up. Yeah, listen, I do feel like the better we get with each passing week, I am more and more inclined to change these and not have this, and maybe start at your sound to boss to something else like a super boss. I don't know. That's not super boss. That's terrible. But you know what I mean. I haven't thought much into it. I'm workshopping with you guys. Sound, everyone boss, Robertson sound. You are brutal, GD. Alisson boss. Listen, clean sheet, yes. Pulling off saves, less so. Realistically, without sort of being all romantic about it, are we about there for Alisson probably? Boss stroke sound, I'll let you decide. Can't be, yeah, I'm kind of on there. And listen, I love having fun as much as the next guy. But if I'm being really properly honest about my rankings, I can't have him just fully in boss. And I'd have fully in a lot of places, to be honest with you, but 16 boss says, I am being a little bit of a spoil sport, aren't I? Yeah. So enough people are saying sound to warrant what I'm saying here, so that's fine. Trent Alexander-Arnold next up. Yeah. Listen, I'm not going to go into diatribes about Trent now, because I did that a little bit a minute ago, and I've done it a lot recently. Fella's a joke. The fella's an absolute joke. Boss, your messing is not possible, I'm afraid. Salander says low boss. JRD says boss. We've played top of Germany, Spain, England, and now nearly all the Premier injuries. No, yeah, maybe we just haven't played anyone really, though, yet. We just haven't played anybody really. Defensively brilliant today. Boss. Trent was good and bad at times. Sound. Boss, absolutely. Lots of easy bosses. I thought he was a joke, honestly. And listen, this isn't an all-timer Trent performance, and there's not one that we'll speak about in the years gone by. There was nearly an assist that we would have been speaking about for years to come if Salah would have finished. But yeah, just, again, not going to spend too long on the Trent stuff, because we've done a lot of it. The celebration clearly was a bit of a message to potentially some Spanish outlets. But what he can do with a football at his feet, nobody else can. And just dead quickly, I love Conor Bradley. I think Conor Bradley's brilliant. And I love the fact he's a Liverpool player and he plays for us and he's part of our squad and he backs up Trent brilliantly. Whenever he plays, he's exceptional. That Real performance the other week was one of the best I've seen from a Liverpool player at that level in terms of how young he is, how inexperienced he still is. Brilliant. And I've spoken to him before and he's a good kid as well. But he ain't Trent. Do you know why? Because nobody's Trent. Like, it's not possible. You shouldn't be that good from right back at passing. Just shouldn't be. Yeah, it's a good point about the alley sliding quad bod. He feels more sturdy there, which again is another good reason to have him sort of straddling a line. Yeah, it's a fella's a joke, man. Yeah, Gino, I'm not bothered. He can't. He got his goal as well. The goal was a bit. It's his goal. It's not an own goal. It's on target, as somebody else mentioned. There we go. No, it's definitely on target. It's a good strike. But yeah, the fella's just... He just opens a whole entire footy match up from right back with one pass. Like, the imagination and the vision he's got is one thing, but he executes it more often than not. He gets some wrong as well, of course he does. But my God. Joe Gomez, yeah, he wasn't on for long. Just all we can hope with Joe, and somebody else says it here, hopefully the injury isn't too serious, basically, because he's been brilliant in recent weeks, I think, honestly. We haven't missed Ibu Konate that much, which is about as much credit as you can pay someone like Joe Gomez, because I thought Konate was the best defender in Europe when he got injured. So, yeah, hopefully nothing too serious there. A lot of people saying boss for him still, though, because I feel bad for him. Michaela, that'll do for me. We'll go slightly lower than Trent. Virgil van Dijk, our centre-half, our number 4. Watch him defend, watch him shift it onto his right foot and curl one towards the goal. Yeah, brilliant again, wasn't he? He is one of the ones. Salah is included in this as well, and Gravenberch has been included in this for most of season 2, who I genuinely, if we didn't change this board around so much for different shows and stuff, I could literally just whack him there and just be done with it and get on with my day. But, you know, where's the fun in that? Better leadership today, boss. Verboss, obviously boss. Virgil van Dijk, sold as usual. Best boss, please boss. Lucas says boss. Yeah, just boss. Virg boss. Yeah, okay. I've seen enough. By the way, I haven't said, we do man the match at the end of this. So stick around for that, because all of this is fine, but at some point we'll have to decide who was the best of the lot. Although I've got a feeling I might know who it might be. Andy Robertson. Nearly Robbo. Yeah, I felt he got better, actually, from that moment that I referred to. I think he come into the game and got stronger as it wore on. Yeah, I was impressed. A lot of the overlapping stuff as well, which you don't see as much of from Robertson these days. High sound, a lot of people are saying. Dan Ward, quad bod. Played a great second half. Lots of sounds. Boss from Wayne, though. High sounds. Yeah, I'm the Hawks, the boss's boss. Virgil, that was obviously. Nearly made another mistake. Yeah, nearly. Yeah, glad he didn't, though, because I do wonder where his head would have been had that resulted in a goal. Probably in the bin, to be honest. But he does just need to be a bit sharper, a bit more awake, because nearly. High sound, are we saying? High sound straddling, something like that. Bit lower, let me know. Delivery could have been better. On par with Ali. Yeah, I'm with you there. Nearly, Ahmed. Nearly. Robbo low boss had a good game. Yeah, okay, I'm happy then. I'm happy. Ryan Gravenberch. What do we think? Do you know what's so funny about Gravenberch? And I don't know whether he's just become the norm that he puts in these performances now. And what he was doing earlier on the season was on a very similar level. But because it was so new and it was so, wow, look what Gravenberch can do, we've all just gone, oh yeah, he does that. That's kind of what he does now. And he's still doing similar, but without getting noticed as much. That's how it feels anyway, because he continues just to put in brilliant performances. But again, go a little bit unrecognised. Lots of bosses, lots of middle bosses, usual bosses expected. I mean, that's been shoehorned in like you would not believe. Ryan Bossenberg. Boss, better. That is an absolute worldy Hawks. That's my kind of shit right there. I could leave that on for the rest of the show. If anything else made sense after it, I'd leave that on for the rest. And it's enough for me to put Ryan Gravenberch there, by the way. Somebody screenshot that. That's a wonderful, wonderful comment. Alexis McAllister, speaking of wonderful. It's a shame to clear that, but I'm going to have to, because, you know. Ryan Gravbox, we're getting there. I shaved yesterday. I shaved today. Well done us. Well done, proud of you. But I'm not sure what you shaved. No, don't be sorry, Adam. Hearts are always good, always welcome here. What do we make of Alexis McAllister? Other than him being just a wonderful human being. It was his birthday the other day, and I saw, and I didn't do any more digging into this than I needed to because it's been Christmas and I've been trying to relax and unwind and get ready for 2025. I saw he trademarked Macca, as in the word Macca. I don't know if that was somebody just trying to be funny or lying or whatever, but yeah, that was apparently a thing. Starting to show real quality. Man the match for you, he's boss. No, good man. Boss, Macca was boss. Yeah, Macca was boss. Silently incredible. I see, here we go. Ahmed describes him. I love that description, and I really think it's true as well. Boss, superb game. McBossister. McBossister? Bossister. Better. Despite me being able to say it, having initially seen it, better. Arguably better than Gravenberg this season. Gone under the radar. I don't hate that shout because, again, it talks to my point earlier on about he doesn't get the plaudits nor the flowers because he's been at that level for so long. And so much of what he does can be quite unglamorous. There was a moment today where there's a lovely little touch inside and the pass through to Salah deserved to be an assist. So he has got those flashes of brilliance and flashes of quality. But you're right, so much of what he does go a little bit unnoticed. But yeah, once again, key to Liverpool and brilliant performance. So in there you go, my friend. Best midfielder in world football, says Gerard. With a name like Gerard, you don't hear me arguing. Curtis Jones. Mac, put your bills in me, Alistair. I think the less said. Sorry, Solander, you're probably right. But I've got to fill a little bit. I want to get home and watch the darts as much as the next man. But, I've got a job to do here. I can't just whack them all in boss. And undercover boss, Quad Bod. You and Hawks. Chapeau. McAllister. Your first one was better. But undercover boss is really good again. Sorry, Curtis Jones, back on task. That makes more sense. Much more sense. It's much more crude, though, having just realised. Anyway, Curtis Jones. The dart is boss. Jones was high sounds as Craig Flynn. Curtis boss. I know. But again, it's not the point, is it? Let's go high sound for Curtis. I thought he was good. Without being exceptional. Just a decent all-round Curtis Jones midfield display. Let's get to the business end, shall we? I'm going to grab all three of them. Because I'm feeling ambitious. Low boss. It was actually so good. Me and Mr. Jones. I feel like we're reaching now. Let's go Cody Gakpo first. Let's do this the other way round to normal. Scores. Again, his brilliant form continues. Bit rooms. It was a little bit. Maybe a little bit, yeah. There you go. Got excited. Cody Bosco. Cody Boss. Hi, boss. Yeah. His form, he's brilliant. He's banging form. He's playing really well. And is almost nailed on now as our left winger for a little bit. And the fact that Diaz can play centre forwards gives us a huge plethora of options because there was that tussle for the left wing spot for the large part of the start of the season with Gakpo and Diaz, and it felt like who was going to be the one. It was Diaz for a bit, it was Gakpo for a bit. I think that's been solved now by the fact that he's playing so well as a left winger and Diaz is playing so well as a centre forward. So, yeah, all is well. Bosco, Gakpo is boss, just boss. Okay, I'll stop filling and whacking there. I've got just enough room for the final attackers. Let's do Luis Diaz first. Once again, Luis Diaz doing Luis Diaz things these days, it feels like. Andy Cantwell in the chat. If he is, then hello, Andy Cantwell. First I've heard of that, though. Put him above Gomez's card. Was that for Gakpo? That's high, that. Jesus. Boss for Diaz, boss. Fox in the box, Diaz. Boss Diaz. Super boss Diaz. Booze. Let's go, boss Diaz. But took his goal well, actually. I know he had a bit of good fortune the way it fell back into his path, but I thought the finish was decent, actually, I must admit. His work rate's always incredible. Absolutely always incredible, Scott. I used to work with someone called Scott Marley, so hello with you. boss. Diaz is a cheat code boss. Yeah, boss. And again, he's another one. I said it earlier on, of when Liverpool hunt in packs and just got that sort of unwavering desire to win the ball back quickly, and we just swarm opponents. He is one of the absolute chiefs at that, like, just brilliant. Okay, whack him there. Louis Diaz just done him. Mo Salah. Wow. Just wow, Salah, I guess. Just records. Oh, mate, how are you, lad? Hope you're okay. Sorry, Scott Marley's just got back. How are you? A long time no see. Must be 10, 15 years. Hope you're good, lad. Anyway, Salah, that's something. What do we think? I mean, what do we think? What a stupid question, that is. The fella's a genius, isn't he? Literally could have walked away today with 3 or 4 goals comfortably, and it would have been only right given the performance he put in. And 2 more assists potentially. Just the actual assists he does get. The touch to get away from Mavropanos and make him just look stupid is out of this world. Like, I heard the lads talk about what they were going to do on the back of it. Just balletic, like, just a fucking freak. And then even to nod it through to Gakpo for him to score, brilliant. But then the one for Jota later on, when he runs from his own half and just times it to perfection, takes it away from 2 or 3 a couple of times, then just into the path of Jota to finish. Fella's remarkable. And he's not just remarkable, he's ours, first and foremost, but he's playing at the peak of his powers, whereby things just seem to slow down around him, and he has all the time in the world to make the right decision. Even the goal he scores, like, I think Aviola should do better potentially, but he just stops. And no, West Ham should be, Julian Lopetegui, if he had anything about him, will be going sick at his defenders for not closing him down, because they've allowed Mo Salah to take a touch and set himself and just pick a spot. But yeah, fella is a boss. I'll start reading the chat now. Put him on the ceiling. Yeah, just an absolute genius at work, quite frankly. Need a new category for Mo. Yeah, I agree. Listen, could have had 5 or 6. He could have. Aviola was inspired for, considering how good the West Ham keeper was, and they still conceded 5. Tells you all you need to know about this performance today. Absolutely outstanding. I've seen somebody said above Gomez, so that'll do for me. Yeah, we are getting to Salah category levels. Tell you what, I'll do you a deal. He signs that new contract, I'll make a Mo Salah category, and we can just rank him. Sort of, we'll use different words. I don't know what they are now. Again, I'm workshopping. And we use different words to say, like, how good of a Salah performance it was. I promise you that right now. But new contract has to come first. Let's do some subs really quickly. Really quickly, because we've still got a man the match and the manager to do, I should say. Joel Quansah, is that all 5? That's all 5. Lovely stuff. Wataru Endo. I thought he was really good. Really good. And it's funny because I spend a lot of my time talking about Liverpool Football Club, obviously, but also King category is a good way of putting it. Might be King, and it might be, yeah, I like that. And a lot of it seems to be about what Wataru Endo can't do and why he isn't the right fit and he isn't the right profile stylistically for what Arne Slot wants. However, every time he plays for us, I almost have to question that and be like, he kind of is a little bit as well. Like, he's not as good as Gravenberg and he's clearly different, but he offers a lot of the similar sort of traits and attributes. His passing's really good a lot of the time. Like, he gets out of trouble well, wins the ball back well. So, and today he did all of those things and he did them all really quite impressively as well. So, yeah, high sound. I'd be tempted to just straddle him, to be honest. And I'd put him on the board there. Anyway. Moving on. Who have I got here? Who are we doing next? Let's do Joel Quansah. He was on for ages. Joel Quansah. He was really good, wasn't he? And you know what? He obviously wasn't tested that much. He had that one-on-one situation with Somerville where he kind of forced him out and they cried for a penalty, but nothing doing, and rightfully so. But yeah, I was really pleased for Quansah. Listen, I hope Joe Gomez is okay, first off, obviously. But I thought he conducted himself well, and he's been under pressure. There's been a lot of conversation around, was he all that? based on what he did last season. Like, he was really good, but did we overhype him a little bit? What was it all about? But yeah, I was pleased for him, and I think redemption is a good word. But I think huge confidence boost is also a brilliant way of putting it, because that today would have done the world of good. And if he is required next weekend against United, this today is setting him up perfectly for it. Let's say Gomez got injured in midweek and Konate wasn't available. Suddenly you're throwing Quansah in and you are thinking, oh, I'm not sure, what does this look like? 60 minutes under his belt today, helping with a clean sheet. Good. Let's put in there, having said all of that, Diogo Jota. Another one who just does Diogo Jota things, ultimately. Takes his goal well. Never really in doubt, was it, to be honest, because it's Diogo Jota with the ball at his feet inside the penalty area. That only tends to end one way, really. So, yeah. Low boss, hoping he can own that role for the next few weeks. Yeah, I agree. Jota the Slotter. Just Diogo Jota stuff, basically. Oh, he is not a sticky one. He's got 3 magnets on him as well. Did you get on that? Oh my God, that is bad news, that is. Oh, good. I'm glad about that. I mean, I'm full of energy, according to UCC, so that's why not. Let's make the most of it. Strike while the iron's hot and all that. Harvey Elliott and Costa Simicas. I'm going to put them on the board, by the way, at this point. And I'm going to do it in a way. That's so harsh on Harvey. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm going to have to put Jota somewhere different. Oh, I've got a problem here. No, it's all right. He's going to stay there. I know my back's here. I'm sorry. I feel really bad for it. There we go. Done. Where's Arne Slot? That's the Arne Slot. Why have I not got an Arne Slot card? Hang on, I'm coming back. Where is he? Oh, no, there he is. Bottom of the pile. Don't know why he's bottom of the pile. Yeah, Arne, just move the sound card down. It'll be fine. Yeah, good point, actually. I've got rid of your messing. It's a very good point, well made. Anyway, I think Jota's just about staying now. We're fine. What do we think? Mastermind level boss or manager. I don't think he's been below boss so far. And I need to check this, really. But I mustn't have done the Nottingham Forest game, because I don't remember doing many negative rankings so far this season. And I feel like Forest would have been some of them. So I mustn't have done it. It must have been somebody else. But I'm sure I was here. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I just wiped it from my memory. I think this fella's trying to do the same, to be honest. Above the Ali card, above Allison. 2 people back to back have said above Allison. And that, as we know, is absolutely nailed on to get in wherever that is. So that'll do for me. And finally, there it is. Man the match. Oh, it's a long way down. But I've got him. Who's this going next to? This is the bit of the night. So the next minute, will you bombard the chat and just tell me who should be man the match? I'll put him on there, and then I'll say some more words, and then we'll all go home. So yeah, where is Busy? I'd love to get Busy's take on man the match for Liverpool Football Club. Nothing would please me more. But no, on a serious note, do that, please. Salah, go watch darts. I'm going to keep that on there. Can I? Before it goes quick. There we go. I am looking forward to the darts. I live 15 minutes away, so if I leave in 5, yeah, it'd be about right. I love you guys as well, don't get me wrong, and my job. But I'm back in the morning, darts is on. Lots of people saying Salah. Lots of people saying next to McAllister as well. They're the only 2, really. So, and this kind of sums up where we're at. Okay, I'm going to go off the next clue. He's Egyptian. Okay, Diaz. Okay. Lots of Salah and Makacha. I'm going to go off the next 10 comments, and they will define and decide what my answer is. So I'm going to stop and clear and refresh, and then we'll go from there. We have Salah, Mac, Salah, Mac, Salah twice. My maths, that's about even. Shit. Salah, got 3 Salahs on the spin. Just look at the board height, says Dan Ward. Pissing hell, you're right. I wanted it to be McAllister so bad. I think Paul and Chris doing a big bit on McAllister, which might go out on YouTube at some point. So that'll be your McAllister loving. But yeah, Mo Salah. The inevitable Egyptian king does it once again. what can I say? Liverpool are very much top of the league heading into 2025. 8 points clear, game in hand. If you'd have told me 6 months ago, I'd be still there saying that, I would have called you an insane person. But yeah, it's good. It's better than good. It's absolutely exceptional. And Liverpool were exactly that today. Like, to a man, brilliant. Brilliant. Some better than others, as evidence behind me, but scintillating start to finish. Joy to watch. Absolute joy to watch. And arguably the most complete performance of the season so far. Possibly for my money. I'll watch it back in the morning and tell you all exactly what I thought about it tomorrow afternoon when I'm back for the podcast. But yeah, do join us for that. But before we look ahead, I know Paul did a big whole like send-offy type thing for the year. I won't do that because Paul has already done it. But thank you so much for getting involved today, earlier on in the show, and all year, basically up until this point. Do stick around for next year, because it promises to be quite a good one. Lots of reasons for that. Liverpool top of the leagues, hopefully some new contracts, maybe some transfers. But there's also the small matter of a 20-year anniversary when it comes to a certain Istanbul, which I'm sure we'll cover in some way as well. But honestly, thank you so much for getting involved tonight, earlier than that, and forever, because it's much appreciated. Everything I do here would be rendered utterly meaningless were it not for you guys interacting, watching and listening to it. So thank you so much for doing so. Massively appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your festive period and the New Year bit. Happy New Year to you, your family, etc. All the best. Honestly, amazing. Thank you. Take care. I'll see you all soon. Bye for now.